Old tight Ricky Mill. Robin, why? Thinking of. Man, that's lava. Lava. Old tight Lows. Man said dislike number one. Bun Tommy Robinson. Yeah? Lava partner Tommy. Man, Tommy fan. Old tight Bunga Bunga never die for hunger. Yeah? Come on, trading gang. I want them feel alright. Man. Alright, who else we got? Who else we got? What's we got? We got Old tight Nebula. They are. Old tight damn son. Come on, rise up. Old tight Lows. You got big up bear times, man. Move up. Old tight Patsy Kelly. Come on. Big up yourself, man. Old tight. Man, I like free chicken wings and the fried rice. I be like three chicken wings and the fried rice. Anyone new in there yet? Old tight Elliot, big up. Yeah, man, jump on now, bro. I ain't heard Kanye West's new track. I ain't heard no tunes from Kanye since he said he done a madness with his cousin, innit? Yeah, he's going mad. Yeah, he was going mad since he wore the black KKK and the diamond Nazi swastika. So, you gotta let Kanye be Kanye. Yeah? Mad. Old tight Cassie Oaks. Hiya. Old tight Bad Marsh. How you mean? Bad man they are. Old tight. Old tight man like motion, you know. I want them feel alright. Old tight Nebula said he was light number 10. Come on. Gunshots in the air. Old tight Rubber Dub. Jeez. Come on, big up the rubber. Mad. Alright, yeah, man. So that's everyone got a shout out, yeah? Everyone got, oh, jeez. Old tight man like Bass Luke, you know. Wagwan if. Big up. Just in time. How you mean? Yeah, man. So big up the gangsters in the building, man. So I heard some of them and them try lie. Yeah? Banana Camp. Where you at? Huh? The report said it's nothing to do with the far right. You fucking lying cunts. Yo, why you man love lying so much, man? Huh? God damn. Stop the blood clot lying. How you mean? And stop the blood clot crying. For the rifle start frying. Jeez. Yeah, man. Alright, you're pretty lucky. You're lucky still. Yeah. So, you know, if anyone's like a minute late, 2 minutes late, we usually give them a little shout out still. Yeah, man. So stop the lies, man. The lie, TFM. Yeah. Yeah, man. So we gotta stop these fucking lies, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing to do with the far right. Yeah. These times when you read the report, with your own mince pies, yeah, when you have a butcher's look at the report yourself, you know how it says. Nothing what them man said. It don't say the far right never had nothing to do with nothing. Are you alright? Ew. Ma. Yeah, man. The report don't say what you... Bro, listen. Urban Roots. I don't know what you're on or where you get your information from, yeah? But you didn't even know the difference between Gaza and West Bank, innit? Yeah, sir. forget about any reports. Like, you need to do geography lessons before you start telling us about any reports. Yeah, man, like Elliot, you know what's going on, mate?
Yeah, mate.
What's
I just
happening?
heard you talking about the report. What's the report about?
Some police report into the actions taken by the police of the uprising in 2024.
Okay. What does the conclusions of the report state?
The conclusions of the report say there was multiple factions that went into causing uprising, including people of the far right, people with large social media platforms, people spreading disinformation and misinformation, like a few was doing on YouTube, you know, because there is people doing live streams when the riots were on, talking about this is payback and we need to rise up and this, that, and the other. And then when they noticed people was going in jail for talking smack about the riots, they deleted their streams. Ah?
Okay.
Oh, see now.
Okay.
Wait, hold on a sec, yeah? Hold on a sec. Wait. So, now the report doesn't say what you thought it said. Yeah, Urban Roots. You now disagree with the report. This is why I'm trying to say that you guys are extremely dishonest. Because just 5 minutes ago, you're trying to run up on me telling me about I can't agree with any other report again. And I said, hmm? That's really what you man should be saying to yourself, innit? Because I've shown you guys numerous reports that have stated things from institutional racism to the bias in education to the malpractice in health and social care, which states this, that, and the other. And these guys have refused every single report, but only accept this report until we read it ourselves. Yeah, and it didn't say what these guys are trying to remix it to want it to say.
Oh, did you read through it yesterday or something?
Now today.
Oh, what? Literally just before I jumped on.
No, not just before you jumped on, but like today, innit? Like in the daytime.
Oh, right.
In the daytime. I'll tell you what I can do, yeah? Which might help you out a little bit. See if I can upload this image file. Boom. Boom. You see that there? The timeline of what happens within the riots. That comes from one of the reports. Just so you
Okay.
know. Just
I'll
so
look
the
at it
people
now.
them know that it's not I'm not doing what they do, innit? Yeah. Listening to some don on YouTube and then saying, oh, you know what, it never happened because so and so on YouTube said that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. That's right, bruv. Yeah. Yeah.
Publishes articles, social media posts, including false names. So this is basically just saying there was a load of social media stuff like going on, saying it was stuff and it wasn't the case. Is that the main argument?
No, the argument is that people that have been smacking the shit out of with reports and their only answer to reports is, well, I don't believe them, I don't trust the government. Try to tell me about a report and then said, you have to accept the findings of this report when they've not accepted the findings of any other report until they felt like they had a report that agreed with the points that they was trying to make. So in that scenario, I need to label these people as hypocrites and extremely dishonest.
Yeah. I mean, I can't comment on that because I haven't read the other report. So I haven't even read this report. I didn't know there was a report. It's basically just saying it was like far right agitation and there was misinformation, and that's what caused the riot, basically, isn't it? Does the report?
Yeah, a combination of things. A combination of things. But
Yeah.
like, what these guys tried to say that the report says that the riots was nothing to do with the far right. The far right had nothing to do with the riots, and that's not what it says. It says
Okay,
it does.
I
It
see.
says the far rights. The far right are not solely to blame for what happened, but they did have a part to play
Hmm.
in
I
the
understand the argument.
uprisings.
Yeah, right. I understand the argument now. So I guess it would all hinge on how you define far right, basically. And so people can disregard this report and just say, well, it's wrong because it's attributing actions to the far right, and they might just have a different definition of what they consider the far right. Do you understand my train of thought?
Yeah, maybe that would be a honest argument if that was the point that they was making, but they
Oh,
never
okay.
made that point. They were saying specifically, the report says the police report states that it was nothing to do with the far right. Like that's what they're
Oh,
saying that it says in the report, but it doesn't say that.
oh, okay, okay.
If you on my community page, I've done a screenshot. Yeah, shout out DJ Show, aka Room for Debate, aka Harry Crinkle. Yeah, I don't block me. Yeah, yeah, I don't go in his chat and call him Crinkle. By the way, yeah, you know, he allows me because right now he's able to use my channel and shit. But once the channel thing has worn off, yeah, then he'll block me too, innit? Yeah, so I'm advising you not to go in there and call him Crinkle. Yeah, anyway, so DJ H Soul done a screen record of a part of the report, which prompted me to go and download the PDF so I could read it for myself.
Right. Okay. Have you got the PDF you can put on the page?
I can't put the whole PDF up here. I can see if I can put the screenshot of
Maybe just the most interesting
what
bit.
what it said here. If it works, there you go. Can you read that? 'Cause I'm
Brilliant.
driving
Yeah, I
it,
can see that.
and it's small on
Cool.
my screen.
Oh, you're driving.
If you can read it, could you read it out? Yeah,
Yeah. You want me to read it out? In its national
please.
POPSSRA, published in autumn 2023, the police service described the risk of violent disorder as low. In the next national POPS SRA, produced in spring 2024, it identified an upturn in cultural nationalism. It found that anti-immigration views and issues of asylum were triggers for protests and disorder, and described a moderate increase in activity by extreme right-wing groups. The
Right,
police
pause, pause,
service,
pause, pause,
yeah,
pause, 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 pause. Pause, 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 pause. So, just in that explanation that you gave there, yeah, or that you read out there from the police themselves, they never said that this has got nothing to do with the far right, right? They said that there's far right groups, yeah, without calling individual groups names or whatever, that have
I see.
exasperated the issue.
Yeah, so this report doesn't attribute it. This is, well, from what I'm seeing, it doesn't attribute it to the far right, but it does to cultural nationalism. So I guess it would be on where you would. They purposefully haven't described it as far right. They've probably described this as
Not yet,
what it is.
not yet, not yet. When you carry on reading, mate, the puzzle will fit in. But
Okay.
you can read the rest out now if you want, bro.
Oh, sorry, yeah, and I missed that bit. It does actually say by increasing activity by extreme right wing groups. So yeah, I just think the right wing is just or far right. It's just a bad descriptor. Right. The police service noted in spring 2024, the SRA, that there have been significant recorded activity linked to anti-immigration causes in hotels housing asylum seekers. There has been significant. Okay. Okay. And that social media platforms continue to be frequently used
If you
to
if
advertise.
wait, pause for a sec. Hey, pause for a sec, Elliot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you scroll back through the timeline, you'll see that leading up to this time, there was loads of posts talking about the people them in the hotels, the hotel people, the asylum seekers, the illegal
You're
immigrants,
correct.
fighting age
Yeah,
mouths, blah blah
yeah, you're
blah, all
correct.
that sort of stuff. There it was leading up to before the riots, right?
You're correct.
Yeah, yeah. So you can't then
But
carry on.
that's not that. Posts about like the people in the hotels. I what how does you're oh so you're just saying that relates to this because that's what they targeted.
Right.
But I suppose people are just fed up with it, man. People are fed up with the hotels being used.
You know what it is, yeah? It's like the same thing like for the reform voters and others, right? It's not every single person that's a reform voter isn't a racist. Like every single person that went out onto the thing isn't far right. But it was far right groups that was trying their best to make the disturbance reach the levels it got to,
Yeah, I don't
and
know if we
well,
have
to try to see if they could get it above that.
um yeah I don't know if there was organized groups though from this so-called far right. It was more. Maybe it might have been like because a lot of the groups have been like shut down and like disbanded, haven't they? This isn't like it was in the 90s.
Yeah, well, I posted 10 screenshots from Telegram of. I posted about 10 screenshots from Telegram of of I think he's Swedish or whatever, of a Swedish Danny Roscoe who was trying to tell people they need to burn down this and they need to burn down that and they need to do this and they need to run up on that and we need
Oh,
to
are you
secure
talking about? Are you
the
talking about
future.
Salwan Monik? Like, was it? Is his name like Salwan something? That guy that burnt the Quran in Sweden.
Nah, not that guy.
Oh.
Not that guy. He was on Telegram, obviously with an alias. Then they found out his real name,
Right.
and they done a report or run up on him, was asking him questions about uh, um, the comments he was making in the group about having securing the future for the white race and all that sort of 14 words sort of talk.
Right. Do you believe in the continuation of the white race? Like, do you care much for it, or are you? What's your opinion regarding that?
Well, I feel like if they gave people enough education, then people wouldn't be so hung up on ethnicity being a defining marker as people take it, right? Because like things like the evolution of skin color, the evolution of the human race, and so and so, so and so, the fucking Homo sapiens sapiens, flipping Neanderthals, Denisovians, and blah blah blah, showing that bro, humans are human, innit? Like Homo sapiens sapiens, Homo sapiens. You're not on Earth like Neanderthal. You're not a Denisovan. You're not
Um,
any of them other things. You're a human, cuz you don't. So making arguments based on someone's specific ethnicity and blah blah blah. Oh, depending on the argument that you're making is, I don't know. It's not really argument that makes though.
yeah. I believe in the like the continuation of the black race, and I think I'd hate for the black race to be extinguished, just as much as I would hate for the white race to be extinguished. So I think both need preserving, and we need to like apply policies that preserve both of our heritage.
What policies?
Well, when you look at Europe, they're saying by like 2060. Um, like it will no longer be a white continent. So if that's the case, then as breeding goes on, that's when white people will be below 50%. Um, And then after that, it's just going to fall off a cliff, isn't it?
Yeah,
But
what I don't
Africa,
understand in those arguments, yeah, is that if you can see that there's a decline in birth rate or whatever,
mm,
and then you've got a projection for a decline coming or whatever,
mm.
what do you do about that projection?
Yeah, so it's important to enact policies that encourage people, white people or black people or wherever we are in the world, encourage the native population to have more children. Um, yeah, that would be the first thing. You'd agree, right?
Say again, sorry.
You'd encourage the native population to have more children, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, if you can see it yourself, like, and others can see that sort of stuff there themselves, so why are they not doing anything to combat against it? Like, if you know rates are declining, and so on, so
Yeah,
on, so on, so if you think it's
yeah,
a plan, because I don't think it's an actual plan, right? I just think that depending on the um, economy you live in, that depends on the sort of birth rate that you're going to be um,
yeah. You should, yeah,
sustaining.
yeah. No, I agree with you on that. Yeah, so if people aren't thriving and have enough excess disposable income, they're definitely not having families. That's not like the first thing they'll think about doing. So that's like another way, a step to resolving it is looking at and how you can increase individuals' finances to the point where they can comfortably have kids. But the that doesn't really tie to the first issue I brought up, where it's it's that we're being replaced in the land. So we shouldn't have to to compete to outbreed like foreigners in our own countries, right? Like just like I believe Africans shouldn't have to outbreed like say white people in their countries.
But you don't have to outbreed black people in your countries. You people or other ethnicities are getting moved to or moving to other countries or whatever because there's job opportunities and the birth rate's declining. If the birth rate wasn't declining and there wasn't job opportunities, the majority of people wouldn't migrate to these countries. So that's not really nothing to do with the great replacement. Or if it is, it's a self-induced great replacement, right? So if there's not enough children being born or enough people on the ground to take
Mm.
up certain roles of employment or whatever, like what does the company do? They're going to get someone from outside, right?
Yeah, and they'll look to hire Indians now, won't they? Because Indians won't have to pay national insurance.
Now, Indians have to pay national insurance if they come to work in a British company.
No,
It
have
was
you
that
did you
the no, listen, I'm explaining to you what that news clip actually
please,
was, right?
please.
Indians that come over for work on a work visa for a British company would have to pay tax and national insurance or whatever. Indians that come over to work for an Indian company that will be paying tax, national insurance, or whatever taxes in their own country are being made exempt from paying national insurance, so they don't pay tax twice. And there's about another 50 countries that have the same deal in the UK already.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I understood that that's the second bit I got from the news article, right? But can you try and think of a case study of someone who like what like there's an Indian company down the road and
Mm.
they're controlled from India, I presume, as you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. So
And
they
then
pay um corporation tax or what. You know what's mad, yeah, really, in this thing, yeah. This is one of the things that the Brexiteers were campaigning for, right? The the open labor market and the so and so, this, that, and the other.
But why? No, but why
But
is
when it comes into place, it's like the Brexiteers, the ones that are complaining about
no?
these
But
sort of
why?
stuff.
Sorry, yeah, no. Let's get on to
Because
that.
it's not
But
just
why?
India.
No, but why are
There's other
Indian
countries as
companies?
well. You know?
Why are
Yes,
Indian
brother.
companies paying national insurance in their country, and not to our country if they'll be using our services?
No,
That
they
doesn't
pay
make
corporate
sense.
taxes. The employees don't pay national insurance.
Yeah, so the
It's like the free. You see, like the Freeport deals they got with China and other
yeah.
like the Chinese employees that work for Chinese companies can work in these Freeport thingamabobs and they don't have to pay extra taxes to the UK because the taxes from their
Right.
wages comes out on the Chinese side.
That just seems a bit messed up. If they're living here and using our services, then they should be paying it here rather than in China or India.
And you know it's mad, yeah? Not why the time while we're actually on the opposite side of it, like he's arguing for the actual people.
The signal went really bad there. I don't know if it's me or if it's you.
Can you hear me now?
It's a bit better, I think.
Yo, so the Nigel Farage knows the trade deals, and there was other countries that had the same trade agreements with the UK before this latest Indian one had been put in place. But instead of explaining why he knows or whatever, he's acting like he didn't know nothing about it, and he's basically outraged or whatever.
Yeah, the Tories are basically just fake conservatives, aren't they? They're more like crap Lib Dems.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Hitler released his not Hitler. Ye released his new track bit yesterday. It's pretty good. It's called Heil Hitler.
Man said Hitler, you know. It's basically
Yeah.
Black Hitler. Kanye West is moving like a Black Hitler right now.
Yeah, you should listen to the hook. It goes, all my niggas Nazis, nigga, hail Hitler, hail Hitler.
Oh my days.
Yeah. That's what it says in the track, yeah. And then it's like you got like a group of he calls them hooligans, and then they all chant it.
I noticed that he slipped the M word in there as well. Still, man, that was a good move. Still, well done. I allow you for slipping it in on the slide there. Still, but
it's been banned on all platforms.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, you can only get it on like.
You know what? I tell you what it is. Yeah, the hypocritical thing about that though is that it's not banned for anyone to be shouting N-word, 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 but it's banned for him to be releasing the track about Nazis or whatever. So it's like two-tier rap policing, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to see what your opinion is of why he might have why he's gone to these stretches. Do you know what I mean? Why he's talking? Do you think he's trying to like break down the censorship barrier or something?
He had a beef with some of his Jewish counterparts within business.
Yeah.
Tried to shut down the Yeezy thing. Well, did shut down the Yeezy thing.
Oh, so you think it's just solely retaliation for that? So you think he's aligning with their enemy, I guess?
Yeah, because I'm not sure that if Kanye West never had no money, do you think anyone would take him seriously?
Mate, I think he's
wearing a black KKK, KKK uniform, and a diamond swastika chain, a fake diamond swastika chain. Because obviously, if he weren't rich, then he would have to have a fake swastika chain, right? A fake diamond zirconia, cubic zirconia swastika chain.
I was watching a
So wait,
Speaker's
wait,
Corner
Elliot, do
video.
you think that anyone would
Sorry.
take him seriously if he was dressed like that and he was unknown?
So when you suggested that, when you made the suggestion just there, I just my head went to like Tan, right? Because Tan could be considered quite similar, right? Do you know? Remember Tan from Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, but what Tan was doing though, he was trying to
Agent
be
provocateur.
racist in front of people's faces, where they're obviously going to retaliate to his racism. Innit?
It was an agent provocateur.
Oh, you're saying Kanye's also an agent provocateur? Because I see what Tan did and what Ye's doing is quite very similar.
No, I'm saying what Tan did was definitely yeah. Tan was definitely
I'm sure as well. Sorry, Trula. I'm sure that Adolf Hitler would have put Kanye West in a gas chamber with the flipping the Jews, the disabled. What do you mean? Are you alright, cuz? With the Jews, the disabled, the Romani gypsies, and then any of the other mixed race children and so and so's that they gassed off anyway.
I think Hitler would have made. I think Hitler would have made him king of Africa. Don't forget, like
king of Africa.
Hitler did have allies, didn't he? Like he had black allies, like it was Idi Amin, and then like he had Arab allies.
Indian allies.
Yeah, so like he would have. I think they would have been good allies, and he had like a load of Jewish, what do you call it? Oh, who are the people that work for like the advisors? He had Jewish advisors, Jewish secretaries, Jewish accountants.
Do you know where the first Holocaust or the first gassing of people took place originally by the Germans?
Nope.
Namibia. You know where Namibia is?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
A something called Sutton Island.
I heard of Sutton Island. Rings a bell.
Yeah, it's obviously Sutton is the name of is the I don't actually know the proper name in it, but it's an island.
Just rings a bell. When you said that, it rings a bell.
Yeah, can I talk to the idiot that just said that Hitler had Jewish secretaries and Jewish mates, and he wouldn't have gassed black people because he did.
He didn't. I didn't say he didn't gas.
Hello to you too, Wendy.
I didn't.
Sorry, Trilla, but I don't know who this person is, but can you show me where Adolf Hitler had Jewish secretaries and things like that? You know, where he was pally with them.
Yeah, I think I read a book where one of his key advisors was Jewish. Yeah.
Lies. Don't be stupid. How can you sit there honestly and say that?
Okay. I'll try and find the book. And then I can tell you about it.
So have you read Mein Kampf?
No, I haven't.
Well, that's quite a good book to start with. That's quite a good book.
Arabs, Jews,
to start with.
The disabled people, homosexuals.
He gassed everyone. He gassed many thousands of black people. So, and as for Idi Amin, what the hell's he got to do with Hitler? I don't understand.
I'll have a look.
You remember Jesse Owens in the Olympics? You remember Jesse Owens in the Olympics, yeah?
Yeah, but Hitler, that's a fallacy and another conspiracy where they say that Hitler shook his hand. Hitler left the stadium so he didn't have to shake his hand.
Yeah, but I was saying, before that... before that race took part, Hitler was saying that there's no black person on the planet that can beat any of his German
definitely
athletes and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Black people being mistreated in America as well. So that's why he done the glove. And
what he said and what he did were two different things. So he did believe that there was no black person that could outrun his German people, his Nazis, if you like. That guy won the race, and Hitler left the stadium, so he didn't have to shake his hand.
Didn't he win by like a country mile as well?
Yeah, he won by a long way. Yeah, Jesse Owens. Yeah.
That
But
was
as
funny.
for this nuttiness that I just heard of, oh, he wouldn't have done anything to the black people. Are you
No, I didn't
mad?
say that.
So why
I
didn't you
didn't.
get it right?
No, I didn't
Nah,
say
he said
that.
Kanye. He didn't say that. He said Kanye West. Didn't he said he reckons he would have had Kanye West as the king of Africa, and I was saying that
No, Kanye
Hitler was
West
in
would have
no
joined the
position.
rest of them. He'd have joined the rest
Hitler
of
was
them
in.
in the gas chamber.
Well, Hitler wasn't in a position to be able to crown Kanye West as the king of Africa, number one. Yeah. Germany only had certain territories within.
You've gone, Valley. I don't know where you've gone.
Yeah, I don't know, man. My screen keeps going blank, man. So, but I'm saying, yeah, Hitler never had the power to make Kanye West the Bambakla head of Africa, anyway. Yeah, number one. He didn't have. Obviously, he had control of certain territories. I think it was Namibia, Togo, and a couple other countries or whatever. He might have been able to make you a head of state there, but yeah, Kanye West would have went in the chamber with the rest of them and them, cuz.
Yeah.
You know, them man were gassing
Well, if
people
you
that they
live-
classed as race traitors, outliers,
Yeah.
all them man there.
I
You
think
know what I'm
if you
saying?
live
Hey, wait,
in
hold on a
Germany-
sec here. Before you go in, hey, Banana Cam. Hey, Banana Cam, you accept police reports, yeah? You accept the report, yeah? Ah, shit. Read the screen, cuz. But go on, carry on, Wendy.
No,
Yeah. What?
if he lived in Germany and he was like a German citizen, right? I think he would have got chucked in the camp. My point was if he was in America, right, and Kanye West is he's like a massive public figure, right? I think Hitler would have taken advantage of that.
Okay, so when Hitler.
Years, wait, hold on. If it was okay, so if we rewind back to the 40s, 50s, or whatever, at the climax of World War II or whatnot, yeah. If Kanye West, as air quotes, black celebrity, was out saying that he supports the Nazis and so on, so don't you think that he would have got fucking killed in America before he
No.
got killed in? Of course he would have, man. Are you crazy? You can't be.
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
He was
so-
ousted by the black community first of all.
Sorry. Yeah, he would have
And
been
then you
killed
think the BNP?
by Hitler's enemies. Yeah, he would have been. Yeah, so like if there
Yeah.
were people. Yeah.
So
But-
do you think that
Yeah,
Hitler
yeah.
only like murdered the black people in Germany? Everywhere where the Nazis took over control, Jews, homosexuals, gypsies, black people were all gassed.
I don't know about gassing. Okay.
Or well, that was their preferred way, isn't it? By the time they realised that their soldiers, it was making their soldiers ill, having to shoot people in the head, so they decided to go on that and burn them. So you know, you need to get rid of that fallacy. You need to forget. No, you need to stop thinking. You need to stop thinking that Hitler and his crew only murdered people in Germany. It was wherever they took over, wherever they marched into.
Well, so are you claiming that Hitler had like no? He didn't make like treaties and agreements with other.
Oh
ethnic
yeah,
groups?
there was the French, the south of France, wasn't there? He made a treaty with them, but that still means that the people he looked upon as less than human, they still had to be murdered. Do you not understand that?
I think there are instances where there were treaties made and agreements made where Hitler respected those ethnic groups.
No, Hitler had. Hang on.
Are you mad?
Hitler and the Nazis, they had no respect for ethnic groups. You need to forget that.
You see, you don't think Hitler had respect for Persians?
No.
Of course he did. He considered them an Aryan race.
He did not. He would have used them he would have used them as he needed to use them, and then he would have had them killed. Don't you understand what Nazis are like? Oh, I mean, don't you understand what the Nazis of the 1940s were like? There was only one great race, and that was the Nazi German white race. Nothing
Yeah.
else.
So you don't think he considered Persians as Aryan? Then you don't think that?
No. It's not that I
You're
don't
wrong.
consider. It's not that I don't consider. Give yourself a little read of Mein Kampf, right? And you'll soon find out what he thought of like every race.
Okay.
By the way, is that book banned in some countries or
No.
no? Okay, my bad. I think there's a certain one that is. I can't remember something about Hitler that is banned or some sort of literature. I thought it might be
He
that
looked
one.
upon
Nah,
black
they
people
just
as
is
rats.
what happens, yeah, with that Mein Kampf book is every time they find an extremist or whatever, it somehow happens to have a copy of Mein Kampf in it, so they always put it as one of the leading titles. He had Mein Kampf book and rah rah rah. So that's why people always think that it's a bad
Like
book, innit?
these nutters that are literally doing some dumb shit. They're like, oh, happy to be watching Tommy Robinson rhetoric. Same time, mad thing. But yeah,
Look, Mein
yeah.
Kampf is an educational book if you want to know that how Hitler and his crew truly thought of other people. And
Okay.
it wasn't nice. And there's no way he'd have respect for Persians or anyone else. He'd use them right up to the last second and then just shoot them and or have them murdered. Yeah.
All right, guys, I got a video
I don't
for
know
you
where
guys,
you get
yeah?
this idea from that he would be kind and gentle to Kanye West because Kanye West was famous with money. I mean, that just wouldn't bother
wouldn't
Hitler.
have mattered.
No, it wouldn't.
With Wendy.
No.
Hey guys, listen, let me play this video with you real quick here. It's a little bit of a change of subject, but still relevant, yeah?
Maki Umar, I'm the guy who recorded that video of that racist woman that was insulting a 5-year-old child at the park here in Rochester, Minnesota. May I remind you guys, I have a clean criminal record. I've never committed a crime in my life. I am being punished for standing up, speaking up for a child. My address got leaked, my phone got leaked. I'm getting death threats by the minute.
Everyone gets
I have 4 children. The youngest one on the spectrum. He needs to go play outside every day. He can't anymore. So, doing the right thing gets you punished, and doing the wrong thing gets you rewarded. Make that make sense, America.
Well, he's a
Hi,
bit
my
late
name-
to the party, isn't he? This guy's a bit late to the party. Didn't he realise that,
This is
if
the
you
guy-
do the
wait,
right
this is the
thing,
guy
you'll
that
get
filmed-
punished?
This is the guy that filmed Shiloh Hendrix racially abusing the black child.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Mm.
people are donating to Shiloh Hendrix for her protection. But I heard you say that no one should be getting donations for their protection, right?
No one should.
No one should. No.
So that means that Shiloh Hendrix shouldn't be receiving donations for her protection. yeah?
No.
No.
Right.
It should be left in the hands of the police and the courts and everything else.
The judicial
They should-
system.
Oh. It seems
Yeah,
everyone's
that.
getting death threats. Now even he's getting death threats. And now he's come online
Yeah.
to show everyone what he looks like. I mean, unbelievable.
I've had more death threats than Shiloh Hendrix, this guy, Lubna, and most of YouTube put together, innit? So
Yeah, but they were mostly from drunk people.
donate to me. Donate
So
to
you want to
me.
go fund me, Belle?
Yeah, I need to go fund me, man. For the Valley Mansion.
Yeah, you
Well,
need
you
some
can get a
golden
mansion.
taps.
You can get a new vehicle.
Set it up, man. Set it up.
You can never have enough. You can always have more.
Moving like Kaylee. Gotta get. She's looking for a nonce mansion.
Look for a mansion, yeah? Mad thing.
the nonce mansion.
Fucking hell. Oh, what? So she could look after loads of kids, foster bear kids and shit. Weird shit.
Wisdom's GoFundMe. His address is doxed. Lord have mercy. All right, Luke, go and find that GoFundMe, cuz. Find it. Keep it. Share it. Yeah. So obviously that's a liberty, right? The guy's at the park with his child. He said his child's on the spectrum as well and now can no longer go outside to play. All he
Yeah,
did
but
is
how do we
record-
know that's true? It's just him making a video. We don't know that's true.
Yeah, but all he did is you can hear his voice is the same voice as the person that recorded the racist incident.
So who's threatening him? Like, what kind of people are threatening him? Because I actually missed this whole video shit about
But
this.
it
this
ain't
whole...
gonna be. It ain't. It's just.
No, but what
it's gonna
kind of
be-
people are threatening him, you reckon? Yeah.
I don't know. But how is he gonna know? It's like going to be anonymous people, right? No one's not going to.
Yeah, but generally,
I
like,
live
what-
at so
what-
and so address, and I'm threatening you with death.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
alright, so
pussy
why
hoes
are
do, man.
they?
Man are just going to do. People are going to use a burner account to put death
No,
threats.
okay,
or
I get that. I get the fucking
knock
that
on your
part.
door and run
But
away like bitches.
I get that part, but I'm saying, like, generally, all right. So why would they be threatening him? Because he put out a video about someone being racist towards a child. Why is that? Why would people threaten him for that? That's
Well,
what I'm trying
because
to
God
it's
get.
knows,
tit
man.
for tat. It's tit for
Because
tat. It's gone
yeah.
too far.
But is it tit for tat? It's not tit for tat though, because all he did.
We
It's the right
explained
thing.
the other night, Veli, about that
No,
other
but it's not
case.
tit for tat. It's not tit
It
for tat
is. That's
because
the
this case
game
has
they're
nothing.
all playing, and
This
it's
case,
wrong.
this case has nothing to do with the other case. That's an
It
infamous
does,
that the guys are
no,
trying to run with.
not in legal
This case has
terms.
nothing to
No,
do with the other case.
yeah,
But he's
not in legal
also,
terms.
wait, hold
But
on. Yeah, this this case also, like with the guy that's now getting the police, the death threats or whatever. He's the person that did the right thing in the scenario. He didn't attack the woman. He filmed her admitting to the racial abuse and put it out. Literally, that's
Yeah.
all he did. So he definitely doesn't have
So,
deserved
like I
death threats
said,
and all that shit.
legally they're not connected on that platform where they're all getting this like GoFundMe. It is they're all connected because it's like black people have been raising money for that because he was only 17 as well, the 17-year-old that murdered the white 17-year-old. So white people are now collecting money
You
for this
don't know
for this woman.
even that narrative, that narrative. People donate anonymously, innit? So you don't know the ethnicity of the people that's donated to each GoFundMe. So that's why I'm
But
trying to
that's
say.
what's going on. I'm sure Cassie can say that is what's
that's
happening.
what you say. That's what you say is going on.
No,
I don't agree with that.
everyone knows what's going on.
No,
That's what's
not
happening.
everyone. You said that's what's going on since Dave come with that remix and left that on the table for you to
Before
remix with.
Dave came with the remix, I'd been watching Piers
It's been
Morgan.
going on since day one.
He did a good hours show about it. Piers Morgan and some other people who were saying that it's absolutely ridiculous that this, and they had the guy on who owns the platform, and the bloke saying, well, no, everyone has a right to donate to who they want. Yeah, so it's tit for tat. And now that because they're also the family of the white youth that was killed, they're getting death threats. So it doesn't surprise me that this guy is getting death threats.
You know what's
Yeah,
magic?
it's all
Is the
linked.
remixing that happens along the thing, because now the
No, they're
Carmelo
trying
Anthony
to say
GoFundMe
no. What
death to the wait, listen. Now, because remember, I said they've put this remix on the table. Now Justice has tried to add the next remix in. Now, so he's not talking about the guy in the 17-year-old thing. He's talking about Carmelo Anthony now. So now any fucking black person that raises a GoFundMe is at fault for Shiloh Hendrix raising money now. This is bollocks, mate.
No,
This-
no,
that's what I'm trying to say.
look,
It's a
you've
fucking
got to
remix of
understand
remix
that
of
look,
remixes.
it all goes back to Black Lives Matter, right? When
Oh,
they
for
did
fuck's sake.
that,
Black Lives Matter's at fault now,
they
yeah?
did that, right, for that murdering piece of scum, right? When they did what they did over him, people have now thought, well, hang on, we've had enough of this. And that's what's going on. It's tit for tat. Well, you can raise money for another
Sounds like
murderer.
bollocks.
We're going to raise money for this woman. Yeah, we're going to raise as much as we can. And that's what's happened.
Sounds like bollocks, man. It's
There
not,
is a
not that it
direct
sounds like bollocks.
correlation.
It actually is 100% rat's ass.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that
not, Gunny.
fucking-
You need to go and research it.
You're basically saying that because Carmelo Anthony had someone on his GoFundMe saying "death to the white man" or something like that, now everyone is donating to Shiloh Hendricks.
No,
Because that's
I'm
where
saying
racial
Black Lives
tensions are in
Matter.
America.
And no, it began with Black Lives Matter and George Floyd, right? What happened over that, and ever since that, it's been building and building, and now the far right are not having it anymore, and that's what it's become. It's all right. You want to raise money for this
Bollocks.
youth that killed this other youth? We're going to raise money for this woman that called the little 5-year-old what she called her.
That's
Yeah.
100% bullshit.
No, it's not.
There's no way that I'm ever going to accept that. As
I
an
can't
excuse
believe-
for why
I
There's
people
a
can't
are
believe
direct
raising money for one or the
correlation
other.
to it, Belly.
There's no fucking correlation to none
There
of it
is
because like,
though. There is. Do you know
why
they?
there's listen. None of the incidents have any fucking
No,
relation
they
to
don't.
each other.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
The only
wait,
thing.
hold on. Let me finish. Yeah. None of the incidents have correlation to each other.
Mm.
Yeah.
They
People are
do, though.
donating. They don't know. So how does the Carmelo incident have correlation to the 17-year-old kid getting stabbed to the Shiloh Hendricks racially abusing the child?
Because racial tensions are very high right now in America, and it kicked it off.
Yeah,
But that's not-
especially as a
Listen to what I said.
person.
Listen to what I said. No. Listen to what I said. Because you don't keep giving weak excuses. And I'm not accepting no
But
weak
you need
excuses.
to
You have
go and
give
research
factual-
it, Belly.
This is not. But I've researched and none of that
No, you
correlates. It's only correlate. It only correlates. You literally come up with this excuse yesterday when Dave come
No,
on
I'd
Wednesday
already
when
been
Dave come up with
thinking
it.
that. I knew it anyway.
No, you never. You never. You
Yes,
know,
I did.
no one. Listen, no one said that at the time. You see, when Banksy done his live stream celebrating
I
the kid
already
getting racially
knew. I
abused.
knew then because I'd
When
already
Banksy
watched
done his live
Piers
stream
Morgan.
shouting about the kid getting racially abused, how happy he was for this kid to
Well, I
get
don't know.
racially
No, there's
abused.
nothing
Yeah.
to be happy about. No.
When Banksy was doing his stream, yeah, not one time in that stream did anyone join the panel, yeah. Did anyone join the panel and say, "Oh, do you know what? Yeah, because people are raising money for someone." So literally, Dave come up with that from whatever streams that he's been watching.
No, he
And then now
didn't.
you not
No,
running
he
with that.
didn't.
Yes,
No,
he
he
did.
didn't.
Dave,
Okay, so how
so why didn't you wait? Why did none of you say this before Dave said it? Then?
Well, because it's a very touchy subject, isn't it?
Huh?
It's a very.
So wait, you
very
waited till Dave
touchy
said it, and then
subject.
it's okay if you used to say it. Then
No, I was watching and I heard Dave say it and I heard you disagreeing with Dave again. And I thought, well, I'll go on and say what I've heard as well.
Yeah,
Even
same.
Piers Morgan is questioning what the hell is going on. Why are people donating to a racist woman? And why are people donating to a man that stabbed another man? Why are they doing that? What's going on?
Yeah, but he's not trying to
this-
draw a
that
correlation
question-
between the two things.
exactly.
He is.
This
But
thing-
there are
it's not
other
a correlation.
correlations.
It's you
I
guys
just now
are
watched
making this
it.
correlation. You guys are making the correlation. Like you just coming with these fucking weird remixes.
Can't you
for no
see
reason.
who?
Like,
Oh,
there's
wait a
literally
minute.
no
Can't you
correlation
see?
between people donating to Carmelo
Belly,
Anthony
can you
or
not
the
see
other guy
who's donating
and
to
Shiloh
this white
Hendricks thing?
woman? Can you not
Who's
see
donating to
who's
it then?
donating
Who?
to the white woman then?
Who's donating to it? Who's donating to
Who
it?
do you
Racist-
think would be
racists.
donating
Who?
to a white woman?
Racists.
Well, let us see in it because, like, as far as you're saying, then you've done research into the people that's donating, and you can correlate that they must be white supremacists that are angry at any black person raising money for being in the wrong.
All of a sudden, the term that's been used over here for months is now being used in America. They are fed
Oh.
up and sick of what they refer to, the Americans are now referring to, as two-tier policing.
Yes.
Oh, fuck off.
But
There ain't no
how? But
two-tier
wait,
police.
how is it
No,
two-tier
no, no, no,
policing?
no,
It's
no.
not
There's
illegal
no
to
way
say the
that,
N-word.
listen, none
She
of
never
you
got
guys
arrested for
are
saying the
gonna,
N-word.
listen. There's no way that you lot are gonna be running this two-tier policing bullshit
What did I
over
see?
to
You
America.
don't
Like,
listen to
this is
what people
two-tier
say.
policing don't happen in the UK, let alone in fucking
What
America,
did I
that the
just
way that
say?
you
You see,
guys
you
are
don't
explaining
listen.
it.
You don't listen, Belly.
You
I
just said,
said
listen,
in
you said, yeah,
America,
you said
they've
in
now
America they're
picked up.
running with
Yeah,
arguments that
yeah,
were
they
mentioned
are.
in the
Yeah,
UK, two-tier
yeah,
policing. And I'm
yeah.
saying two-tier policing don't exist. So what are you talking about?
Well, I think you'll find it does.
Wendy, if Americans are complaining about two-tier policing, why would they complain about black people when they can freely racially abuse them?
No,
Wait. Can I
the
just say?
boy that
Can I just
stabbed
finish my point?
the
Can I just finish?
17-year-old.
Finish
Wait a
my
minute,
point?
Khan.
I'm just
Khan,
asking you a
no, wait a
question.
minute. The
I'm
boy
asking
that
you.
stabbed
You
the
haven't heard my question.
17-year-old, they raised $1 million and got that little freak
For him,
bail. They got
One
him
minute.
bail.
We'll come to that. But what I'm saying to you,
It's like
how is
like all you care
Wendy,
about is the white woman and her racism.
One
That's
sec,
all you
Wendy.
care
We got
about.
all day. Just relax.
And this
I'm
is
saying to
why
you,
it's happening.
how is there a two-tier law system when
Mm.
you can't say anything about the small hat brigades? You can't say anything about the J people. You'll literally get kicked out the country for saying that you're
because there's laws in place.
pro-Palestinian.
Hang on, there's laws in place for that.
But wait,
There's
a
laws
woman in
in
the
place
park.
for that.
But a woman in the park can call a little baby the N-word and nothing happened to her.
Yeah,
So if they're
and
complaining about
a black kid, kid
Yeah,
can
two-tier
murder a
policing
white
literally the
kid.
opposite
If
way
they're
round, man.
complaining
That's
about
crazy.
No.
two-tier
A
policing,
What
black
do you mean?
kid can
He's in court.
murder a white kid and walk
And he's
out
going
on $1
court.
he's being
million
prosecuted.
bail bond.
But
That's
he's
not
being
being
that's not
raised
leaving.
for him.
Which they lowered
Bail
to
doesn't.
$250,000.
Yeah, but bail
Exactly.
The judge
doesn't mean
lowered
that.
it.
Listen, this is why you lot are actually being silly, yeah, and it's actually really annoying. It's like you're really trying to make a comparison between someone that's on bail and someone that hasn't even been arrested, and make like there's some correlation.
I know,
and that
we're
can
not.
equals.
We're not.
Wait.
I've watched all the news in America.
Wait.
No, you ain't been.
Like,
You ain't done your research.
like that correlates between the two-tier policing
You're not
argument.
getting it.
that
You're just not getting it.
Stop speaking over me, man, because it's really annoying, isn't it, when I'm trying to explain a point, yeah,
Sorry.
and you lot keep cutting into it. Like, I'll allow it, yeah. Let me try and get to the end, and I'll let you get to the end as well. Right? So, the two-tier policing remix argument that's being brought up right now is wild. Like, the guy is on bail pending trial or whatever, and people have raised funds for his bail. I mean, for him to be
his legal fees.
Yeah, for his legal fees, or for him to get bailed or whatever. But he's still got to go court and find out whether he's guilty or not. The other lady ain't even got a court date or whatever. We don't even know if it's even being investigated. They're just saying they're investigating it. Like, what more investigation does there need to be carried out of this person racially abusing a child and not getting no flipping there's
Well,
no
then the dad
consequences
should be pressing
to what it was.
charges.
Yeah, why
People have
isn't the
pressed charges.
father of the child pressing charges against that woman?
How do you know he hasn't pressed charges?
Well, I
How
hope
do
he
you know
Well,
he
I
did that?
don't know.
Is it?
I
What's
hope
your dad's
he
name?
has.
If there's an open
What's
crime,
your dad's
why do
name?
you need to press charges? Police can take up that case on their own. Crown prosecution can prosecute you in England without anyone pressing charges.
But you were talking about
We're
America.
talking about America.
I'm just saying, yeah, so it's the same thing, isn't it? Why
No.
is
Yeah,
it
let
No,
me read
it's
this out
not.
about two-tier policing that people were trying to remix or whatever. Where is it? It's
You've got to
page
remember the
30.
Americans' First Amendment,
sec.
freedom of
Wendy,
speech.
can
Wait,
I ask you a question?
Khan. The First
No,
Amendment, freedom of speech. You'd be very
All right,
lucky,
let's
yeah?
just try and answer each other's questions rather than like making grandstand speeches, isn't it? Like my
Yeah, but you're
question
not
to you,
getting
Wendy,
it. Yeah, but you're just not getting
I'm
it.
getting it. I am getting it. What I'm saying to you is this, yeah. Do you think indoctrinating a child into racism is a form of child abuse?
Who's indoctrinated a child?
Calling another child the N-word whilst your child is there, teaching your child it's okay to racially abuse people. You're indoctrinating, as a parent, you're indoctrinating your child into being racially abusive, are you not?
Well, that's up to the parent, isn't it?
Right, but should it be like something that social services will look into?
No.
So if you came to my house and I'm sitting here and I'm saying to my kid, Ahmed, look at the telly, look at that yeah? And you're sitting there thinking, wow, you're teaching your child to hate black people.
Yeah,
And then
well,
you went and
only a
told social,
fool,
and then
only
you
a
went and told,
fool.
wait, Wendy, and you went and told social services, let's say, right? Because I pissed you off or whatever. You was like, fuck him. I'm going to tell social services what he does in his ass. You telling me they wouldn't carry out an investigation about that?
Yes, they would if the parent makes a complaint.
So why should it be different in America then?
Because they've got the First Amendment, freedom of speech, no matter
The
what.
Constitution is different.
But I'm saying you can't say anything about the J people without getting deported. So how
Well,
is
because
that?
there's laws, there are laws, right, to protect what you call the J people.
But there's no laws to protect black people.
Yeah, there is. There's
There
laws to
are
protect
laws.
everyone. But,
You're
you know,
talking-
there's
Can't-
special
can't-
laws for the J people.
Can't you
Why is there?
referring
Why is there?
Well,
you referring
because they've been hated through millennium, you know, for
They've been
thousands
hated
of
more
years.
than black people, have they?
Yeah.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they have.
No, how
No,
have
they haven't.
How have they?
Oh, so
No, they
11
haven't. Black
million
people
of
were
them,
slaves in America.
hang on, wait a minute.
Black
So
people were
the
slaves in the
Holocaust didn't
United
happen.
States of America. Behave yourself, man. Jews weren't slaves in America or whatever. They've been abused and
If
racially
you were
abused and
black
whatever in
and
America
you
or
were
whatever.
Jewish,
Now
if
this
you were
is
black,
two-tier. This is getting two-tier now.
if you were
Rebel,
black
man.
and you were Jewish, you know, you double whammy. You know, they probably put you in the gas oven fucking twice.
All right, man. But I'm saying, yeah, trying to say that Jewish people have been mistreated more than black Americans is a wild claim, man.
Well, not as many. Well, you know, another thing you got to remember. You know, you go on about the transatlantic slave trade. There wasn't as you know. There was more Jews killed in the Holocaust than there was in the transatlantic slave trade.
What? Are you
No
okay?
way. No way.
Yeah.
Oh my
Your
God.
maths is well out.
You need to do some research, man.
I've
no,
done
no,
my
no,
research.
man.
That's how I know it.
What sort
Yeah.
of education that you've done for you to
I've
even make
done
such
my
statements?
research. That's how I know
There
it.
was maximum 6 million people killed in the Holocaust or whatever.
No,
like there's
no.
fucking over 6 million
What do
people
you mean?
killed.
That's the number, Wendy.
So what?
No,
so how
it's
much
not.
people was
It's
killed in the
11
Holocaust then?
million.
11 million
11 million.
Jews got killed.
From 1933, not 39, from 1933 to
1933 to
1945.
okay, so 1933 to 1945 or fucking is it
400
18 something
years.
till 1920 or something like that? Was that proper
No,
official
I'm on
ending of
about
slavery?
the
Like,
men.
what are you talking about,
I'm
man?
on
It's
about the
400
men,
years
women, and
of
children
people
that were put
getting
on the ships. I'm not on
abused,
about
killed,
what happened in
worked to death.
America.
But that's part of the slave trade, man. That's part of the transatlantic slave trade. Where do you think they was going to? They were sending them to America. They were sending them to the Caribbean. They were sending them to South America. Some people even went to Europe.
How many genocides have
God
been
damn.
committed in Africa? There's been more genocides in Africa, right?
What's your name?
By who?
Who are you? Do I know you?
You know what's funny as well, yeah? That you guys say this, you guys say Africa like it's England, isn't it? Africa's a continent. That's like the whole of Europe. Like,
Yeah.
So when the French and the English had a war or whatever, any sort of battles or whatever, did we just say that? Well, it's just it just happened in Europe, innit? It's just Europe versus Europe.
Yeah,
It's
but
white
the
versus
fact
white or
is in
whatever.
Africa.
No one says that, right? When it was World War II, people make distinctions between the sides. Any sort of wars that happen in Africa, you're like, oh, why it's Africa?
Hang
Why
on.
what happened in
Well,
Africa? It's
didn't
the
you watch
Africans.
Didn't you watch the VE celebrations yesterday? There was many fucking Africans marching in as soldiers. What are you on about?
I was in the pub with the VE gang. Yeah, you man was online chatting about Veli.
No, I weren't
So-
online. I was not online.
Yeah, around flipping Jupiter's yard, chatting about oh
I was not online.
Veli. I hate Veli. Veli's black. So is my husband, but I still hate black people. What the fuck's going on? Confusion Street.
Well, good for you if you were in the
Wendy,
pub
I've
with
just
the
had a
VE
quick. I've had a
section.
quick Google.
I was in the
Apparently,
fucking pub, mate.
King Leopold himself was responsible for the death of 13 million people, and that's just King Leopold.
King Leopold.
So I would say that like the number is much higher on
Hang
this
on,
side.
wait a minute. Where does King Leopold come from?
Belgium.
From Belgium.
Exactly. So I said, what did I say?
It's part of the
Transatlantic. So that's that's like the
Belgium was
the American one, isn't it?
in the
Yeah.
Congo. The people who killed them in the Congo.
They had a fucking colony in Congo, man.
That comes under transatlantic. I don't know why you're arguing, Wendy. King Leopold's responsible for the death of 13 million Africans.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so that number automatically
Well, that's
trumps
not America, though,
the
is
11
it?
million. But that trumps
That's
11
not
million.
America, is it?
But Wendy,
No,
that
that's part of the
trumps 11
transatlantic
million.
slave trade. You listen. You can't separate. Now you're saying you only want to include America or whatever. That's not what you made the comparison, right? You made a comparison between the transatlantic slave trade and the Holocaust.
Yeah.
All of that's part of the fucking slave trade, man.
Well, that's why it's. Well, wait a minute. Let me just get it right. So the Jewish people, they are protected because they have been murdered. They've been chased out of countries. They are absolutely hated by different people, and that's why.
Persecuted. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're protected. And
Yeah,
if you
but
do, if you do anti-Semitic things, you will end up being deported or locked up. It's as simple
But
as
Wendy,
that.
why isn't the protection?
So wait,
like
hold on.
normal level?
So if Shiloh Hendricks was being anti-Semitic to a 5-year-old Jewish kid, yeah, or whatever, do you think she would have raised 5 million, or she would have raised say £1 million
No
or
chance.
close to £1 million or whatever?
Never.
I think she'd have raised more.
No way.
She would have raised funds.
Fuck
She would
Yeah,
have got banged. She would
yeah,
have got
she'd
banged
have
out. She'd have
raised
been in
more.
prison.
You are
Black
so
and Jewish-
dishonest.
Black
You're
Jewish
literally so
double whammy.
dishonest.
Yeah. I'm not
Dude,
being
that's
dishonest. I'm
so
telling the
dishonest.
truth.
That is extremely dishonest. You
If
know
that
for a
little
fact,
boy-
yeah,
if that little
Shiloh
boy had
Hendricks
been
would have been
Jewish-
cancelled.
No,
Shiloh Hendricks would have been cancelled. There's no way
The
she would have
Jewish
been able to raise
community
money
would have
if it was
rallied
a Jewish
around
kid.
that child.
So what does that mean, though?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
If that little boy was Jewish and she said anti-Semitic remarks to him, every Jew would rally around that little child. As
So
they
Shiloh
should.
Hendricks wouldn't have raised the money. So you're saying Shiloh Hendricks wouldn't have raised the money that she raised if she did be anti-Semitic to a Jewish kid?
No, she would have still raised funds.
Yeah, they still would have raised the funds, but then it would have been like them raising funds.
So would
for
she
her,
have raised as much
and then
funds
raising, and then the
raised
Jewish
to her
people
profile
would have been
as
raising
much?
funds for the little boy.
Oh no, man! You not
No,
too
she wouldn't
dishonest,
have.
man.
No, she wouldn't have. No, she wouldn't have.
No way! You would have got cancelled, man. Come on,
She
you gotta
wouldn't
be
either.
serious, man.
I can.
She would not. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. She would not. This would not have been a reaction back. This would not have been, if it was for a Jewish child, there would have been no GoFundMe. And I'm not here to talk
I don't
about
know. I don't
I
know.
know
the
Gibbs
Jew
said
thing,
go.
right? I'm not here to talk about that, but it was just what I caught Dave Ellie saying, and he's right, because there would have been no GoFundMe. There would have been no GoFundMe if that had been
Okay.
said to a Jewish kid.
I
We all
don't
know that.
think so.
It wouldn't have been,
So
wouldn't have
Cam,
been that, right?
do you understand? Forget the Jewish thing. Do you understand what's going on with the tit for tat with these GoFundMes? Not a crime.
No. That's why I said. That's why I said it wouldn't have happened if the child was Jewish.
Right, but do you understand what's happening
Of
now?
course I understand.
Yeah,
Of course
right.
I
But
understand.
Belly,
Of course
Belly
I
doesn't.
understand.
I don't know why.
No, I disagree. Not that I don't understand. I think you don't understand, and I disagree with that point.
Woo!
What are you talking about?
Cam,
Well,
do you think that this
I
current
just jumped on. I just
racism
jumped
that we're
on.
looking at, Cam, do you think that this current racism?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just quite curious, because it's just while I mean, like, I just want to finish, like, because I'm listening.
Go on. No, we want to listen to
I'm
you.
quite curious. I'm quite curious, Can, right? Because no,
Yeah.
I'm not talking to Belly, yeah. I'm talking to you, Can, right? Because again, you kind of represent, right? Like, every time I do hear you, it's quite hilarious. But anyway, you do you because I could never do it right now, and I know Jupiter. And do not get me wrong, please don't interrupt me either, right? I am not picking up her. I know that woman, right, puts herself into a lot of black situations, right? Where it's like, woman, you're white. You couldn't. I know you have like fucking mixed race kids. They could do it, not you. But again, that's all. But you do it too, Can. You do
What do I
quite a
do?
lot
What
to
do I do?
love, right? So, but you're
What
not
do I
black
do?
either.
Stick up for black people.
No. I'm not talking about that. You act
Well,
as if you are. That's what I'm talking about.
well,
You,
the
and
thing is,
then
I
the
don't know.
fucking
I
funny
don't
thing
know.
is,
Thingy,
the
Cam. I don't
funny
know if you
thing
know
is,
any. 1 minute, Cam. I don't know if you know any like ultra racist far right people, right? But they don't
can't
count
go there.
Turks. They don't count Turks as European or white. They count them as Mongoloid or Asian. So for example, the Russian racists, any like Asian people that live in Russia who ain't European, namely like the Turkic countries.
Yeah, but you're not
like
black, are you?
Turkmenistan.
Let's be honest. I mean,
No, but it still comes under ethnic minority.
Yeah, but you see that is a bit of a like one. It's like because you're not in Europe, but yet you're not in Asia. So you know what I mean. You're kind of in
No, but I'm
between.
saying, but what I'm trying to show you is that me personally, I do have a black great grandmother, right?
Oh, stop it, Can.
No, but
Stop it. Hey,
wait.
no.
In
Look,
America,
that's like a plastic party turning around and
Let me
saying,
just
my
land my
great,
point.
great, great, great
Let me
granddaddy
land my
was
point.
Irish. I don't really give a
Let me
shit.
land my
You're
point.
not Irish, though.
No, but you can't say
You're
that
not
because
Irish
someone.
and you're
No,
not
but
black,
wait,
Can,
Cam,
love.
you can't say that because
Can,
someone with an
you
Irish
pass more
grandparent.
white than I would.
Wait.
You
Cam,
pass
is
for
someone
more white
wait?
than I
Can I
would
just
in
not
my
speak?
thing.
Can I just not speak? Cam, what I'm
No,
saying
you
to you is,
interrupted me. I asked you to let me finish speaking, and then you fucking interrupted
I
with
was in
that
the middle
bullshit
of saying.
of,
I was in the
of
middle of
you in
saying
between
something.
fucking with
Can
super
I just?
fucking racist Russians. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What's that got
You're
to do with
saying
anything?
no, but you're saying grandparents don't count. But I'm saying if I had an Irish grandparent, I'd automatically get an Irish passport.
no, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes,
No,
you
you
do.
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
No,
Yes,
you
you
wouldn't.
do. Yes, you do.
The point is that you ain't black, right? And that's gone off on another thing. But like, now
All right, I'm not
you're
black.
banging on, right? And Billy was correct about that, right? If it was a Jewish child, there would be no fucking GoFundMe. That woman would not have got a fucking cent. That woman, we know for a fact, would have been done for hate speech, ASAP, done, bish bash bosh, bitch would have been gone. Right? It's as simple as that. It would not be what is going on here. This, and we can all admit it, is in retaliation to that white child being stabbed in the fucking head, and then him getting 600 grand and going to buy himself a mansion. That is what that is in retaliation for. Whether you like it or not, and I did tell you this, people are getting sick. If you keep calling
Yeah, I
people
spoke to
something
American
over
today,
and over,
yeah.
then they're going to
I
end up
spoke to
being that.
American about this today, yeah. And he said, he was saying to me, yeah, that the dude comes from an affluent area already, upper middle class area in Texas or whatever. And he's in Texas himself, innit? They've raised money for his defense and all this sort of stuff there. So the stories about him buying a mansion, yeah, the stories about him buying a mansion and all that sort of stuff there, you'd have to confirm whether that's true or not. It's not looking. That's looking like the.
No,
that's
he's
looking
got
like-
his
yeah,
money
but
taken back though.
They've
The GoFundMe
relocated.
was rejected
it's looking like
because he
God.
bought because there was an
Find the
uproar over it.
GoFundMe that he spent the money on buying a mansion, and then that's what I want to see. Well done, brother.
He
I wanna
put
see
the
that story.
fucking picture up of what he bought, 400 grand. He spent
What? You put the
400
what?
grand out of money on a fucking house. That's not for your solicitor. I'm sorry. And again, you can't plead self-defense. If you went up and started a fucking fight with me and I boxed you in the face, Belly, and I knocked you out, and you got that upset that and now, which means you already premeditated this shit, because as I know, if you bring a fucking knife with you, you best be prepared to use it, or it will be used on you. If you take it out and don't use it, it'll be used on you. 8 out of 10 people are stabbed with their own fucking knives. So he was prepared to use that. He got decked, got up, went to his fucking bag, took the fucking knife out, stabbed him in the heart. After coming he got into the car, drove back up to him. So don't tell me this was self-defense. He had ample time to
No,
No
walk
one
a
never said
fucking
anything
way.
about no
Just walk away.
self-defense,
They're not
or
sticking
and then
up
if
for
it's
killers,
wait,
man.
hold on. No one ever made a legal argument for the guy or none of that stuff here. Like, so no one's not trying to make no
Nobody.
arguments to say
What are you
whether the
talking
guy
about?
He
You
was
was
had
already in
self-defense or
fucking
not.
trouble
Quincy
at
Morris
school
on
for
saying
bringing a knife.
No one never,
self-defense.
literally, no one has said that this guy should be fucking, or his case is definitely self-defense or whatever. They're saying that's what he's trying to run with for his defense as self-defense.
Well, I
Not
can't.
that
Well, we'll agree
yes,
on
it's
that then
definitely
because
self-defense.
you had fucking Morris on here that was running with it, saying that it was in self-defense. It
Yeah,
was not
yeah.
self-defense. When you get decked and you
That
get up
he's
off that
trying
ground,
to
fearing
Morris
and
never
fight with
said
your
that.
saying
fucking
that
hands,
Morris said
but
he's
don't
not
go
a
he
into
said
the
he's
murderer.
car
trying
He
to
and
hasn't
run
let
with
been
your father
convicted.
then stab somebody.
No,
said that
Morris
he's
never
trying to
said
run
that.
with
That's a pussy
self-defense.
mule. That's
No,
a
what he
pussy
said, yeah,
mule.
is that what he said is that they're trying that the youth is going to run with self-defense as his defense in court or whatever. Whether he's going to be able to get through with that or not is a whole nother matter, depending on the legal proceedings and even what
He
actually
was
happened in the
already
scenario.
in trouble at school for bringing a knife prior to this incident.
Yes,
No
in
one ain't sticking up for
February.
that kid. I don't understand. Like, when we ain't
I'm
sticking
not
up for
sticking
him.
up for no
And
murderer.
again, yeah, even all the points that you're making there, yeah, none of that correlates with, oh, this guy, people raise money for this kid, and then now they want to raise money for this other kid. Like, let's just
Yes,
You
because
just
pick a
don't
racial
side
see
on
it.
this
tensions
or
are
just your own
high.
opinions. So what if racial tensions are high? It don't mean that we have to donate to racists or murderers.
No, you're right. And but again, that goes on both fucking ends. A
Yeah.
child was stabbed in the fucking heart because he defended himself. He punched the aggressor, and the little pussy-o aggressor got up, went to
And
his
got his
fucking
knife.
car and bag and got a
Yeah.
knife and stabbed
Now
him in the
you're running
chest.
a legal
Are you telling
argument
me
for what
that you'd be
happened, yeah?
happy? Would you be
You're
happy
running a
if
legal
that's
argument for
what
what
happened to your
happened
child?
as
Get the
a...
fuck out of here.
Listen,
Get
you're
I
running a
would
legal
run
argument.
through
This way
cunts
it
for
is,
that shit.
you guys keep running this argument for what
It's a
happened
straw
with
man
the thing
argument.
as a
It's
straw
not a
man
straw
for
man argument.
let me
Is
finish,
no one
man.
sticking up
It's
for a
a straw
killer?
man argument because no one's saying
Who's
that the
sticking up
youth was
for
in
a
the right
killer?
or
No
anyone should have
one.
donated to him. Yeah, the only point that we're making is that there's no correlation between the two donations. People have
But there
decided to
is.
donate to one thing,
Oh,
and
And
people
we're
have
telling you,
decided to
though, there
donate to
is,
the other
though,
thing.
Belly. We're
So
telling you there is.
listen, you just telling
You
me doesn't
can
mean nothing,
see
innit?
it. You, for
What you have
whatever
to do is
reason, you
show
don't want to
evidence.
see it. But I'm telling
No,
you,
show
it
evidence.
is. There's
Yes, yeah,
no
you can say
evidence,
it is.
no
All you have to
evidence
do
on
is show
you for
evidence that
you.
correlates.
No, there's no. It's right there in front of your face.
There ain't.
It's right
There ain't no
there in
evidence.
front of your face,
What's
and
the evidence that
you're
correlates it
refusing
then?
to believe it.
They might not
What's the
correlate on
evidence that
paper.
correlates it then? What
They
is the
might not
evidence that
correlate on,
correlates it?
they might not correlate on paper, but people are correlating them both together, right?
That's the point that I'm making, right? Man, people can make their own opinions as correlation, but stating that as raw, this is fact, it's definitely this and it's definitely that. Well, I'm going to disagree with that because there ain't no facts
If you're
that shows
agreeing
that it's
that
definitely this or
racist
that.
people are supporting a racist woman, then why do they need any kind of a correlation?
I don't
Why
think
can't
they're
they just
racist.
be?
I think they're
But
Well,
just
can I
people
apparently,
ask?
who are
but
fed up
Can I ask
Andy,
what
of
about
it.
the Christians?
apparently a lot of the
Can I ask about
donators
the
put
black
racist
Christians in
comments down.
Africa being killed? Can I ask about them? Like, do you not care about them? Like, because
Yeah, of
it
course.
seems like you only cherry pick out of certain countries. So in Ghana, Nigeria, right, and other
Cam,
fucking parts of Africa,
Cam,
Christians are being
Cam.
massacred on a daily
Did you watch
basis.
the Piers?
And
Did you
these are
watch the
black
Piers?
Christians. These
Listen,
are
let's
black
stick to the point.
Christians.
Let's stick
Stop
to the
talking
point.
while I'm talking, Can.
Yeah, because
You
you're
low
changing the
impulse cunt.
subject.
Stop
You're
talking while I'm
changing the subject.
talking.
Don't listen.
You're fucking low. This is why I came on. I didn't come on to talk about your
I know.
bullshit. And that's what I said to
I
you.
know, but we don't want to hear
Right?
about
That's what I said
your
to you.
other people.
So I'm asking Veli. I'm not asking you because you're not black, are you? I'm asking Veli. And that's what I said to you. You don't listen. You only surface level fucking listen. So which shows me your fucking IQ and your attention span.
You're being
Stop
silly
for a
now.
fucking minute, will you?
I don't think you can
So
compare your
again, Belly,
IQ
I'm
with mine.
asking
I
you,
think you're
Belly,
being
I'm
silly.
asking you, there is black Christians being massacred on a daily basis in Africa, and yet
Yeah.
not one of you bring light to it. Why? Why? And it's not by Mawai'i, it's by other blacks, but they're Muslims. So I'm asking you, why is that not highlighted
Where? What country are you talking about?
in Ghana and Nigeria? Just to name it two.
So in Ghana and Nigeria right now,
Yeah.
you're saying that we should be
Yeah.
worried about
Yes.
violence there.
Put it in. Type it in,
So
or do you want me to? Or do you want me to get you a Christian one?
Wait. How is there more people dying in Nigeria than Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Sudan right now?
Well, you
Explain
don't
that.
care about them
What the
either.
fuck
You
No,
don't
I'm
bring
saying,
them up neither.
why is Cam coming on here telling us about Nigerians and
Hey guys,
Ghanaians when
listen,
nothing
I'm
ain't
gonna
going
add
on
AO.
there?
I'm gonna add AO and jump off here, so you lot can speak as well, innit? Yeah, cause you get a new voice on.
Let me just quickly ask Cam a question though. Cam, are you there?
No, I'm not. I'm not talking to you, Can. Before Velly goes, because again, look, you did Dave's Velly gone. You see again, and that's what I'm saying. You jump
All right, I'll
in,
just wait till you go and then I'll talk
speaking
to
on
Wendy.
behalf of black people, and you're not. Are you from Eritrea? Are you from Ethiopia? Have you got any of that in you? No.
Yes, I have.
So
My grandmother
shut
was
up, man,
Ethiopian.
please.
My
Oh
grandmother
no,
was
she got your thing
Ethiopian.
to say.
My
Wish up,
grandmother's
please.
Ethiopian. My grandmother's Ethiopian. I care about
Fuck off.
Ethiopians.
Fuck off,
I'm telling
Can.
you. What do you
Fuck
mean?
off.
What are you on about? Why would I pretend about that?
Well, anyway,
You
I
never
just
Is it a
want to
mentioned it
say,
flex? Is
before.
that something to show off about having an
You
yeah,
Ethiopian
never mentioned
grandmother?
it before.
I just want to say to Cam, I've never ever been so proud of the Irish in my life as I am right
There we
now.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I have to say, I'm
Closing
quite
ranks.
proud of the people
Yeah,
myself.
when I see what's going on and what that, you know what I'm talking about, Cam. I
Yeah,
am
we all
so
know. We all
proud
know.
of them. Yeah,
Yeah. Tommy Robinson was over there, wasn't he?
it's
Supporting
got
it.
nothing to do with Tommy Robinson.
What
It's the
He was
ordinary
supporting. He was
Irish
supporting
people.
him.
Tommy
He was
Robinson
supporting him.
again. Listen, you see this bullshit. Like you keep using him as a weapon.
Yeah.
It's like this
Am I lying? Was he not in Ireland? Was he not there?
He had listen. His man there are Irish, so he can come here any fucking time he wants to. Anytime he
But I'm
wants
saying,
to.
what was he doing there though? What was he doing there?
I don't. What do you think he was doing here?
What's
He
Conor
was
McGregor doing
highlighting.
now?
He
What's
was
Conor McGregor doing?
highlighting the. If you shut up, man, I will tell you. He was here to highlight Ireland's issues. That's what he was here for.
The same issues Wendy's talking about, right?
Hang on,
Cam.
but the
Same as what?
ordinary Irish people,
Cam, I said the same
right?
issues
No,
that
no,
Wendy's
Con, you
mentioning
got to
now.
listen. The ordinary Irish people are going to great lengths, right? It's absolutely glorious to fucking see. Do you know that?
But Wendy, they're against Ukrainians and you're not.
I don't care. I don't care. Their little country's been taken over, and it is great to
But
see
Wendy,
them.
you're for Ukraine though. You'd fill up
No,
England
I'm
with
not.
Ukrainians
No, I'm
if you
not
could.
for Ukraine. I'm not for any fucking war.
Oh,
But
sorry, I
you
got
know,
it
I
wrong
like the
then.
way the
I got it
Irish are
wrong.
going about it. It's brilliant.
I thought you was pro white Europeans.
No.
Anyway, back to the point. Cam, did you watch the Piers Morgan interview where the white woman was saying she openly uses the N-word? Did you see that one?
No.
I did.
Wendy, you saw it, right?
Mm.
Now
Yeah.
they're blaming their racism as a backlash. They're saying it's a backlash against BLM, right? That's what they
That's
claim.
right.
My
Yeah.
argument is you can't tell Jewish people who want their country, but they don't want it with any Palestinians.
But we're
there,
not
and they're-
talking about Jewish people, are we?
wait. I'm saying they've given Jewish people
Hang
permission
on,
to
but
kick.
we're not talking about Jewish people.
Wait. Let me learn my point. As a far right American, if you're seeing Jewish people get permission to kick out foreigners out of their country, surely you'd use that and say, well, we want to kick the black people out, which is what they're doing.
They can't. What are you on about, Khan? You
I'm
fucking
saying the woman on
confused
that
me.
panel, the woman on the panel saying she wants her country back from black people. She wants to be able to call them the N-word and she wants to be able to live without them around her. And even that Myron Gaines, that Arab guy, he was saying he specifically don't like living around black people because they're criminals.
Right. Yeah, but under their First Amendment,
Mm-hmm.
League,
got
what
a
the
right
fuck
to
you
say
talking about? Just a tiny few in Ireland are unhappy, League. You no longer identify as Irish
she's
because
a
you haven't a
lesbian. Yeah,
fucking
she's
breeze what's
a
going on in
lesbian.
Ireland. You absolute retardo.
Yeah.
You've not got a fucking clue, League. Go check it out. How many people? Only a few. Shut the fuck up, League.
Cam, you're on
It's
this
only
thing,
a
Cam.
few.
Cam, you're on
The
this
videos
importation
I've
thing
been
as well.
seeing, no, it's not only a bloody few. And I
Cam,
hope
are you on
it just,
deported?
I
Are
hope
you on
they
deported
grow
people?
and
It's
grow.
not like
And I
just a
hope they
few
grow and
people.
grow, and
Cam,
Ireland becomes Ireland again.
Cam, you
Yes,
there?
Cam.
Are you on
Yes,
this
Cam.
Are you on this deporting people thing?
So say that again. I honestly
Like, you know,
thought I
like
was what?
they're saying now that certain people should get deported, automatically get deported.
If you are an illegal
Mm.
immigrant
Yeah.
and you touch down on my soil, you should automatically be turned right around, be that boat, be that plane, be that
Alright.
fucking
Okay,
train.
Cam.
Yeah.
All right, that's
Whichever
your
way
country. You're
you
entitled to that, yeah?
illegally,
What,
here's
my
the
question
key
to you,
word,
Cam.
Cam.
Cam,
Illegally.
I hear you.
Here's
I
the
hear
key
you.
word.
I hear you. I
If
heard
you
you. I heard
entered,
you.
you committed a crime, so you should be deported
I heard
ASAP.
you. I heard you. And it's your right to ask for that as an Irish person, right? But I'm saying now, this woman that was on Piers Morgan, she's saying that she wants to start deporting black people out of America. Like any criminals, any anyone who's gone to prison. She's saying if they're black, deport them. Like we don't want them in America no more. They've
Well,
had
but
their,
under
they've
their
had their
First
time.
Amendment, she has
Yeah, but
every right to say that.
I
no,
know, but I'm saying, do
look,
you agree with black people being
no,
deported
no,
out
no,
of America
because
to make
no,
it?
I
No.
don't agree with that
She's
because
saying
in
she wants it to be
America,
white again. She's saying, I want
yeah,
America
but
to be white
yeah,
again.
but did she say okay? Did she make a stupid blank statement and say like all? Because I mean, there's black people there
Yeah,
for
the
centuries,
woman
so
on
you
Piers
can't really
Morgan,
deport
the woman on
them. Like
Piers
where the fuck are
Morgan
they being
literally,
deported to? That is their
yeah.
country.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
are you talking about
She
like
literally said, oh,
only
yeah, she said that.
illegal ones?
No,
Or
She
no.
did
did
not
she?
say all.
She's
She
saying, she
didn't
did.
say
She
all.
said black people. She don't like, and even Myron Gaines said, I don't like living around black people, they're criminals.
Well,
Who's
I
a black
mean, that's
person?
just a stupid statement because she can't do that. Like, even if she fucking wanted to
No.
do that, they can't do that
But
because,
this is the
again,
thing,
as I said,
where's the end? Where does it stop? This whole deporting thing, where does it stop?
yeah,
Well,
but look,
it's
again, as I told you, and I have said this for a couple of years, eventually, my whitey will turn around
yeah.
and embrace what yous are doing and saying to us because with white hate, right? Like white self-guilt and all this bullshit. I am not, and I have never, ever been ashamed that I am white. I am white Irish, and I am 100% proud of where I come from and what I am. I will never, ever have white guilt because me and mine done fucking nothing to nobody.
Right, I agree
In
with
fact,
you,
There you
Cam.
we
But
were
I'm
go.
saying
slaves twice.
if
So
somebody
we're not
has a
going to be fucking,
colony,
us Irish,
but
we're not
Cam,
going to
that's
fucking
different.
take the knee to nobody
But
and
Cam,
say,
that's
yeah,
different. That's
white
different.
guilt and all that shit.
But
No.
Cam, that's different though, because you never had colonies, so you don't owe them nothing.
That's what I'm
But I'm saying
saying. That's what I'm saying. So
England
I
and
have
America
there is
did
no white
though.
guilt for, there is
I
no
hear
white
you.
guilt here.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Cam. But I'm saying England and America, they forego their right because they did have colonies and they still do get money from Africa.
So you're agreeing now with, let me get this straight for Cam, right? You're agreeing that Ireland has the right to deport every illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
If they vote for that,
Yeah.
that's their country. They have the
Yeah.
right to do
No,
that.
I agree with
We
you,
will be
Cam.
voting
No,
for,
I'm
we
100%
will be
agree with
voting
you,
for
Cam. I'm
74%
interested
of
in
Ireland
Khan.
leg.
Yeah.
74% of Ireland leg. Just to let you fucking know, leg, which is only a small percent of Ireland. You ask any Irish person walking the street, you ask even a fucking foreigner in fucking Dublin City, and they'll fucking tell you, everybody, even though we know McGregor has not got one fucking credential to back him, but we'll vote for him. Why? Because we're so sick of the backseat of being second-class citizens again in our own country.
Yeah. I agree.
So, Cam, you know this reputation that Irish people have got for not being racist? Like, I've always said that Irish people ain't racist because there ain't no foreigners in Ireland to be racist to. Like, do you think that's gonna? Do you think now that's gonna change? Do you think that reputation that Irish have?
You see,
Do you think it's gonna go out the window?
Look, you see, the thing is, right, because I never experienced this until I came on, right, onto, especially around Jedis and Raspeks, right? And that's where I first seen Jupiter, right? I'm not seeing her, obviously, it was just our avatar, right? And I'd hear her, and I'm like, I had only heard of white London people. I had never heard of like any coloured person in London. Why? Because my nephews and all like grew up with them and all, right? Why? And it was the same thing. We're immigrants, so we're not fucking English. We're British, right? So I never got any. No, I never got any fucking. Never experienced it like this until I came on these panels.
Cam, I had a friend who came from Ireland, and he said that he's never seen a black person unless it was, the black people on that program Tarzan, where they put the white people in the pots and try and cook them. The cannibals in that old black and white Tarzan film. They
listen,
were the only,
when I tell people
real life story. The guy's never seen a black person in his life, and when he got to London, he was shitting himself because he thought black people were cannibals.
Now, listen, look, again, when you look, right, it'd be like if you go to certain parts of Africa, right, they're gonna have a fucking perception on us Westerners, right? Why? Because that's all you see. If you've never met any of them, you can't then judge for yourself. So again, I experienced that too. Why? Because there was no black people in fucking Ireland, especially in Dublin, especially where I was. There was none, right? There was a small percentage, but you never seen any of them. Right. So again, when I told people over 21 years now that when I was growing up, there was no black people. They were like, "You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. What about Tin Lizzy? What about Tin Lizzy? He was in the 70s before me, and he would have been one. What the fuck are you talking about?"
I'm saying the reason why there's no black people in Ireland is because Irish didn't have any colonies. They didn't have any
the Irish
slaves.
didn't go to Africa
Irish
then.
Didn't have any slaves.
Hang on, the Irish didn't go to Africa then.
They went under the British. They didn't go as islands.
Are you sure of that?
Irish people don't owe anyone anything. They don't owe anyone anything.
On.
But like, I mean, in fairness, like the English weren't the only ones, were they? Like the Portuguese, no offense, Jose, sorry.
Yeah. Do you know how many black people there's in Portugal?
Right?
Loads.
Like, so the English were just the last to do it. Listen, they were just the last to fucking do it. They were the last to do it, and they paid off that debt, like, which nobody seems to acknowledge. Now, again, I'm not giving the English a fucking pass in the slightest because it was nearly 900 years under the bastards. No offense, Wendigo, but it is what it is. Nearly 900 years, right? Like, so again, that's a long time. So, but you don't see us that like, well, like, listen, like England, like, again, there is quite a portion that still hate the English, I'm not going to lie, right? Quite a large portion still do. Because why? It's inherited hatred. It's like, we fucking hate you bastards. You did this to our country. We still haven't recovered from it. We still haven't got the fucking North back. So again, there's a few things there, but again, do I want them annihilated out like that? Like, no, like, it's like, no, I'm not that fucking, like, where it's like, yeah, I want you to have fucking ass like grass altogether, you're gone. They're not the power they were once.
Well, if you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? You want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
That's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. I mean, would you use the N word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do quite frequently.
You use the N word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
If you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendrix is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist?
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendrix? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think You've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist. And you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable. Why would
And the reason why she's entitled
Why
to
have
do
you
it is
stopped it
because
there? Hang on, why have you stopped it there?
I don't know why it stops, but I'm saying the reason why she's entitled to say it is because in America they do have freedom of speech.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So
Can't
she's
stop
entitled.
Can I ask a
She's
question,
entitled to say it. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question if you don't mind?
No, of course.
So, like, would there be outrage? Do you think now? And just like asking, like your perspective on it, you know, like, do you think there would be an outrage if that woman like was like mixed race, Turkish, Cypriot, whatever? No, other than white. Do you think like
No, Cam, I can answer that.
I'm asking you, Cam. Do you think that this like would be such a big ordeal, like if this woman was not white? My point
No,
is.
Cam.
No,
No,
that's.
Cam,
I'm
I
just
don't.
asking you, like your opinion on
No,
it. I'm not asking.
I think the outrage is partly to do with her being white, because white people, especially American white people, have made a country called the United States of America, where black people contributed to that country being made by fighting in the Civil War against the South, where they were promised 40 acres and a mule, and they didn't get nothing.
But what were they fighting for?
They were fighting for freedom from slavery, and the American North promised them if they fought for the North, they would set up a country where black people would be equal.
Well, it was in time.
To say that the American people don't owe black people
nothing.
Who
are they fighting with, though, Cam? Who are they fighting with?
Who are they helping? The Confederates.
Yeah, but what was the South? What was the South? Identify them. What were they?
Americans as well.
No, they were white. This is the point, right? So that's my point there, love. That you're very quick to say, okay, and you admit that it was partially because she's white, and that was my question there. That was my point there. And I said to you, now, Can, your opinion, do you think that if this woman was mixed race or like Iranian, Syrian, Cypriot, Turkish, whatever, do you think there would be much outrage like there is now, or do you think people would say, no, because she's mixed race, or she's from Syria, she's from Turkey, or wherever she's from, that? Do you think
even if she was Irish, there would be less of an outrage than a white supremacist American?
She deserves to have a kid took off her.
Wait. If you're teaching your children racism, I think you need to be investigated. Definitely.
Listen. Look, because I am a white Irish woman, so I can tell you that if that was me in that seat there.
Why are you identifying as white? Why can't you just be Irish?
Why? She is white. Because that's what I am.
Cam, when you call yourself white, you're throwing yourself in with all the other white people.
Oh my God, Cam, don't fall for it.
Because Cam, I'm identifying with this woman here, and I'm saying, and you're saying that even if it was a white Irish woman, and I said I'm a white Irish woman. Yeah. So I'm telling you, because I get called it by my own people. So I know for a fact that if it was me sitting in that chair saying that shit, the outrage would be just as equal. But I asked you honestly, and I said, Can, love, do you think the same outrage would be applied if it was a mixed race, or it was an Indian, or if it was a Turkish, Syrian, whatever?
It wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same.
Okay, thank you. That was all I asked.
But why would it be? But Cam, why would it be the same?
No, because there's the point. There's the point that even though that, look, I'm Irish, it would have nothing to do with me, but because I am white.
You know why that's not right, yeah?
It would be.
Because there was a woman in the UK that was arrested for saying white people ain't this, that, and the other. Literally the other day, all over YouTube. So,
but
the same outrage would have happened. Yeah, the same outrage did happen. People have been doing streams about it. You guys ain't heard about it because you guys only look out for
I've heard about
black
it.
racism or whatever. Like, I mean, like,
I've heard about it.
So you heard about it, yeah? So she got you used to know that she got arrested for racially abusing white people.
Yeah. This guy followed her and had her arrested. Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't she throw food at his white girlfriend? It wasn't only like that she said something, Belly. No, she attacked
but that's
a
what she was
fucking
arrested
woman.
for, though.
Yeah, and hold on, if it was the opposite way around, if it had been a black woman walking with a white man and a white woman came up and literally threw her fucking lunch in the blackboard's face and then start saying that all black people are inferior to white people, sure as fuck she'd be arrested too.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that.
That was the point he was making. He was saying that she wouldn't get arrested or whatever. Or they wouldn't be outraged.
What, you're saying because she'd be white that she wouldn't get arrested?
Or outraged?
Get the fuck. Get the fuck. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. You think a white woman after assaulting a fucking black woman in the middle of fucking London wouldn't and her white fella videotaping it, following her down the fucking street and her saying, yeah, I did do it, and yeah, I do think all black people are that. You genuinely think she wouldn't be arrested? What are you smoking?
The woman wasn't arrested.
I never said she wouldn't be arrested. I said that was the comparison that you made. That there was that other woman. She said that. Wait, hold on. Wait, can't hold on. Hey, I'm gonna add you back in 2 section. Let me just make this point. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you made the point of saying that if it was a wait, listen.
I'm surprised she was arrested. She even fucking said it. Go get the fucking police.
You made a point.
That's how confident she was that she wouldn't be fucking nicked. That's how confident she was.
That was the point you made the point of saying, right, if it was a black or mixed race lady, would it be the same consequences? And
yeah, the big hard woman shit herself then, didn't she? Nah, the big hard woman shit herself then, didn't she? She shit herself then,
listen,
didn't she, when the handcuffs were coming out?
You're not even listening to what I'm saying. This is why you're getting confused, because you're not even listening to what I'm saying. Yo, listen to what I'm saying and then make your argument. You're not listening to what I'm saying. This is why you're getting confused, yeah? And you're making my argument, because that's the point that you made, saying that there wouldn't be outrage if it was a black lady or mixed race lady or so and so on there.
I asked Khan.
Like I said,
I asked Khan. I asked Khan.
Yeah,
and
but
Khan
my
agreed.
argument back was, Khan agreed, but my argument back was that there was a black lady that
a black woman got arrested for assaulting a white woman.
She was arrested.
Will you get the
so she should be. Yeah.
She was arrested for racism as well, though. What are you talking about?
Yes, because she did.
All charges.
So you think that you can't be racist to a white person? Get the fuck out of here!
What are you talking about? Stop trying to remix and make the argument into some new argument, man.
Hold on a minute.
It was you that made the argument that was saying there wouldn't be outrage. I'm showing you a person that got arrested, and now you're outraged.
Your wife is white. If you're walking down London,
you're proving yourself wrong.
Finish, because I can't hear shit.
Listen,
finish, go on.
This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you're making the argument that I'm making, and thinking that you're arguing against me. That's the argument that I'm making. You made the argument saying that if it weren't this race or whatever, there wouldn't be that much outrage or whatever. But it happened the opposite way around, and the person got arrested. He got nicked on the roadside.
No, Veli. White people have been arrested for fucking less. That woman assaulted. That woman actually assaulted. And the fucking EJ, that's the hilarious thing. We're not fucking weave. She couldn't even feel that she had fucking food. All in the back of her fucking hair. But there she is degrading in front of everybody. Degrading his white fucking wife, girlfriend, whatever the fuck she was, partner. And this thing thought was okay. So again, as I said, if it was a white woman doing it to a black woman, she should have and would have been arrested correctly for hate speech and assault.
Yes, you're going against the point that you originally made, though. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say.
The point was, when I asked Han, if that woman was not white, would the outrage for what she was saying be equal?
No, it
wouldn't
wouldn't.
be
Of course it
wouldn't
would.
be equal.
And what you're
Yes, it
saying
would.
now
Yes,
is
it
that
would.
like a
Wait,
black
hold
woman
on.
in
Are you
England
saying
got
that
fucking
some?
done
Wait, wait,
by
wait. Are you
Haitians
trying
on
to
a
say that
stove?
if a black
Who's that
lady
the
went on
same?
Piers? Wait, listen. You're saying that if a black lady went on Piers Morgan's show and said, "Yes, I'm racist to white people and I hate white people," that clip
No, I
wouldn't have
didn't
went
say,
viral.
no,
Also,
no, I
of
didn't
course
say
it would have.
black. No, I didn't say
A
black,
black
did
or a
I?
mixed race, a
No,
black or
I
mixed
asked
any
can,
ethnicity.
I asked
Forget
can
about
a
black
mixed
or whatever.
race
Black,
or from
Indian,
Syria
Chinese,
or
whatever.
from that. I
Someone
didn't
that's not
say
white.
black, did I?
Basically, listen.
No, I didn't.
I'll
You
include
did.
anyone that's not white.
You did.
If anyone that was not white made the same statement as what this lady made, that clip would go viral also.
No.
Cam,
Yes,
when
No,
you
it
said-
wouldn't.
you would play
when
that
you
every
said-
night.
It,
You would
And
be
if it
playing that
went
every day.
viral-
You would play
if
that
it
to me
went
every day
viral,
and say, "Ah,
people would be
that's
applauding
nine
it.
AFA." That's
People
what.
would be
That's Lady
applauding
D.
it, saying,
That's
yeah,
nine AFA.
stand up to my whitey
So, come on, man, stop it.
supremacists. That's what we're doing. Standing up to whitey supremacists. That's what would
Yeah, but
happen.
the Irish don't come under that.
Well,
Nothing
hang
that
on.
can.
What? Are the Irish not white
Unfortunately,
then?
love, we do now.
Yeah, they don't.
We
That's
do
what
Irish,
happened.
now.
Irish are not supremacists.
Can,
They never had any
can,
colonies.
you're correct. You're
They never
correct,
had
but
any
unfortunately,
colonies.
Right.
because we're white, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but Cam,
matter.
you're in your own country. That's why I don't get you. If you was white
Oh,
and
you're
living,
trying the
Cam,
divide.
No, but
It won't
seriously,
work,
Cam, if you was
Con.
living,
It won't
Cam,
work,
I'm
Con.
not dividing. I'm saying if Cam
Yeah,
was
you
living
are.
in
That's what you're
London,
trying to do.
if
It
Cam was
won't
living
work.
in London and she was like being
Won't
mistaken for
work.
an English person and getting abused by black people or Turkish people or whatever, I would say fair enough. But you're living in your own country where you're
Have
the
you
majority.
seen Ireland lately? Have you fucking seen Ireland lately?
Can I just not finish saying that
Exactly.
I don't see where Cam gets off having the position that she does, because she hasn't been racially abused in London for being white. She's always been in her majority country. So
Sorry, I need to make another argument there as well. Yeah?
No, that's incorrect.
Because people say, listen, wait, hold on. That's a really bad argument to make, right? About people migrating to other people's countries, because there's a lot of Irish people migrated to other countries all around the world.
Yeah,
Irish communities in literally every country on the globe.
We didn't try to take over that country. We didn't try to take over that country.
So wait,
Try to
it's all right for
implement
Irish
their
people to
fucking
move to
religion
other
or any
countries,
shit
but
like
it's not
that,
all right for anyone
or
else to
anything like
migrate.
that.
Did the
So
Irish
please
people
don't try
get
to use
free
the Irish in that
hotels,
fucking
free
way.
food? I don't
Right?
think
And we
so.
walk our ass off. Any country us Irish go to, we walk
you was
our ass off and we become part of that country.
If any Irish
So it's
person
not
was an
the same.
asylum seeker, they'd be
It's not the
entitled to
fucking
that.
same. And people that
Yeah,
say,
if
yeah,
an Irish
when
person
we
was an
Canada,
asylum
we
seeker,
went
they'd
to
be
Australia,
entitled
they were all colony
to the
countries.
help that
They were all part of the motherland, which
countries
was
offer
England
asylum
at the time.
What? What'd you say? Cam,
When
don't-
people
don't-
say, yeah, but you Irish went to fucking what? You went to Canada, you went to Australia, and it wasn't by fucking choice, and B, they were colony countries like us.
Right.
So
I agree.
they would have classed it. England would have been the fucking
Ireland used to
motherland,
have
and they would have
solidarity.
shipped us. They would
Ireland
put
used
every
to have
other
solidarity with the other
country.
colonized countries,
I
but
agree
lately it
with
seems
you
like
on
the
that
people
one.
on the ground are turning
Well,
their
because
back
Ireland's been
on
took
that,
over.
on that,
Haven't you
and
seen it, for
going
fuck's
the other way,
sake?
mate.
Wendy,
Haven't
you
you
seem to
seen
The
think-
man them used to have
Wait,
solidarity
Wendy,
with colonized
you were just
countries and
claiming
all
that
that
Irish
stuff,
people over in Africa
It's
He
a lot
slaves
of-
doesn't
people.
see what's happening in England. How the fuck is he going to see what's happening in Ireland, Wendy?
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so
because
there's
you
no
guys
point.
extremely exaggerate the situation
no
and the scenario
point.
that's going on. The way that
Sorry,
you guys are
it's- what's
speaking right now
extremely
is
exaggerated?
like England
What's
right
extremely
now is like
exaggerated?
a Umar of Pakistan. It's bloody not
What?
though.
Wait.
This is
Who's that
that's an
director? Sorry.
exaggeration because it's not like that. It's the
Who's
way that
talking
you
about
guys say that the
Pakistan?
country
In
is.
Ireland?
Oh, the country's getting overtaken and well, we need our country back
You
and blah blah
not
blah
got
blah
a
blah.
fucking clue. Have you been to Dublin lately, Velly? Have you been to Ireland lately at all, actually?
I've been to Ireland lately, but I've been to
No,
England, and
no,
I'm
you
there
haven't.
now.
So again, please don't
it's the
talk
same
on my
thing that these
country
people
when
are
you've no
talking about.
fucking clue what's going on in
It's
my
the same-
country
it's the
at
same
all. My
thing-
country
it's the same
is so
point. Like,
unhappy
wait,
with
hold
this
on.
shit.
No. So wait, hold on. Listen. Wait. Hold on. When was the last time you was in England?
When was the last time? I'd say about 4 years ago.
All right then. So don't speak about England no more. Then I don't want to hear you talking
No,
about
I
England.
no,
then.
I
'Cause
can't
you ain't
speak
been
on
here for 4
England.
years,
I
and you
can't
ain't seen
speak on
England in
England
4 years.
because
God
I've
knows
seen
how
it with my
long.
own
You know what I mean?
eyes
Like, so it's-
many times.
That literally
You
don't even
haven't
make
seen what's
making an
happening
argument
to my
like that.
country,
Don't even
then.
make sense. That means
You
that
haven't
if
seen
you're
what's
not in the
happening
place,
to my
you can't
country.
speak
You don't
about
give
it.
a fuck what's happening to England. Never mind
Brother,
my
you don't don't
country. If she
you
came
don't
to
give a fuck about what's happening in
Jamaica,
England.
I
So
laugh
why are
my
you talking
arse
about
off.
England?
I'll laugh me fucking arse off when it happens to Jamaica. I will piss my fucking self
Jamaica's
laughing
a British
when it
colony,
happens
you
to
nutbag.
Jamaica.
What are you talking about?
Because then
Jamaica's
when
already
the
a colony.
Pan-Africanism,
It's a
I'd love
full
to see what
British
you're going to do
colony.
then.
The black
I'd
people
love
in
to see what
Jamaica
you're
were
going to do
brought there
then
by
when
the
fucking
flipping
Chinese
Spanish
take
and the
over and
British
everything.
and
I'll
Portuguese and
piss
others.
myself laughing. Piss myself laughing. That's what I'll
Do you know
do.
what it is, yeah? Is you guys make this comparison and forget that Jamaica's actually a colony. The actual people of Jamaica are like the Arawak and Taino people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the black people in Jamaica are
Your
descendants
patois
of the
comes
slaves
from Irish
and the people
slang.
that was
All the
colonized that was
slang
brought
come
there.
from fucking Ireland.
That's
Look
the
it
only
up, you
reason why
mad
there's so
thing.
much black people in
You
Jamaica,
think like the way you
because
say go on and all
the
this
people were
shit. That's
brought there.
all Irish and mad thing when us Irish were brought over by the fucking English. What are you talking about, man? So
talking
again,
about,
when it
man?
happens to your little
Irish people were in
island,
Ireland, man.
when it happens to your little
Jamaican
island,
people
I will
don't actually
piss
originate in
myself
Jamaica. What are you
laughing
talking
when
about?
you become the
Your
minority
arguments still
too.
don't even make
I will
sense.
piss
Irish
myself
people
laughing.
originate or come from Ireland, right? Ireland's the homeland. Jamaican people, the people that you're classing as Jamaicans, come from Africa.
No,
So it's
the
not the
people
same. What are
that
you
live in
talking about?
Jamaica now come from
Of course it's not the
Jamaica.
same.
I mean,
Of course
come
it's
on,
not.
No.
Do
They come from Africa.
do you know
They're
why we're
Africans.
talking about that, right? Why we're talking about that, right? So Africa is a massive continent. Is rich, like in loads of like zinc, mineral, all these minerals, right? Like for mobile phones and shit like that. Literally, they're digging fucking gold up with like literally sticks. So my question is, right? If now, and I'm Irish and I love my country, hence why I'm in my country. Now, if I was like that, if I was born in England, and no offense, Wendy, or anything like that, and again, like I have a lot of family in London and other parts, right? They're born there, but they identify as Irish, right? But they're British too. Me, I'd fuck off home to Ireland if I got the chance.
Yeah.
If I hated the country that much,
Get to your
I'd
point.
fuck off home.
What's the point?
So
Yeah,
my
this is
question
the
is,
argument
like when I
always
do
made,
hear
man.
Arsketty and all this
Literally,
shit,
no one's
right?
been on the
And it's
panel
like,
and said they
you
hate
were born
England,
in, I
man.
don't know
So
where you
it's
were
a
born,
straw man you're
Denmark or
making.
some shit like that. Why
You're
don't you
building a
fuck off
straw
back
man.
to Africa then? Like, if
Yeah,
that's what
because
you
you're
really
building a
want, and I
straw
don't mean
man.
it
You're
that, like,
building
to
a
be
straw man.
offensively,
No
but
one said they hate
why not go
Jamaica
back
or
to
they hate
Africa and
England.
help
You're
Africa
building
then?
a straw man. It's you guys that are
No,
saying that
I'm
you hate
asking
other
a
people coming to your
question.
country. Or
Not
whatever.
building a straw. I'm asking a question.
You are. You're building a straw man because there's no one here that has
I'm
said that they
asking,
are.
how
We
is it
hate
building a
England.
straw man?
I
I'm
hate
asking a question.
England.
So when people
Yeah,
say to me,
it's just
Cam, what about
when
all the
the man
Irish
them don't
in
like
England? What about all the
when
Irish all
people
around the world?
make factual
Take them home.
arguments. Yeah,
Oh, take them all home
that's
then.
literally
Bring all the Irish home. Send
Hey Cam,
every
I
last
noticed that the
Irish
man them
person,
don't like it when
every
factual arguments
last
get
Irish
made
person
because
back
the
home
next
to Ireland.
argument is, oh, why
Send
are
them
you
all
in
back
our
to
country
Ireland.
then?
Then
Why
the
don't you just
question
go
is
home?
this, why would you be in a country that you hate? When your continent is fucking vast.
But it's the
and
same question I'm going to
loaded with
ask you.
loads of shit.
Why
Why
haven't you
would you be in
taken
a
Northern
country that you
Ireland
don't
back?
like? I don't
If you hate
understand that.
England so much, yeah, and you're such an Irish patriot, why have you taken Northern Ireland back? Why is it Northern Ireland controlled by Irish?
Well, we are though. But we are. We are though.
No, you ain't.
I
You
agree.
ain't.
If you have
The English
We are
controlled
taking
Northern
that.
Ireland.
Trust and believe in
Northern
that.
Ireland is part of the
Trust and
United
believe in
Kingdom.
that. Northern Ireland will be fucking Irish before 2030. Trust and believe in that.
Yeah, if they have a referendum and people vote.
So what
If
does
they have
that
a
mean,
referendum,
Belly?
nah, so
What
that's
does
not
that mean?
taken. That's given.
What's the point? What's the point of shite?
I'm
What to
reversing
do
your
with
argument.
me
You literally just
asking
said, all right, if you
hate
hate this and
all
you
the
hate
black
that,
people that
why
are
haven't you
here
done this?
that
And I'm
hate
asking you
England,
the same
hate
question.
Europe, hate white people? Why not go back to Africa then?
I'm asking you the same question, man. If you hate England so much and you want Northern Ireland to be part of the Republic of Ireland, why haven't you guys taken back Northern Ireland yet?
Belly, I'm in my home though.
But you haven't taken back Northern Ireland though, have
so
you?
I can piss and moan about England all I want.
You can piss and moan about England, but you ain't taking back Northern Ireland. So we can keep making the same argument over and over again.
Man, if you hate England that much, love, why wouldn't you go home to Turkey or Cyprus? Why would you stay in England?
Listen, it's a
British to set up shop.
what happens, yeah, is when people get emotional and make their arguments, yeah, they don't realise that you can ask you can mirror the question that they're asking back to them and ask them the same question also.
Belly's just dancing all around the fucking houses for whatever reason. I've no clue. Just answer the fucking question, Belly.
You built
Why
a straw
won't
man
you go
first
back
of all,
to
yeah.
Africa then?
Yeah,
What?
because you
Hold
built
on.
a straw
Okay,
man
well,
first of all, yeah.
so
Because I
why
don't
are
have
all
to.
the
Because I
applicants
don't
coming
have
to?
to.
Why
Because I
are all
can
the
live
applicants
anywhere
coming
in
to
the world.
Hawaii then?
This is why, yeah. Let me tell you why,
I
yeah.
don't
Because I can
understand
live
that. Like,
any.
if we're that
Listen, I
racist
can
and
live
we
and
think we're that
survive in
superior,
any continent
why
on
would you
this
give
globe.
blood into white
It doesn't.
countries then?
I can live in any
You're
country.
making no
I've got
sense. You're
transferable
making no
skills
sense.
that could
You're
work in
making no
any
sense at
environment.
all. I'm
So
sorry
it
to
don't
tell
matter
you.
where I
You're
live. I'll
making
be
no
good
sense at
whichever
all.
country or
You're making
continent I
no
live on.
sense at all to
But
me.
I'm giving you the
At
answer. You're
all
not
to
even
me.
listening. I'm giving you the answer. You're not even listening. Yeah, I've got
Go on, go on. I'm
transferable
listening. Go
skills
on.
that could work in any country in any environment. Yeah, so I can live anywhere on the globe. I don't have to go to one country or the other. I can decide what country I want to live in and
Yeah, but
do
your
that. Yeah,
allegiance
so
is to Jamaica.
you don't know what my allegiance is to,
You've
man.
moved the goalpost.
You just
You've
built.
done a
Listen
guard. You've done a
again.
guard
The second
goalpost
straw man,
and
the
moved
first
it
straw man
like
you built. Yeah,
fucking
listen. The
150
first straw
meters
man you
down
built.
the
Yeah,
pitch.
the
Yuck the
first
fuck
straw
out
man
of
you
that,
built.
Ellie.
I allowed
That
you to
wasn't
build
the
it, and I've
question.
knocked it down
That
already.
was
Anyway.
not the question.
That was
If you
literally the
bang on
question.
about your motherland
That
that
was
much,
literally
why
the
would you not
question.
go
It's
to it? Is
literally the
me
question.
fucking
And see,
question.
now
It
I'm
isn't
proving.
even
Now I'm
simpler form,
proving.
and you won't
Now I'm
answer.
proving. Now I'm proving what you tried to say that you didn't say. Yeah, because you did say
No,
that. Why don't you
listen.
guys go
If
back to
you're
Africa
saying
or
that
whatever?
you're
Yeah.
Caribbean, and I'm asking you, you hate being in England. You hate Hawaii's. Why wouldn't you
So
go
you're
back to
lying.
Jamaica, which is a nicer
You're
country
lying
anyway?
again.
You
Yeah.
lunatic.
Because you're lying, innit? First of all, yeah, number one, you're lying, yeah, because no one on the panel said, "Oh, we hate white people or we hate England," yeah. So that's the first number
Not
one straw man
once. No
of
one
what you're
said
lying
that.
about, yeah.
All
So
right.
number two,
So
I
you
can
don't hate all
survive
white
and
people.
live
You don't
and
hate all
build
white
in
people.
any
Let
country,
me
in any
correct myself. You
continent
don't
on the
hate all
globe.
white people. You don't hate all white people, right?
I don't
So,
hate any
but you,
white people. I don't hate any
I never,
white
s-
people.
well,
I've
you
never
think
said, I never said I've hated
you think
anyone.
majority white people are racist. So again,
What are you talking
my
about?
point is,
See
why
again,
would
listen,
you live
you're just
there?
lying.
No, not the
You're just lying and
majority.
going
Not the
mad now. Why are you
majority.
going mad?
So,
You're
so you
literally
don't
lying
think
for no
majority?
reason.
Hold
So
on, Cam.
okay,
So you don't
when have
think
I said the
majority white
majority of
people are
white people are
racist then?
racist?
So
When
you
did I say
don't
that?
think?
When did I say that?
Okay,
When did I say the majority of white people are
interesting. That's
racist?
very good to
You're
know. Then.
lying again.
That's good to
You're
know.
lying
That's
again.
good to
Can you're
know.
clutching at straws
No,
here,
but
love.
you're literally lying again, man. It's like
Love, you're
make a
not
factual
blackmailed,
point.
and Belly can handle himself. He doesn't need you to butt in. It's a
Like I'm
conversation.
saying,
I
yeah.
asked
You're
him
not
a
white, Cam.
question.
At
That
no
was
You're not
it.
point in this
white.
conversation
That was
or in
it.
any
You're not
previous
white, Cam. You're
That
conversations
was
I told
it.
anyone that I
No,
hate any
Irish and
countries
no,
and I
white.
don't
me
want to live in any
White.
places.
Can
Number
me and you,
two,
I asked
in
you a
no point
question,
in
then
any
Belly came in
conversation.
with the blackboard who racially attacked a white woman and
There's
physically
no
attacked
point
her,
in
who was
any
arrested
conversation
to try and make a
or
point.
any sort of
So, yeah.
any sort of conversation, discussion, or debate, yeah, where I've made a point talking about how much I hate white people, how much I hate England, and how much I need to move to what country, the other country, or the other country. Now, I haven't made none of those arguments. I've made arguments on if the legal stipulations on why people are allowed to, as you lot claim, illegally migrate to other countries, even though their life's in danger and they're claiming asylum or whatever.
Their
Yeah.
life's not
I've
in
given
danger.
reasons for things like that, yeah, and reasons for things like institutional racism, anything to do with anyone's personal racism, racial biases that people have shown whenever we've been speaking, and all them sort of things there. Like, so stop trying to remix and lie about stuff that I argue about, man, because you know what I'm saying? That I'm gonna have to keep making the same point over and over again rather than making new points. Like, it's boring now. Like, everyone says the same shit, yeah, but no one ever brings no proof or no evidence of it. Oh, you hate white people. Where's the evidence? Oh, you said this about England. Show the evidence. You're never going to find it because, like, I don't speak like that. So you're making the arguments to the wrong person.
All right. Okay. All right. So again, I was talking to Can. I asked Can a genuine question, and then you came back with the blackboard who racially abused a whiteboard and physically assaulted
because
her.
you said there wouldn't be outrage.
And I don't know.
But
I
there
still
was.
don't get how that matches to that point that I was asking Can.
Yeah, because you said if there was a black person or a mixed race person
No, I didn't
making the
say
same
that.
statement.
No, I didn't
Listen,
say
you
black.
said-
Now you're fucking lying.
All right, you said, all right, if there was a mixed
No, you
race
did say
lady,
black.
yeah, I
You
swear
did
you
say
said black
black.
here, but you
no,
said
I
a mixed
didn't
race.
say black man. I said
You
mixed
did on
race,
my
which is from
Forget that, right?
stereotype.
Forget that. Let's just say you just said mixed race person, right? Let's just say you just said mixed
Can
race
we like
person,
not
innit, yeah?
have two men onto
Yeah,
one woman?
for the point of the argument. For the sake of the argument, we'll just say
You're
that
not a
you said
woman,
mixed
Wendy.
race person, yeah? Wait, hold on. For the sake of the argument, yeah? We'll just say that you said mixed race person, yeah? So when you said if a mixed race person said the same thing that that lady said on the panel, would there be outrage? And I said, of course there would. That clip would go viral. You think if any ethnicity of person is on someone like Piers Morgan's show talking about how much they hate white people or whatever, that clip's going to go viral. Everyone's going to see that, and then there's going to be discussions after discussions about it. Oh, look, that's what 9A and Lady D want to say. That's what that's what EIA is like, and all that sort of shit there. You know, we've been running with that for ages.
Is it because it's on Piers Morgan? Because sure as fuck, I can like there's many videos out there of black people actually talking
said worse
like
things than what that lady said, yeah, and did the clip go viral?
So I'm asking, is it because
no one cares about
Piers Morgan?
Piers Morgan has a platform. He used to be a flipping editor of Daily Mirror.
No, I know who he is.
That's why he's got such a presence.
But I know who he is and who he used to be.
But I'm saying that he's got, obviously, his social media presence, his TV presence is bigger than flipping my channel or one of the people in Speaker's Corner or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you could say something wild on here and it wouldn't, you could say worse than what that lady said on here and it wouldn't go viral. A black person could say worse than what that lady said on here and it wouldn't go viral. Of course it would go viral on Piers Morgan's show because he's got the platform that has the reach of general public.
Things go viral. Obviously. Cam, I don't get your point though. You're saying one thing is going to be worse than the other. I agree with you.
Again,
I personally would say it would be worse, but I'm saying there's a reason why it's worse.
Why?
Because white people owe a
debt.
Listen. White people owe a debt to other people.
No, we do not.
We don't.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do.
Why should we pay
so how do you say, okay, well, this group of white people don't, and this group of white people do? How do you discern that? How do you do that?
What I'm saying, Wendy, Cam, beg your pardon. If you're a colonizer and you have a former colony, and people from that former colony move to your country, right? You can't complain because you're still getting money from there, resources from there, and you're still controlling that country, right? So England controls Cyprus, England controls Jamaica. So me and Veli got a right to be in England, and we got a right to complain about England as much as Wendy does, right? But
That's not true. Let me clear that up. The reason why me and Khan have the same right as Wendy to complain about the scenarios and situations in England is because we're citizens of the country.
Exactly.
Okay. So, but he was saying because of how they colonized your countries when Ireland was the first country to be colonized by the English. So we have a right too, right? But we're not doing that, right?
But we're not including Ireland in the colonization.
No, okay. But that's what I'm asking you. How do you separate us because we are fucking white?
No, it ain't about skin color.
Innit?
No, you're either a colonizer
I really wish it wasn't. I really wish it wasn't. And up to a couple of fucking years ago, it wasn't.
Listen,
it was all.
I'll say something to you, Cam. I'll say something to you. That no matter who hates England, right? They guarantee you don't hate Irish people. Guaranteed. Even the other day, Jupiter was saying that because Veli's wife's Irish is the reason why Veli is anti-English, and he was saying that even Liggy, right, is also anti-English, and she's saying all these Irish people are the ones who started this anti-English movement, which I don't agree with her.
No, stop it, Khan.
That's her opinion. That's her opinion. She said it openly.
Can't
so I don't know where you get off, Cam. Honestly, I don't know where you get off, mate. No one's including you as a colonizer.
But none of us are colonizers. We're not colonizers.
You don't owe anyone nothing, Cam. You don't owe anyone nothing. All right, you joined Europe. Maybe you got some next rules that you got to live by now, which means you got to take some immigrants in. But you're getting paid for that, so I don't see. That's between you and your government.
We got paid.
I've got to jump off.
We got paid for it. Now Ireland is a wealthy fucking country. Now it's time to pay back, and we have no fucking choice. We've no choice. So if you came to Dublin, you would see not many Irish people in Dublin City. What are you talking about, man?
Look, Cam,
fuck all to anybody.
Your country's finally rich again, right?
All about it.
Wait a minute, Khan.
It's from Knock.
Hang on.
They're from
Knock.
Knock.
Cam, your country's rich again. And lo and behold, you've got all these people arriving every fucking day who are trying to take over, living in your streets, living in tents, going in hotels, getting fucking free everything, thinking they're Irish, going on TikTok and telling other immigrants, which I've seen, to strap up and get ready to attack the Irish.
And that's true, though, Con.
There was just a woman on TikTok. There was just a woman
on
Irish
that
TikTok.
we've welcomed into a country. We've gave them housing. We've gave them fucking free money, literally free money. Right? And it's like,
there was just a woman on TikTok.
It's like, get the fuck out of here.
There was just an Irish woman on TikTok.
Because you joined the European Union, is that why?
There was just an Irish woman on TikTok who was speaking at a public event for her community, and she was saying her child was the only Irish-speaking child in the child's grade.
Yep.
What do you mean Irish-speaking?
Yep.
What do you mean by
that?
So
there's a small little town, right? A small
so
little
she
town
came home crying because she didn't know what her friends were saying at recess.
They all speak their own language right now, and you see again people will say like, "Oh, but you're like calm, like
but
so if these were white, you wouldn't have a problem with them. You wouldn't. No. I do.
English in
so then I don't give a fuck with your Polish, you Ukrainian, Latvian, Slovakian, whatever the fuck you're from. We are fucking full. We are fucking full to the brim. We can't look after ourselves. Never mind anybody else. Okay?
Exactly. Yeah.
We can, we're full to the brim. You need to give us a chance to look after our own and look after the people that are already fucking here, because 1 million non-natives live here. 1 million.
You're on here explaining about your country, which we respect, yeah? Now, my question to you is, how do you draw a parallel between what's happening in Ireland and what's happening in England when them two countries have got two different relationships with the whole subject of immigration? How is there a parallel? What is the similarities that makes you sympathetic to a colonizer institution that has British army bases all around the world right now?
Right, so Con, I can answer that for you. I can answer that for you, Con. How watched it happening in England? She watched it happening in England.
Where's the sympathy for England coming from?
She fucking watched it happening in England, right? And now it's happening in Ireland. So shut up, Con.
Yeah, but it's happening for a different reason.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but again, it may be happening for a different reason, love, but like the people don't really give a shit when it comes to my country, that we done nothing to them, that we were just like them. We were slaves too. In fact, we were the fucking forced slaves to the Americas.
I agree with you.
Right? So they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. So it's like, okay, unfortunately, the devil we fucking know, right?
Yeah,
and you will understand what I am saying right there, Can. You will understand exactly what I'm saying. So it's better the devil you fucking know, right? Than the devil you don't.
I'm not saying why do you prefer English people to
right, so Con, how do you
have sympathy?
Yeah. Con, not just Con. How come during all this, Con? How come during all this, I saw something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime? And that is Irish people with their Irish tricolour, right? Flying their flag, and right next to them is the fucking Union Jack flying as well.
Mad. Crazy. That's shocking.
Yeah, but it's because we're all fed up with the same thing.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is there's two different countries.
You don't get it.
There's two different things going on. Like you can't.
So you're not in your own country. You don't care about your country.
You can't.
You don't care about your country.
You can't.
You don't care about your country.
He does though. He just doesn't. He doesn't care about. He doesn't care. And again, I understand it, but like I don't, because I couldn't live there, right? Because again, of obviously what has happened between the Irish and the English. Right now, even family that live there, I do say to them, I don't know how you live here, because I couldn't fucking live here. I love Ireland. I'm Irish. I'm being in Ireland. I couldn't live in England because there would be a little like his pricks. These little pricks like
Of course,
you know what I mean? Why?
that.
Because I've had white cockneys, you know, saying, "I fuck off home, Paddy." It's like, who are you talking to, cunt? Who are you talking to, cunt? Before any black or Asian or any other person in London, until I came onto these panels, right? I had never had any other person say that to me other than a cockney, right? So that was the only kind of racism I experienced. I didn't experience
when I
it
done
from
my
black or Asian at that time.
I done my security badge at Leighton Orient Football Ground, right? The guy who was doing it was ex-army, and he was telling us all about how he went to Ireland and he had to kill people and whatever, right? And he the next day told us excuse me, the next day he told us a racist joke about Ireland and about Irish people and something about tree, yeah? All the Jamaicans jumped up and fucking tore strips off him because they had Irish, on my life, they got Irish family. They're married into Irish people in London, Jamaicans and Irish and Turkish. We're all mixed, right?
Yeah.
So no one counts Irish the same as the colonizer British. They don't. So
well, you go to Ireland, and you tell the Irish that are fed up of all the immigration going on in Ireland, your theory.
But Wendy,
you go and tell them your fucking theory
Wendy, they've got 5 million Syrians living in Turkey.
Go and tell the Irish your theory.
Can I just say something? Do you think the Turks ain't upset about... Yeah, I know.
Turkey is huge, though. Ireland is tiny. Do you know you could fit Ireland in London like 3.5 times, right? There's more people, right? There's 17.5 million people in London. There's only fucking 5 in Ireland, 5.8 altogether. We're tiny.
What I'm saying is, when England decided to have an empire and have colonies and have people coming over here from Cyprus and Jamaica and Ireland, they've forgone the right that Irish people or Turkish people might have to complain about immigration. That's just my opinion.
Go and tell the Irish that.
That's my opinion. If you don't agree with me,
go and tell the Irish that, because they don't give a fuck.
I'm saying to you that
they don't care what your opinion.
I'm saying to you that white supremacists, racists in America cannot in front of me stand up and say we should be free to say the N-word to black people, and if they've got any complaints, we'll get them fucking deported. You can't in front of me.
Hang on, but they've got the First Amendment, which is written in their constitution, so they do actually have the right to say that.
You can call me whatever name you want to call me.
Obviously, there's hate speech, right? That you can't turn around and
you don't get it. You just don't get it.
Look again, like I mean, me personally, I don't think even black people should use the N-word. Why? Because the significance of that word, right?
Yes.
And it's like, why would you use a word? And I get it, and like in an affectionate way, I get that, but it's like, come up with a different word, because when you use that word, even in songs, and then like there's a good fucking like half of your listeners are white. And they're singing the song. They're not saying the fucking word like, oh, you end this, you end that. They're singing the song, and then they're being fucking cut down. Why? Because you're a racist.
Shiloh doesn't know anything about Wu-Tang Clan. Shiloh is just an out-and-out racist.
Listen, Wu-Tang Clan, right? Like I used to listen to Wu-Tang Clan, right? And Metal Man and Redman. So again, it's like, and nowadays you couldn't sing certain songs. But you couldn't sing certain songs, right? And I couldn't sing them, right?
I don't play it in front of my kids either. I don't play it to my kids either. My kids think that I like fucking Bonnie Tyler.
Oh, get the fuck out!
I'm telling you, I do not play any words with the N-word in it in front of my children. I don't do it.
Yeah, but over here, they're blanked out. They're blanked out unless you play it on YouTube or like you get like the full version, the radio version. They've taken, listen, this is how fucking this bullshit woke crap has gone in Ireland because of the EU. And we're really trying to get out of the fucking EU now. that this bullshit they took out, you know, you scumbag, you maggot, you cheap lousy faggot. They took it out the faggot, but left in you slut. And I'm like, hey, like, so it's all right to call a woman a slut, like, or a whore, but like, it's not all right to call a gay bloke a faggot. Get the fuck, like. So it's such bullshit.
I don't know who that prick's calling a slut with his missing teeth. The fucking dog.
Hold on. So we're not allowed to offend the faggots, but like a woman is up for like everything. It's like, fuck clean off. Fuck clean off. Like it's a faggot. It mean like in Scotland it means a saucy. So cop on, will you? Cop yourself on. But like anyway, that's another kind of piss. But anyway, yeah. Well, that was me. I'm going back to eating. I'll let you. I don't know what this is gone to anyway. But like I'm gonna have a joint and go back to eating. But anyway, all right. Well, I do appreciate it because I don't know. Is Can gone?
No, I'm here, babe.
No, he's
all right. All right. Well, I do appreciate answering my questions. But again, I would be quite curious. I know why you don't, but like this is black on black, right? This is black people being like killed. So I'm just curious why nobody is given a flying fuck but my whiteys, right? And like American, like, you know, blacks that are like and obviously like Africans too, but like it just doesn't seem to be popping up on the fucking radar in Europe, England, or like that about like black Christians being beheaded and massacred, you know, like by Muslims. Like for what? I don't know. Like obviously I do, but like I'm just saying, if anybody else can come up with a reasonable explanation why nobody seems to give a flying fuck.
Well,
I'll tell you why, because there isn't the black people of the UK don't control the media or whatever, or have a media house that they are in control of to put out stories that they feel like black people should. And there is a couple of newspapers, but like not like a GB News or so and so. So
well, go on CBN.
I'm going to add us.
There's a lot of coverage.
Christian Broadcasting News in America.
So anything that's going on in Africa. Anything that's going on in Africa, you will see it on TikTok. It's all over TikTok. Sudan, all these things is all over TikTok. The Congo, people just going crazy about all these things. So when you were saying like people not talking about it, I was agreeing with you on YouTube, or on TV. But in the real life, when you talk to real people, like Wendy knows, TikTok's got everyone on there, and they're talking about everything. So I don't agree with you that black people don't care about Africa. I can't agree with that.
I didn't. You see, now you're putting words in me. Please don't do that. I did not say that.
I'm stopping you from leaving.
I did not say that, Can, and you fucking know that, love. You did not. Stop trying to put words in my mouth. I did not say that, okay? Did not say that. Let's get that correct, because we all know cunts are listening here.
I see he's going to do his bit, man.
Calm your nickels, love. Calm your nickels. I didn't say that. Relax your cats. I didn't say that. All right?
Here he is.
I'm gonna answer the last question. What if that if you look somebody from Syria? Khan, 1 second.
You need to get a new mic, like. What's the story like with that? You need to get a new mic, love.
No. God bless my mic. It's not for you lot to understand. But listen.
I don't understand. No, I think you don't understand. You either have shit Wi-Fi or a cheap ass fucking like mic. One or the other. Your phone is crap. One or the other.
Yeah. It's on default. Can somebody take off default? It's on default. Really? Can you reckon you can remove off default? But anyway, it's on default. What I'm saying, where do you think these migrants? How do you think these migrants will ever win if they cannot move in here en masse and try to change the government for their own benefit for the whole world?
Now, is it? That's not going to happen.
This is where the argument is, right? Because 3 years ago,
none of you cared.
So now, what I'm trying to. The other point is, you lot believe in God. Do you ever think that this is God's will?
Oh,
Every
shut up.
empire comes to an end.
Oh no.
No,
That's
I
what I'm
don't think
saying.
it's
Shut
your
your
Let's just
bad
be
mouth.
will.
honest with
Shut
each
your
other.
I
mouth.
don't think it's
Don't
your
be
bad
pissed
will.
off.
To be fair, that is,
You say it's a Christian land, so
I
you better
think
believe what
you,
God wants.
I
Yeah.
think you
that
genuinely
is actually a
believe
very
it's
important
your
point to
God's
make,
will.
to be
I
fair.
think
If
you
you're going to
genuinely,
mentioning the
wholeheartedly
subject,
believe
one
it's
second, I'm
your
sorry, Cam.
God's will.
Can you just
It's
hold it for
not.
a second?
100%. There's only
Are you
one
able
God.
to?
Come
Sorry.
on, Cam. I don't
Is my,
say there's two
I
gods
can
or
see
three
the thing
gods.
moving.
There
Is
is
my mic
one God.
working at all? Can anyone hear me? Or is it
Yeah,
just me?
who's that? Who's that?
Yeah, I'm JLJ. So I was listening to before. I did try and jump in earlier there was a couple of points that I wanted to make and stuff, but that was actually quite a good point there. I mean, if people are pretending to be Christians, surely being welcoming to thy neighbour and everything else, surely that isn't that part of being Christian?
Well, yeah, it is, but we don't want to be anymore.
You don't want to be
No,
Christian?
no,
No, we don't
then
want to
Christians
welcome
are
them
to protect the
anymore. They're not
people and the
welcome.
country.
I
So
did not hear
Christians are
that.
to protect
Exactly.
the people and
When
the
you say they're not
country.
welcome, who is they exactly?
I'm
Sorry, run the
saying
question again. I missed the
Ireland
question.
and Britain is full, and we want rid of the ones that are here, and we don't want any more.
Okay, how about
At the
this? This
same
might be a
time, right
completely
now,
different thingy. So
well,
if you're experiencing any problems in your life, whether it's economic or stuff, and you're seeing maybe some disparity somewhere, wouldn't the logical course of action be to aim bullying towards the government and not immigrants?
No, because the illegal
the
immigrants,
immigrants have all the money and the power, don't they?
illegal
I've forgotten,
immigrants are
sorry.
taking the piss out of our human rights laws, out of everything. They're doing it deliberately. No, I don't want them here.
Who is doing this specifically? Where from? And what is it, like an en masse thing?
Well,
Are
from
there
the hotels
individuals?
they all get given, the money they get given, everything they get given. Why do you think they come here?
So as it happens, they are afforded significantly less than you may think in terms of being
No,
able to survive.
no, they're not. No, they're not.
Okay,
Because
then,
a
so
lot
how
of
much
them
do you
are getting
think the average
working
asylum seeker is?
illegally. A lot of them are working illegally.
So then I get to at that point. Then we're not angry at
Look, you're not going to turn. Oh, okay, you're going to have to talk to someone else because I'm not changing my mind.
I wasn't asking you to change your mind. I was just pointing out.
I'm not going to agree with you, love.
But
So you need to
these are
talk
the
to
same people
someone
that
else because
support
I'm
the
not going to
genocide.
agree
They
with
support
you.
the genocide
I'll be honest,
Palestine.
I didn't come up to talk to you, but
we all know the
it's
government
nice
is
that you think that.
we all know the government, it's the government's fault. Now, so when you import actual scumbag thugs that need machetes and they're fighting on the fucking streets and attacking people, who do you blame then? Even though we're blaming the government, they've let them in. So if cunts are floating about with a machete, that you need a machete to fight instead of your hand, you're a pussy cunt, but you're walking around in gangs with machetes.
You ask a lot of questions, and instead of listening to any answers, you continue to talk. I don't think you understand how a conversation works.
Okay, go on.
So would you like to explain, like Cam just said, why these illegal immigrants want to run around the streets with machetes?
Yeah, absolutely. So the honest answer is that isn't true. Illegal immigrants don't want to run around. There are, of course.
Excuse me, they are. They are.
Do you know any illegal immigrants?
Yes.
Do I know? No,
you know
do I know any?
personally,
Do I
and they're
know
waving
them
machetes.
personally? Why would I know any personally illegal immigrants in no job?
Wendy, you know an illegal immigrant personally who is waving machetes around?
No, I've seen them.
Oh, okay. So you don't know them. Okay, that's
they
just
come from the hotels that they're staying in.
And so this is all illegal immigrants, is it?
Yeah.
Or just or it's all of them. All of them are all machete wielding, and that's blanket regardless of the source of where they're from. They could be
there were raids over the weekend.
Wendy, don't enter into the thing with him because again, like,
no.
you're
but
making
sense.
Don't
explain then why there was raids.
I know,
yeah,
but he's trying to back it into corner with them questions
here,
Wendy. How would you know an illegal? How would you know an illegal, Wendy?
Some sort of tactics.
You wouldn't, Wendy. You see all the illegals, Wendy.
Yeah.
You see all the illegals because there's plenty of evidence out there of all the illegals and their activities. So you don't know it personally, Wendy. None of us know any illegals personally.
No, hold on, Cam, but you keep saying, what we're hearing is that we keep hearing saying, enemy combatants. We keep clearing.
doing it? Can you provide evidence of all illegal immigrants doing it? I'm going to tell you the answer is already no, but can you provide that evidence to back up your claim? Any
So
evidence,
why
any
were
document,
why were there a lot
anyone
of
at all?
illegal immigrant hotels raided over the weekend?
How can there be
And
illegal immigrant hotel when they're already being?
terrorists were
Yes.
arrested?
Yes, because this is the
It
point I'm
can't
trying
be
to make.
legal.
So
They're already being
in
better than
the
that.
hyper minutiae of people coming over from
All
different
right.
places,
So you
will
just
find.
like agree with the fucking illegal immigrants, don't you? You want a third world country. You want us to be a third
I
world country.
understand where the guy
It's
was
not
saying
going
about.
to happen.
Okay, so I'm going to explain to you what a straw man argument is, because I believe it was brought up before, but you don't understand what it means. So it means when somebody hasn't said something, but you put words in their mouth and you go, "Well, you said this and you think that," and they didn't actually say or think
But
those
you
things.
do. It's
Then
obvious you do.
you construct an argument around
But
those
it's
things that I
obvious that
didn't
you
say,
do.
and you attack that. That's called a
It's
straw man
obvious
argument.
that you do. You've got an excuse for everything they've done.
No, I literally haven't. When you say they, you're
You
literally
even got an
brushing
excuse for
broad
why they're
brushing.
running around with fucking machetes. God's sake.
Okay, it's not an excuse. It's simple fact that they are not. Some
But hold on. Hey,
small
this machete
individuals.
thing.
I
Can
mean,
you
all right,
ask them
okay,
to
then.
bring
If
a video,
we're
though?
talking
Can you
about
ask them to
immigration
bring
and
a
knife
video?
crime, is there more or less immigrants with
They're
knives than white
lying, man.
people?
How do you know it's not one of these kids from Brixton or something? Why they have to be? Because they got a hoodie on or something, yeah? Or they're brown. How do you know they're illegal migrants? There could be some kid that's born in this country,
Yeah,
right?
well, our days
we
are
have
coming.
a,
They
Our
don't we
days
have
are
a knife
coming.
crime
Your
in
days
the
are
UK?
gone.
And we got a knife
I think
problem
what
in
it
the
boils
UK.
down to, what it boils down to is that they just don't like brown peoples, especially from
Oh,
places
all right
where
then.
they don't have
Yeah.
accents.
And bro, you know, the
Okay.
word,
Here's how you
the
can tell,
word
because it's
representative, you
factual.
know.
I'll just get this one last
Yeah.
point in before I
That's
give
why
way.
I couldn't
So it
stand
is
the fucking
factually.
Polish when they were here in their fucking thousands as well. Because
Okay,
I
then,
don't
so
like
just
brown
racist in general,
people.
that's fine. So here's why though. If I can go interrupt it for just like 30 seconds, that's all. So when it comes to
No, I
discussing
didn't like what
immigration
you
and stuff,
just said. It's got nothing to do with the colour of their skin.
You just said
hate
it, bro.
anyone that's not from where you're from.
I said I did not like even the Polish when they fucking arrived in 1997 and decided
that's
they
what
were
led to
going
the
to take
question.
over.
I know I
No.
followed the conversation and then I asked another question. I said, so is that every foreigner
No,
then? Just
you
foreigners
said
across the
it was
board?
to do with the colour of their skin, and it's not.
I mean, it's almost definitely, but I mean, is it just
No,
everybody
it's
that
nothing
isn't
to
British?
do with the colour of their skin.
Okay, then can you answer the
idiot.
question instead of deflecting? Is it just everybody
You
that isn't
said
British?
you made a big
Okay, so
statement.
can
It's
you,
to
we've
do with the
agreed with
colour of
that.
their
So
skin,
can we
and
move
it's
forward now?
not.
So is it just everybody that you hate that isn't British? You're just racist to everyone.
No, what do you mean racist? Who have I been racist to?
So okay, I can explain that in one sentence why I think you're a racist, and it's provable and it's evident in the fact that when we said about illegal migrants carrying machetes, of course all of them aren't. That's a ridiculous, ludicrous thing to say. But you said it. You broad stroke all of them with this. You don't care about
So, mate, what's your
individuality.
name? Sorry,
Well,
mate.
they
What's your name?
do.
What's your name?
They
What's your
do,
name?
you fucking lefty
My name's
idiot.
Jay.
Yes, they
Wait.
do.
What's his name? What's his name?
I don't
What's his
know,
name?
and I don't care.
James. Did you say your name's James?
Jay, it's Jay.
It's
Just
people like
Jay.
him. It's
Jay.
because of people like
Jay.
him. Oh, good, he's
I want to
fucked
play
up.
devil's. I want to play
It's
devil's
because of
advocate.
people like him that this country is in the mess it's in.
Why is that, Wendy?
It's people like you, because he wants a good relationship with the whole world. But what you
Yeah,
doing
what
is
will people like you think you're going to take
Then you
over
just
from
said
the
that you
inside?
don't even like the
Getty?
Polish as well. So hold on, you just said you don't like the Polish.
I didn't even like the
who
Polish
likes
coming
you?
in. No, I
Nobody
didn't.
likes
No,
you.
no.
Not the
Because I
British. People
didn't
don't
see
like you.
why a Polish man could come over to this country, have 5
Why not?
kids in Poland, and claim child benefit for them.
Do you remember when the UK was part of the EU and you had open borders?
I
You
don't
still got
care.
open borders. So what do you mean? You still got open borders? It's called.
No, we
Look,
haven't.
you
No,
lot
we
took
haven't.
away the borders. Look, hold on, Wendy. I'm gonna say this. You know, to go from Nigeria to Ghana is almost impossible, almost to get there. But going from France to Belgium, I can need to drive over there. Yeah, I might have
Well,
to
you
pay
can
one
drive over, yeah, but
So
we're
what
not any
makes
part
why
of
is
that
it like
now.
that? Is it
Unfortunately, poor old little island is, but hopefully not for much fucking longer.
why are you here trying to put
Wendy, why do
batteries in the Irish
Europeans have
people's back?
open borders? Is his question.
What are you
I'm
getting
not.
out
I
of it?
think
What are you
what the
getting?
Irish people have been doing is
Nah.
fantastic.
We
I'm
know your
so
agenda.
proud
You
of
don't
them.
even like the Irish. I don't even know. I
Hang
don't see
on.
how they don't
Who
see
says
it.
I don't like the Irish?
You never
You
liked the
said.
Irish.
I haven't got a problem with
Talking about
Irish people, you fucking
right
idiot.
now over. Yeah,
No, you have said
that's
things in
what
the
I'm
past, though.
saying,
It's a
bro.
fact. It's a fact
They
that
don't mind as long as
education.
the
Wait a minute, Sketty. It is
enemy
a
is the
fact.
brown one. Yeah.
If you learn and educate your fucking self, right, Okay, you learn a lot, and it changes
But
your
what about you?
whole
What about the
opinion
BLM?
about
What about,
certain things. So you need to fucking shut up.
I understand. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what I'm saying, Wendy, you lot had enough time to learn about what happened with the BLM time. People talk about Pan-Africanism,
Yeah, let's
especially
talk
what goes
about
on around the
BLM,
world. But
can we?
remember this, yeah?
When that
You
murderer
lot
was
use your
murdered
white
in
privilege to stop
America,
them down.
how
So
come
what's
a black
happening right
man
now?
shot
Why
a
should
little
we care?
5-year-old boy in Chicago,
Nah.
and
Let's
BLM,
talk about
did
George
nothing?
Floyd area.
They did
Hold on. Let's
nothing.
talk about George Floyd. You
Tell
know,
me
right now
about
with
that.
that woman,
Tell me
Wendy,
about that.
that woman right now in George Floyd area that used the N-word in Minnesota. Yeah. Do you think
So?
it should be, we all witnessed what happened in the same area. Kanye was in Minnesota. What I'm trying to say is, why would you lot literally at one side you're against the BLM, but you don't mind it starting again, right? Because right now what you justifying
I
is
don't mind
a woman to
starting
go around
again.
here using and calling a 5-year-old disabled kid the N-word.
No,
And this is
I
what it's
don't
all
agree
about.
with what she said at all.
So,
No.
and then the funny thing is, not far away from that area, such as Connecticut, the other day, a police officer shot a black kid. So the point is,
Right. But I like I said to you, when that murdering George Floyd, when he was murdered by that policeman, wait a minute, 2 weeks later, a black man shot a little 5-year-old boy because he was high on drugs, and nothing was said. Nothing was said.
Why do you have to incriminate him? That guy is dead. We all witnessed what happened to him. Why do
I
you
ain't
have
got no
to?
sympathy for George Floyd. Fuck off.
It's because he's black, right? Why is it done to you, though? Why is it done
Because
to
he
you?
was hang on, he robbed and held up a woman,
He
a
held up a
pregnant woman with a
pregnant
gun.
woman.
I mean, hang on. He was a criminal. What? He was a druggie.
criminal, but
Yeah.
he's not a
Wow.
He
murderer,
held a
is he?
gun to a pregnant woman's head.
So hold on. You see that
Yeah,
guy
no,
that took the video?
absolutely. But do you think that was good cause then to unknowingly? Because the reason why the movement kicked off was because it was, as far as the officer was concerned, he had no idea about any history. It was just another black man, and then treated him like he would treat any other black man, and then he ended up subsequently killing him.
I'm not. Look, I followed that case from beginning to end.
Wendy,
Hang on, I followed that case from beginning to end, and the policeman was rightly locked away. What my point is, right, with your BLM, a black man shot and killed a little 5-year-old child in Chicago 2 weeks later. BLM could not be found. Nobody cared.
Do you then automatically assume that because some crazy guy with a gun did something crazy, that then is a broad stroke institutionally all black people
Well,
are like that?
hang on,
BLM is
wasn't a
wrong.
black child? Wasn't an innocent black child murdered? Wasn't an innocent black child murdered by a black man? Be that strange. Oh, never mind. Move along. Let's go back to George Floyd, who was murdered by a white policeman. That's far more important.
What do you think BLM means? Because in general, I don't think you understand what the movement was about. It was about.
Oh, I know what BLM is. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay then. So
I don't need you to explain. Explain to us, Sketty.
No.
Forget about BLM. So just because obviously she has is to.
One second. You know what's funny is the other day, you know that guy who recorded that Somali guy recorded that KKK woman in the park calling that kid and the kid N-word, yeah? Guess what these far right done? They went and done, some fake criminal investigation about him. What was it, Wendy? He was a rapist, yeah? What did he do?
Hang on, I've heard. Wait, yeah, let me.
What was the evidence?
I've heard. Wait a minute. I can't say it's true, but they did. They went around and they said he'd been. Hang on. Let me get this right. He was a paedophile. He didn't have any children. He was a rapist. I don't know how. I don't know who did that or why they even said it if it's not true. We don't know whether he is or he isn't.
But you do this all the time, innit? This is what you lot do all the time. It's like
no. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's a common tactic. It's like with the right wing, not with this person in particular as an individual, but
are you? Hang on. Wait. No, you. Right. Stop labeling everyone. Stop labeling everyone.
Stop painting everyone with the same
you do
brush.
realise that whether you're far right or far left, that's not anything that you can choose yourself. It's not a subjective thing. It's objectively true whether you do or don't fall into those categories. I didn't make it up. I'm not labeling you. You either are or you aren't.
You made a statement saying it's because of people's color of their skin, and it's not.
And I
You're now
stand by
making
that,
another fucking statement because you can't answer the question.
Do you know why?
Can you tell me why BLM? Hang on, why did Black Lives Matter not investigate the black man who shot the little 5-year-old?
Because they're not the police. They're not.
Why didn't they have protests? Why didn't they burn down buildings? Why didn't they burn down buildings when this little 5-year-old was shot as he went by on his bike?
They're there for.
I can give you an answer.
No.
I can give you an answer.
No, Black Lives Matter is Black Lives Matter.
Would you like
Wendy, let him answer
the reason why BLM only protest for Black Lives Matters is because that's literally what the name of the protest group. It's the same reason why Greenpeace didn't protest that murder. It's the same reason why why Antifa didn't protest.
I know. Wait. Black Lives Matter is for Black lives.
Right,
so a fucking black man murders and shoots a 5-year-old boy.
It's irrelevant to the conversation.
Black Lives Matter have nothing to say about it.
Do you think because he's black, the BLM are some sort of council of black people that sit over
if
black
that
people,
had been a white man, if that had been a white man that had shot the little black 5-year-old, we'd have heard about it then, wouldn't we?
No, but we didn't know when.
We would have heard about it then, wouldn't we?
Can you explain in your own words what you think
there are council for black people when black people get shot or something happens to them, but they're not like when black people do it.
They don't care when it's black on black. They haven't got a problem with black people
James,
killing black
sorry, whatever your name is,
Wendy,
can you answer me a
so
question? Why didn't Black Lives Matter invest any of the millions that they got into the black community?
One second. Wendy, so can you explain in your own words what is BLM? Because I'm almost...
Ask that question then, Wendy.
Black Lives Matter. They are there to raise money. They're supposedly about anti-racism and all of this, and they're out like to give justice to black people.
They're funded by George Soros.
Yeah, they're funded by Soros. The two people that started it are actually lesbians and live in a multi-millionaire mansion somewhere in America, and they don't give none of the fucking money to the poverty-stricken black people in America.
White people and Jewish. White people and Jewish.
That's where we can start from.
And yet, they are out there saying that all Black Lives Matter, but they don't invest in their own people at all. Answer me that question, why? They got absolute fucking millions and they did not invest one penny into George Floyd's family.
Hold on.
Family didn't see a shit money.
Can you provide any evidence that isn't correct?
Can I provide any of the evidence? It's all over the news. You ask any, go look it up. George Floyd's family didn't see a fucking penny of that money. Not a fucking penny of it. They used George Floyd and they went and bought themselves nice big mansions. Every one of them are being indicted. Every fucking one of them.
Did you hear that Disney gave a little share to George Floyd's daughter? When the Disney
and what about the little black boy that got shot and killed in Chicago?
If I answer, are you going to talk over me? Because I can't answer, but it might take about 30 seconds, and you might not
Go
like
on,
that.
then.
You have to be
Go
quiet.
on,
Are you sure? If I say something that you think is triggering, you're not going to.
Stop being condoned. Yeah, stop it. Just stop it. Just say what you think. Yeah.
All right, okay. You can't blame me for getting assurances though because of your behaviour. So
okay.
The reason why, right, okay, so BLM isn't a monolith. It's not just one big thing that's like, we're black people for black people. It's a lot of several groups who came together under the guise of fighting systemic racism within the police force of America. Now, systemic racism in America is a huge, huge problem. Absolutely. And these people are being murdered all the time. All the time. It's a regular occurrence. So they've made a protest for the police. against the police and stuff. That is absolutely no responsibility on them whatsoever. Oh, you have to then go and fund these people's family. You have to go and do this. You have all these other responsibilities. Also,
Oh, but they can burn buildings down. They can burn buildings down, which they did
I haven't
do.
finished.
So they can say defund the police. They can say defund the police, right? They can take over cities, but they can't look after their own people, and they've got fucking millions. Why?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Why?
Anyone that supports Black Lives Matter is fucking
What was the name?
idiot.
They took over. What was the whole city they took over? Right, Chad. And what happened when no fucking Mawaitis were there? There was no police, no nothing. What happened? And they were roaming around with AK-47s. Kids were killed. Kids were killed, you lunatic, you. So where was BLM at that point? What were they doing? Squatting in parks, complaining about Mawaiti? They didn't help their own community. They did not help their own community. That's my point there.
Okay, so what BLM, does anybody know what they do? Where they spend the money, how it works, what they do?
Yeah, I know where they spend the fucking money. They spend the money on themselves, going to fucking Jamaica and everything, and buying big fucking mansions. They didn't help out any fucking poor black people at all. Fucking all. Show me a fucking place in America that they helped any fucking black people. Show me. Show me. You're telling me that they did. Show me. I beg you, show me.
If you would like to, I can absolutely show you an entire list of people longer than your arm of people who've helped to get out of prison.
No. I said show me where they actively helped. They got millions to help communities.
I'm just about to tell you, no, they didn't get millions to help the community. You're not understanding what they are. This is it. You're attributing responsibilities to them without having the faintest or basic knowledge.
No, they did, because they did. They assumed that role. They assumed that role. They didn't want anybody else's help. They assumed that role, even though they were being funded by Mawaiti and the Jews.
Yeah.
That's the hilarious thing.
They weren't funded by the Jews. Some people who were Jewish may have funded them, but they weren't funded by the Jews. Also, you're mischaracterizing what this entire protest group does, and you're attributing responsibilities to them to clear up.
People gave them money because they thought they were going to help black people.
No, they didn't. Do you know people that gave the money, and you know exactly? You know all this, don't you? Of course you do. I'm so silly. You must know everybody.
Okay, can you show me again? Can you show me again? Any area that Black Lives Matter have genuinely helped? Genuinely helped. Show me.
Do you want? Right, okay. Would you like me to give you a list of people who they've helped? Because I can do that. Because here's what they actually do. They also help black people. That
surely they have some like propaganda, like bullshit videos that they've actually helped. You know, like communities like.
So what you're saying is now?
We built 5 houses for these poor black people who were living in the projects, and we've built them a whole street. That's what we've done. I bet there's no videos like that, is there?
What do you? This is a whole thing where you're conflating so many different things because you don't have the basic grasp of how they function or what they do. So BLM.
Oh, I do. I do know what they do. Okay. Yeah.
You don't. Because you just explained what you think it is, and that was clearly wrong. Would you like to know what they actually do?
Can you explain?
So Jay, can I ask you a question? Do you think a white woman should be, no, not actually even a white woman, but because she kind of looked white, right? Because our dad would have been Mexican and our ma was like fucking American, mixed race, like Irish kind of American, right? So when she was stopped and asked, bitch, do you believe Black Lives Matter? And she turned around and said, yes, but I think all lives matter. And she was shot in the head. Do you think that was justified because she was shot in the fucking head, that she didn't turn around and say, yes, just Black Lives Matter?
That never
that was so flippantly, so fucking flippantly.
I'm so sorry. Are you pretending that a member of BLM shot somebody in the head because they didn't?
No, I didn't say. I didn't say BLM, did I? Know.
Oh, so it's got nothing to do with the Black Lives Matter protest. You just draw an attention to a irrelevant and separate situation.
No, because the person was black. If you let me finish, Jay. If you let me finish. So the person was black, and they asked this. I said to you, this woman who looked like she was white, bitch, do you believe Black Lives Matter? Right? So that's why everybody was going around and saying.
So I'm asking you, was that justified because she said all lives matter?
So, okay.
I'm
so
asking
just to
you
clarify,
because that's the ideology. That was the ideology that was pushed down.
You think that BLM, the protest group BLM, and all the constituent groups that make it up, you think their ideology is to shoot white people in the head if they say all lives matter?
No,
yeah.
Well, that's what happened. That's what happened.
So and just to clarify, this was somebody from the BLM. This was actually somebody in BLM.
No, again, I told you, you're not listening, are you? You're not listening. I said no. No, they weren't from BLM. They weren't from BLM. For the fifth time, they were not from BLM.
Okay, we can just talk over each other. My point is, I'm trying
because
to get
they used our ideology. That's why. That's why, because they pushed out that bullshit Marxist ideology.
Yeah. And that's right. Okay, first of all, it isn't Marxist.
Are we talking about Sasha Johnson?
I don't really give a shit what you say.
No,
I don't
we're
care
not
what you
talking
say.
about Sasha Johnson.
See, now you're just saying words like Marxism.
No, I asked you a question. I asked you a question, and you said, "What's that got to do with Black Lives Matter?" And I told you what I had. And I said to you, was that justified? Was that justified? Shooting her in the fucking head.
What does that have to do with the movement? I'm really not understanding the connection.
What has that got to do with the movement?
That's what he's asking you. Listen, wait, hold on.
That's what.
What he's asking you is the shooting that you're talking about, that shot the person in the head or whatever you're speaking of, was it a Black Lives Matter person that shot this person in the head?
And I again, for the fucking sixth time, I said, no, it was not a member of Black Lives Matter organization. No.
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, that's why he's asking you what's it got to do with the Black Lives Matter.
And again, I told them because it was their ideology that he was using. Because she said all lives matter, not just Black Lives Matter.
Now, what do you think the ideology was, and why is it Black Lives Matter ideology?
That only Black Lives Matter.
That's not what that shows that you don't understand.
But that's not what Black Lives Matter means. And JOJ, this has happened for years, yeah?
Listen, if you fucking ask them, they don't give a shit when you turn around and say all lives matter. They don't give a shit when you say that. They say no, only Black Lives
This is
matter.
why it's annoying speaking with the far right people sometimes, yeah? Because like
far right, you haven't a clue what the far right are, but when the far right do clue, you will fucking know. It's not far right.
You're telling me what Black Lives Matter means. You're telling me. Come on, man. Behave yourself, man. Let me finish what I was talking about. Yeah? Black Lives Matter doesn't mean... what are we talking about? I'm saying Black Lives Matter doesn't mean that white people don't matter. That's literally what the people are saying. They're saying that because they've seen the mistreatment of black people, they're telling people that Black Lives Matter. Because they've seen black people get killed by police.
That is quite literally the absolute explanation of it.
No, but I don't think anybody's saying that though. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with what like white officers killing black people is not fucking right.
You keep making it into something else, like it's a Black Lives Matter is like a KKK scenario where they're out there saying they want to kill this one and these people should be eradicated and blah 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 blah. But they're not saying that. They're saying, well, the meaning of Black Lives Matter to the majority of black people that supported it and anyone that did support it was because of the oppression that black people have gone through in recent history. That's it.
So when a black man shoots a little 5-year-old kid that's black, that was fine. Yeah.
Nobody said
how was that fine?
Nobody agrees
this
to
is
that.
The whole strawman. This is whole strawman because no one said anything something like that's fine.
That's literally like saying.
And this is like the whataboutism around the world. It's like now you have to give answers for stuff that's nothing to do with the point that you're making. Just because it's a black person. So does that mean that because Jimmy Savile was a prolific paedophile, now that we have to do we have to ask every single white man if they're a paedophile? This is weird. It don't even make sense.
And they don't understand that logic.
That's how it goes.
Cassie, what were you saying, Cassie?
So the thing is,
so what about the Dallas shooter in 2016 that was radicalized by BLM on record when they checked his computer?
And then somebody comes out and goes, well, all houses.
Hang on, wait a minute. Jay, hang on. Who was radicalized, Cassie? Sorry.
A shooter in Dallas. In 2016, he was radicalized by BLM on record when they checked his computer.
They said that Black Lives Matter radicalized him. The protest group radicalized him and
So
killed someone.
you're saying that Black Lives Matter radicalized the guy to go out and do a shooting? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
just like you lot say, oh, Tommy Robinson
if
supporters
we
are all
ask-
far
Yeah, but
right.
Tommy Robinson
If
says
we ask for
we
any
need to get rid of
evidence,
these
he'd be able
people.
to provide
Listen, this is what it's silly, yeah? It's like you're not going to provide no evidence anyway, yeah? Because this is what you guys are going to do, jump from point to point and then not provide any evidence for any of their claims. And then we have to provide evidence for what we're speaking about. But you're never going to provide any evidence for any of the claims that you make. You just just say whatever you want. Man. It's that's why I hate populist versus
Literally,
like fucking
just-
socialism. Like it's like man, they could just lie.
Well,
and,
you got the biggest
like,
socialist
use this
underneath
fucking
you.
scattergun approach here. It's like man, just do big shit on the wall, and then whichever sticks on the wall, that's what man are going to run with, isn't it? Like, so obviously, you just said that a guy was radicalized in Texas. And he went out to shoot people or whatever. So he was radicalized by Black Lives Matter to go and kill people. Is that what you were saying, Cassie?
Yes.
And you can prove that, right? You've got evidence of that. It's not just one
It's
of those.
always
baseless
all
claims.
over the news.
And we have to go and do our own research. I got you.
Do you watch the news? What's all over
I'm
the
going
news?
to go ahead and guess. You just literally, no matter what we say, you won't be able to go and get evidence that shows that at all. You'll just say you'll say something vague like, "Oh, it's out there."
I know what I
Everyone's
saw
talking
and
about
I know what I heard.
and you can't
Cassie,
find it
Cassie,
ever again.
Post the link in the
Did you
private
prove that?
chat. Post the link in the private chat so we can
If
read
black
it.
people made a group called Black Lives Matter and it's only for black people's betterment, like why would it bother white people? They're saving you a job.
Because if
supposed to
we
be-
have a group that's only for white people,
No,
we're
but what
far
I'm saying
right.
is, wait,
We're
Cassie.
KKK.
Cassie,
KKK.
my point is,
That's the point.
they're
You didn't say
living in
this
your
for white
country.
people to-
You're supposed to be
Mm.
fighting for their rights. Now, if you don't and they become abused people and they create an organization to fight for their own rights, they're doing your job for you.
Yeah, but Black Lives Matter didn't work out anyway. It's a load of shit.
To be fair,
So
like,
can
people
you
like
agree
you
then?
that
You
are
agree, Can, that
anti-black,
it's okay for me
doing-
to say that
people
Irish
doing
lives
doing
matter,
stuff
right?
to help out fucking other black
Yeah,
people.
only Irish
Because this
lives
is what you
matter
do.
to Can.
Right?
You
Yeah.
want some shoot them down straight away, cuz.
So Can, so do you
Yeah.
think that, so
Anything
do you
good they
think
did,
that's,
you use
do you
against
think
them.
that's like me use, because obviously I'm gonna like we're Caucasian, right? So
Listen,
we're saying that Irish lives
No,
matter,
but you
right?
keep listen.
where I'm from.
But you
So
keep giving yourself those
that
labels.
okay
We
for me
don't.
to
No one on
say?
here said anything
Is that
like that.
okay for me to say though?
Cam, listen.
Is that
where I'm
okay?
from-
Okay, I'll ask you. Is that
No one
okay
on
for
there
me to
said that
say
you're
that
always
that Irish
Caucasian.
lives
No
matter?
one's never said
You
that.
want to ask a question, but you don't want to hear the answer.
No, I'm asking you as a question. I'm not saying you said that. And I'm only asking you as a fucking question.
But we don't look at you like
Irish
that.
lives
But
do
you look at
matter.
you as an Irish lady.
Irish
That's
lives
it.
do matter. That's why everyone was against the fucking Northern Ireland troubles, isn't it? Because what they
Everyone.
were doing to you.
So
Yeah, of course, what do you
okay.
mean?
So you don't class me when I'm standing up for me and mine. You right?
Yeah.
You're
you.
telling me that I'm not my far right. Why?
No,
Nah.
what I think he's saying is that you and yours
You're
are
far
going
right. You're
through the
far
same
right
Thank
Irish
you.
lady, man. Behave
Thank
yourself,
you.
man.
Thank
Why are you
you.
trying to? Hey, listen.
Thank you.
Cam. Stop it, man. You're far right, but you're a far right Irish person. Come on.
Get the fuck valley. Get the fuck valley.
Listen,
I
listen,
fucking
listen.
exist. I do a bit of
I
what
can answer
you
your question,
do.
We're doing that
And
here.
fuck me.
You're
You
kind
are
of
fucking
You
spazzing
got
all
mad,
over
come,
the
man. Behave
fucking
yourself,
place
man.
with me, like.
You got
I know,
mad,
it's
man.
just-
Listen,
Behave
listen,
yourself.
Honestly,
Cam.
it's ridiculous to hear that because we have access to the same sort of information, and yet you come out with such radicalized opinions.
Mate,
It's
I'm not
really
talking
strange.
to you. Like, I'm not talking to you anyway, but like, I'm talking to
All right,
Velly
okay,
and
then
I
you
was
don't
talking
have
to
to.
Can,
Then.
right?
Okay, I'll
So
just say
then,
in general. Then. I'll just answer the question for myself.
spin it on you, Velly, right? Because again, I'm hearing quite a lot of shit, right? And again, like I'm white Irish. So, and as I said to Can, you have to be a little bit more specific, because when you're banging on about white people, yeah, unfortunately, even though we done nothing, we're going to think that you're including us too because of what's
no,
going
it's
on in
not
my
true.
country.
It's not true.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
not
banging
true.
on
what I'm
about
just
white people.
telling you. I'm
Listen,
just
Cam,
telling you.
where I'm from in London,
So,
apart from Bermondsey, it's got the highest percentage of Irish people. Islington, yeah.
no,
It's literally,
you know what?
it's literally Ireland, right?
There's
Irish people
I
do
think
not
there's like
stand.
11 million in
Irish
England
people
altogether.
listen. Irish people do not stand politically against ethnic minorities.
No, I know that. Listen, I know that, but we don't want to fucking be a minority in our own country either, Can.
All right, that's different though. That's a different thing.
You know what I mean? We again,
Enough people
we
haven't
have
moved to your
no
country to
issue
make you a
with
minority, though, man.
welcoming, right? We have no
Do you
issue
think that
with welcoming migrants or fucking even economic, right? And again, me personally, I don't think we should be taking economic migrants. Just because your country is not doing as well as other countries doesn't mean that you should get the flood in, right? Again, I'm trying to talk to Can. Can you let me like just finish, because I just hear you kind of like a little like in the background, and just let me like finish it, you know. And you say to me like, you don't know the meaning of a conversation and all. You're a bit low in pulse there because you're trying to talk over me. You're insane yourself, but I'm not even talking.
You got the floor, man. You got the floor.
Thanks. Go on, Cammy. So thanks.
Cammy.
So again, no. I don't mind that as long as you implement yourself. I'm not telling you to leave your culture, forget who you were or like where you come from or any of that shit, right? But what I'm saying is don't fucking come here. Don't come here and then literally hate on me and my country and then try to change it.
No one done that.
Ryan, come on.
Who in your life
that
affects you in any way is doing insane things that affect you directly?
What are you talking about? Sorry, say that again.
And when you gave that message, people don't come here, saying things about hating on me and my thing. In what way is your life impacted by anybody doing or saying anything? In which way has it affected you directly?
Well, I can't walk into my city. I can't walk into my city alone. Yeah, because again, it's very unsafe. It's very, very unsafe for women in general, and that doesn't fucking just mean Irish women. It means any fucking woman that's in Ireland, in Dublin.
And you're saying that sexual assaults have risen since asylum seekers have come to Ireland.
Yes. Very, if sex attacks have gone up, and that's on males too, right? That males are being raped in the middle of Dublin City at O'Connell Street.
Males. This is all immigrants, isn't it?
Yeah, these are two immigrants. These are two Afghani immigrants. Yeah.
And in the city, no Irish people raped any Irish people at all. I assume that it's all immigrants.
No. If you look in Dublin City, there is not many Irish people, if any, at all. Go look it up.
In a lot of these arguments, I'm not saying this is Cam's argument. Listen, I'm not saying this is Cam's argument. So Cam, don't get triggered when I say this. Yeah, I'm not saying that this is Cam's argument. Yeah, so don't get triggered when I say this. Yeah, but a lot of times when you're arguing about people on the right, yeah, they're okay with their own criminals, ethnicity of their own criminals, and not with the criminals of the other one. They're like, well, we got our own wrong-uns. We don't need extra wrong-uns. That's just literally going to be the argument.
Yeah, Wendy said that before. Yeah. Wendy has said that before.
We got our own wrong-uns, eh? We don't need other wrong-uns.
And that's it. And so when they look at like numbers of say for example, if you look at numbers of rapists who are of a certain ethnicity in Dublin, it's significantly smaller than it is of white people that live in Dublin, and that's because that represents the population. So there's significantly less of one and more of the other.
What are you talking about?
What it does show is that all people's
but there can be over-representation.
Problems.
No, if you look at the statistics, the majority are from one nation, I think.
Cam, just let me finish. What I'm saying is that the end result of that, though, is that what you can take away from that isn't that, there's loads of these and loads of them, because we find it's the same numbers everywhere. What we're finding is that humans have this thing, it's a human problem. It's cross-culture, cross-nationality.
Hey, bro.
But when you focus on, in England recently, there was a protest about defending our kids from, immigrants and, grooming gangs and stuff, knowing full well that the Pakistani grooming gangs they're talking about only make up 2% of all grooming gangs. 83% of them are white grooming gangs, but they don't care about them. They just want to focus on a certain ethnicity, a certain type of people. They're not from here, so we're going to highlight all of their crimes, and then that's all we're going to talk about. And that suddenly represents an entire group of people, whether that's immigrants or refugees, and they apply a broad stroke. And there's no.
So when we talk about statistics, really we should be talking about per capita, because what you said, like 2.7%. I can't remember the exact number. You said are committing the crimes, but we have to look.
We have to
look at it as a comparable to a certain amount of the other group.
those figures do that. They take that into consideration and stuff. So per capita, when you look at the population statistics and the demographic of the population, you see that what you expect is exactly what you
I'm gonna let El
So
jump on.
with an
El,
area
join
that's
the
predominantly
conversation
white,
though,
you see
man. Don't
predominantly
just
white.
sit there.
It's not per capita. You don't find it more often in other cultures than you do within the UK, within the borders of the UK. It's not. There are other things like first cousin marriages and stuff like that, but obviously a lot of people what they like to point at is this certain type of culture. There's a lot of first cousin marriages in the UK, but they don't point out that it's legal in the UK because it's a cultural thing here. For a long time, the only way you could get any wealth or anything was marrying, and the safest way to do it was within your own family. Nobody likes to talk about that part of our culture. They just ignore the fact that we have all the laws and the other cultures. You know what I mean? So you don't find that cultural disparity when it comes to rape and gang rape, is what I'm saying.
So you're saying the white people are just as rapey as the browns and the blacks, are you?
If not more so.
In the UK, based on
Sorry,
statistics
did
and demographics,
you
yes.
say like that the majority are white grooming gangs? Like what? Right, what?
Sounds like you're conflating sex crimes.
No, I'm not
I don't know
conflating
where
sex
this is
crimes.
going,
I'm
but like,
comparing numbers.
no. Well, okay. Well, okay. Again, this is kind of a redundant argument to me. If you are in a predominantly white country, you would expect that. But if you're 2% of the fucking population and you commit 90% of that crime, I'm sorry.
That's false.
That's
false.
nothing.
That's where the argument lies,
mad,
because
like.
that isn't true. That isn't true. They don't commit majority. They commit within reason per capita exactly what you'd expect of any persons. It stays within that range. So if you're 2% of the population, you're only going to commit X amount. When it comes to crime and committing crime within borders of the UK specifically, I can't speak for anywhere else in the world, but we don't see. There's not a shot, especially rape. It is not a cultural phenomenon. Well, hang on a minute. It may only be a small number, but a large percent of these people are doing it. It isn't like that. We don't see that representation. The numbers reflect the same as they do for us. It's roughly the same percentage. But my whole point is as well with the grooming gang thing is when you have people turning up at protests, whatever, and they're going on about this 2% of people of grooming. They go, we hate grooming gangs, but we're only talking about the 2% of them. It's not about child safety. It's about ethnicity. Because if you were genuinely concerned about child safety, you would look at everyone. You look at the whole thing and how you can sort that out and what structure you can put in place. But it's not a uniquely foreign thing to do. It actually statistically, it's the same as it is with us within this country, per capita, per individuals.
Have you? Do you have a source for this claim?
I can back it up if you'd like me to. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I just want to research it, please.
Yeah, certainly. I'll do that right now. Take me a couple of minutes.
Cheers. I'm just looking at the arrest rates currently in the UK. So when you look at arrests, the Afghanis are arrested almost 10 times as much as the native Brits, and I'm looking at per capita statistics here. Somalis. Sorry,
I wasn't talking crime in general, broad stroking.
I know you weren't talking crime in general.
No, we're talking sex crimes. We're talking sex crimes.
I know he's referring to sex crimes, but I think when you can look at crimes, when you look at the arrest rates for just crimes in general, the ethnics are massively overrepresented. That's why I question this claim that the ethnics are the same as the Brits.
There's a couple of reasons for that as well.
JOJ, listen, one sec, bro. Your mic's popping a little bit, I don't know if there's any way you can fix your mic a bit.
Tablet up, man. I'll go slower if that helps, and then is it all right?
No, it's like this. No, it's like it's not to do with your voice.
It's like you've got bad reception.
Static off your mic or something.
It's like you've got bad
so
reception.
maybe lower down like the bass or
you might even need to turn
something
the
like that
volume down and speak
it's
louder.
just the mic.
Somehow, the crackling's loud, but your voice is low. That's mad.
Is anything?
Yeah, it's improved?
That's much better. Miles better.
Yeah, there you go, man. But yeah, so when you see certain crime statistics and stuff, when it comes to that, you see a small minority of people overrepresented in certain crime statistics. You're absolutely right. When I was talking about sex crimes specifically, that is something that is true, and I will source that in a second after I've finished saying this. But when it comes to certain groups like Afghanis or things like that, There's lots of different factors. There is a cultural factor. Some people may want to continue certain behaviours that would be illegal in another place, and they keep doing that. There is no denying that whatsoever. When it comes to, there's a lot of other factors though, like where do people live, for example, because most people that come here as immigrants usually don't have a lot of money, so they buy into the areas that they can, which usually tend to be the poorest, most underserved areas. So you see a grouping of people.
Well, that's not true for here. That's not true for here because Irish people can't afford to buy a home, but Indians who are only in the country, like not even a fucking year, can buy like a house out like in Dublin 15 for 450 grand, and it's all Indians. It's not Irish or like fucking blacks or anybody else. It was just all Indians, and yet they were economic migrants, but yet they could afford like 450 grand house. So
they've probably got some really good jobs, and if they can afford that, they're probably affording really good tax contributions too. But my whole point is that typically what tends to happen is most economic migrants tend to arrive here with not too much to the name. They do have skills and stuff, but they tend to, this is just the trend. It's not, I'm not saying it for every, there are obviously exceptions, but they tend to areas because it's cheaper to live there. Yeah, I'm fucking sorry, man. But so they tend to group in certain areas, and usually when people are living in poor areas that are underserved, they often turn to crime. Poverty breeds crime like nothing else. So that's where you tend to see in these poorer areas where there are certain groups of people, and then you see crime statistics overrepresenting that way.
Well, that would be a bigger reason than not to import them, to be honest, because like if you're going to import like people like that, and then they're only going to be put into poor areas, and if you're telling me because obviously poverty breeds like criminality and all this bullshit, then like they're going to be turned into rapists and shit like that, why would we want them in the country? Why would that be a good reason to have them in the country? That doesn't really make a good reason why you'd want them in.
Good point.
How would they benefit?
You're assuming that that's the reason, but what I'm telling you is that that's a byproduct sometimes of people in underserved areas. Sometimes there's not a lot of economic activity, so while they are there contributing, doing their thing, there may be other people who are out.
Okay, so whose fault is that?
Sorry?
Whose fault would that be then?
Well, that would be the people who are supposed to serve. No, allow me to finish. Economic stagnation in certain areas, and areas where there's not a lot of economic opportunity, that's the government's fault because that's their job. It's not immigrants' fault. They don't have the power.
It's our government's responsibility to make sure that the area is thriving to provide for immigrants. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's our government's job to make sure that the people that live here are served, and so that's one way. That's one of the biggest ways of reducing crime, is to make sure that people's needs are met, and to make sure that you have an area with all the facilities, with everything that you need. It's not underserviced and it's not impoverished. That is literally the job. The government's job is to lift impoverished areas out of poverty, invest in them, put factories there so people can get jobs. The reason why we have so many foreigners is again because the government are failing to be able to educate people. We need people in hospitality. We need people in every sector, not just doctors and nurses. We have huge skills gaps that this country doesn't fill. So we import other workers to come and do the gap, to come and fill that gap. What we should be doing is we should change our culture a little bit, and instead we should start making nurses and doctors fucking rock stars. Make sure that all the little kids that go to school look up to nurses and doctors like they're footballers, and they go, do you know what, I'm going to work, I'm going to be that person. Make sure that construction workers and farmers are like at the tippy top of the social ladder, and then pay them better. That's how you stop immigration. That's how you stop the skills gap. But all these other problems, these side issues, they're not a byproduct of immigration.
Already, why import them and then have to fucking invest in them and make sure that they do all that shit? Otherwise, they're going to turn into rapists. Like, that makes no sense.
No, absolutely nobody said that, and we've already. You're
saying that because they're economic migrants, they go to a poor area, they become rapists. So it's the government's fault. The government should invest in them, give them ample opportunity, and make sure they don't turn into rapists because they're poor.
Right, okay, so first of all, no one said rape. That wasn't the thing we were talking about. Second of all, when it comes to crime in general, yes, the way in which you solve crime in general is by investing in areas. No one's saying doing it for immigrants. These are our streets too. We all live here. They're doing it for what they should be doing is doing it for us, for all of us. So we have economic migrants. Go on.
Sorry, but there's a cheaper, much more efficient solution, which would be to support the ones that can't provide for themselves, that aren't in immediate danger in their own country, back in their home countries, and send them back, and then that would save the government loads of money, and it would be more efficient.
I completely agree with you, and that is exactly what happens, and that's what should be happening. Anyone that is an economically stagnant migrant worker is no longer a migrant worker. They should be sent home. I totally agree, and we do have policies and stuff in place. A lot of this stuff gets blown out of proportion, and people conflate illegal immigration with legal immigration, with economic migrants and refugees, and then the waters get a bit muddied. But you are right, and that is the law. And do you know what? Under the last 13 years of Tory government, for some reason, they didn't prioritise deporting these people. They just wanted to point at them and tell everyone that was what their problems were. Now we are starting to see more people that are economically inactive getting deported. That is a good thing. And what we should do is we should go, okay, we'll fill the skills gap with immigrants. And as a lefty, I don't want immigration like that either. The only form of immigration we should have is we should fill all of our skills gaps ourselves. We should be the doctors, we should be the nurses. And then we say to the rest of the world, right, we've got all of our positions filled. We're just looking for the best of the best, people that we would never get anywhere else. Innovators of industry, and then bring that in. The trouble is, we don't invest in ourselves.
I don't think any country would have a problem with migration that way. Any country. I don't think any country would have it. Like, again, that wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't have a fucking problem with it if Ireland was gone that way. But it's not, is it though? That's wishful thinking. That's how it should be.
I did say that that's how it should be, but there are things in place that there are. What I'm trying to tell you is now that there is not as many economically inactive migrants just roaming the streets of Ireland as you may think. And those people that are, we all agree. Oh,
you're fucking mad.
Yes,
you're mad.
You're mad. They're being shipped in
by the thousands and put into tiny fucking little villages where the people that are there are already outnumbered. What are you talking about?
Can you prove that thousands of people are being injected into villages? Because that's another claim.
Go look at any videos on YouTube and put it in now. Go look at it, because I know, because then if you're going to tell me that doesn't, that means then you've obviously been watching.
That's not good enough evidence, though. A video on YouTube. It's that.
No, a video on YouTube. Okay, so if their media just puts it out as far right, that would be good enough for you, right? So go look around the on-air Irish media. Go look around the Irish media.
Statistics.
So, okay, so what about the kids that were stabbed? That were stabbed in Parnell Street, in the middle of town, in the middle of daylight, coming out of school. Fuck all about it. We hear nothing about it. Right? Women are being raped. And I told you, even men are being raped. Put it in O'Connell Street. Young man raped by 2 Afghanis. Put it in. You'll fucking see it. But you don't want to see it. And you're going to tell me that like we don't have a problem. When sex attacks are up 500%.
Someone got killed outside my house, yeah. Not outside my house, yeah, but on my road. And it wasn't on the news.
Say that again.
Someone got killed on my road. It went on the news.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's the point that Cam's making, right?
Felly, you listen. When kids can't even play in their own fucking street without an Indian, right, piss drunk, coming up and trying to kidnap your 5-year-old brother, right? Now, and you can put in, he was only in the fucking news the other day. Now, this is the stupidity of the EU. We gave him 2 weeks to deport himself, right? After he tried to kidnap a 5-year-old boy, right? And his younger sister pushed him over, stopped them. And this cunt then comes back. And what did he say? Oh, like, I was just drunk. I just had a few shots of Jägermeister and a whiskey. And I just thought it was my own niece. Get the fuck out of here. What would he have done if he had taken that 5-year-old? Now again, that cunt should have been deported straight away, locked up, deported straight away, because if it was a native that done that, he would have been locked up straight away, named and shamed. This cunt was given 2 weeks to deport himself. Get the fuck out of here. So again, don't tell me we don't have problems here. We do. Massive problems.
You don't have problems there, man. Come on,
no, he's trying to say we don't. He's trying to say we don't.
I didn't. When did I say you don't have problems?
You did. You said that there's not as many fucking economic migrants walking around Dublin as you think there. And I'm telling you, yet they are.
Okay, and you think that when I said there's not as many you think that when I said there's not as many economic migrants as you think, you thought that a story about a rape with some Afghani dude, that proves that there are as many as you're saying. It doesn't prove volume. It just proves you're just pointing to horrific incident after horrific incident.
No,
and I get it.
We were
talking
about sex crimes. We were talking about sex crimes. Right? And
no,
again,
if
it's
we're talking about sex crimes, why would I talk about
it's gone up and it's non-natives? And you're telling me we don't have immigration problems. And I'm telling you,
please for a second. Just stop for a second, because it was you that interrupted me, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there that we were talking about economic migrants, and we were talking about that. Then you said, well, that does not how it works, blah, blah. And then I said, well, actually, there's not as many economically inactive migrants walking around Dublin as you might think. Then you started talking about sex crimes. Yeah, we have talked about that in the thingy, but that wasn't what we were talking about. That was randomly plucked out of a bag that nobody was talking about anything close to that. You just go straight to this thing. And I think that you're really associating heavily all forms of immigration.
Very disingenuous. You're being very disingenuous. And you're making very light of the situation that's going on in fucking Ireland. All right. So no, stop with your bullshit there, right? Because again, if you haven't seen what's happening in fucking Ireland as a whole, not just Dublin, then you're deluded. You're fucking deluded. And Ireland is not England. Right? Ireland is not fucking England.
I'm not in England. I'm not English. I'm not English.
Why?
I'm Welsh.
Okay.
You're Welsh? Wow.
Yeah, Welsh. Is there going to be some poke at my ethnicity or accent or something? But you're going to tell us what you're not.
I couldn't give a fuck.
What
you talk with an English accent. You talk with an English accent. That's why I said wow.
No, I talk in a Northern Welsh accent. You're just not used to it.
No, you don't talk in a Welsh accent. That's not Welsh accent.
This is literally a Northern Welsh accent. I'm a Northern Welsh person telling you that I sound like this. This is our accent. I think you're thinking of South Wales, and you're thinking of people with a slightly different accent down there. Yeah. But anyway, yes, I'm not English. So what was your point you were trying to make about how it's different to a nation that I'm not in?
No, you are talking on my country. You're talking on mine. You are telling me how
I remain incorrect.
Really as bad as I'm making it. That's what you are implying.
How many economically inactive migrants do you think are in Ireland, in Dublin specifically? Because that's what we were talking about.
In Dublin, I couldn't tell you, but I'll tell you about 700,000. 700,000.
You're saying there is 700,000 economically inactive immigrants in there.
Yeah.
We're not talking refugees, we're just talking people that just fuck around and don't do anything.
Yeah. That's all of Ireland.
Okay,
all of Ireland. Right? Not just Dublin. So, yeah, about 700, give or take. Give or take about 20.
Oh, wait, sorry. Just before I look again, are we changing the goalpost from Dublin to Ireland? Because we did say Dublin, and I said, because the question I asked is,
I couldn't tell you in Dublin. I couldn't tell you in Dublin. I couldn't tell you in Dublin, I said.
Do you know how I didn't ask
I said I couldn't tell you in Dublin, but I know. So when you asked in Dublin, I said I couldn't tell you in Dublin.
But then why would you, like...
Well, you said many, you said many inactive economic migrants. And I said about 700,000, and you said 700,000.
You missed out in Dublin bit. You keep missing out.
No. I said I couldn't tell you how many are in Dublin. They all want to be in Dublin. They all want to be in Dublin.
No, my whole point was that you don't actually know. You're like claiming that it's basically overrun with economically inactive migrants, and I'm trying to say that it's not as many as you're kind of making out.
No,
and then you're going.
then
I said, allow me to finish. Then I said, there's not as many in your city as you might think. Then you said, well, blah blah blah, and I was like, oh, so Dublin, and then you go, well, let's talk about all of Ireland. Let's make those numbers bigger and go. I was talking about your city.
Okay, how about
that's why I said there's not as many as you may think. So I'll go back to
would that
how many economic migrants?
Would that be better for you, or would that justify what? What would that justify? What would that justify?
What I'm trying to get at is that you're picking on a hyper-minority of a population, pretending that they're a big, large, massive population problem, and I'm about to explain to you that they're not that way.
JOJ, just when someone else speaks and you're unmuted, it like repeats from your end.
Yeah, you need
the
to
only way
have
when I took the echo cancellation off, it made the mic a bit better. So I am trying to.
Go back.
That's why.
Go back to the first one with the cracked
JOJ,
mic.
you need headphones on. You need to change your mic settings, to either the handset if you're going to have loudspeaker on and then echo cancellation, but it's going to sound crackly again, like you're on a phone.
Yeah.
You know why? It's because you have to have an extra Bluetooth device. So if you've got a smart
yeah, to be honest, I'm not that into. I don't do it often. And to be honest with you, I'm gonna wrap up and shoot off now, anyways. But before I go, I do want to drop in some links because I do want to prove a point. I'm not just making stuff up. But so that's all it is. I will be shooting off soon.
Do you have a problem with Tent City in Dublin?
Tent City, it's a joke, for fuck's sake. All the economic and illegal migrants all live in tents and shit like that. And Irish people, like homeless, that's the funny thing. Homeless Irish people, they're not allowed tents. They moved on.
Wow.
But you walk up and down the promenade, like it's the new promenade in Dublin City. In town, it's all full. You would swear you'd swear you were in the Middle East or some shit, that you're not in fucking Dublin. So again, they're just sitting there doing fuck all. But like I suppose like a couple of thousand here and there, that's no harm, isn't it? Not? As long as they're like not in the hundreds of thousands, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a big problem with that here too.
Fuck off, man. Fuck off, like. They're a drain, literally a drain on Irish people and a country, a resources, and a fucking danger. That's illegal immigration is not good for any country. That's why it's called illegal.
But can't you see where your JOJ keeps having a disagreement with you, right? Because when you was making your explanation there, you said economic migrants, illegal immigrants, all the different sort of immigrants were just all put into one. Like, and I'm sure that the tent people.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about, right? I'm not talking about genuine refugees and stuff like that, right? I'm not talking about that. Not talking about that.
How can
right? I'm talking about if you come to my country illegally, if you come to any country illegally, you shouldn't be allowed to stay. You broke the fucking law. Now, and let's think about it. They came through other safe countries first before they came to mine.
But you don't have to.
So you can't even turn around and say, well,
951 refugee charter means that you're allowed to claim asylum in the country that you feel safe in or you have connection to.
However, it's a bit of an outdated.
No,
so you are allowed to go through other countries. Yeah, you are.
The first safe country you've declaimed there. So if you've gone through 6 countries to get to my country,
because that would mean the majority of asylum seekers would be in Turkey, Greece, and other southern European countries.
No, you're talking about asylum seekers now. You're talking about asylum seekers now. I'm talking about illegal, right? Illegal fucking immigration. So if again,
but the majority of illegal immigrants are people that have visas that are run out. You know that, right? The majority of illegal immigrants are people that have visas that have run out.
No, that's different because you
that's
came here
who the
legally,
majority
you got a visa, and then you chose to stay after your visa went out. That's different. That's different. You came here legally.
So where you
when you say illegal, when you say the illegal immigrants, yeah, that's who you're speaking about.
If you came here illegally, you ripped up your passport, right? Or you used false documentation to get into this country. You should be deported.
Using false documentation makes you an illegal immigrant. Yeah. Someone claiming asylum doesn't make them. That's when they don't become.
No, somebody claiming asylum is totally different.
Hold on. Listen, yeah. So, because there's no safe route of passage for asylum seekers to get to country A, B, C, D, or E, or whatever, and only certain places have safe routes of passage for certain asylum seekers. The only way that they can claim asylum, well, I can use the English law as example because I understand that, is they have to get to the UK to claim asylum. So if they're not in England, or if they're in the British embassy across the seas or whatever, that you can't claim asylum from there. You can't do your claim process unless you're on English soil. So for you to get to English soil means that you have to use a route like a plane, a boat, or the train, Eurotunnel or whatever. But to get a ticket on there, you have to have a visa. But there's no such thing as an asylum seeker visa. Well, they haven't made an asylum seeker visa for the other countries like Afghanistan and even some of the African countries or whatever. So that's the point, right? That they've set the rules that you have to come here to claim asylum. You have to get to the country to claim asylum.
You're muddying the waters up totally.
That's the rules. They have to claim. They have to get to the country to claim asylum. The only way you're getting into the country without buying a plane ticket is on a rubber dinghy.
No, it's not good enough, is it? That I say to you, right when he turned around and said like, "We'll fill all air trade positions. We're air natives, and shit like that, and then we'll bring the best of we'll seek out the best of non-nationals." I said that would be fucking great, right? I said that's wishful thinking. That's how it should be, right? Again, I said the issue I have with is illegal immigration, right, and economic migrants, right? That's what I said to you. Now, I said refugees, asylum seekers and shit like that, I have no issue with. No issue with. Now, you're muddying up the whole fucking waters there, saying, yeah, but who are you going to tell us? That's the whole point.
I was trying to explain it to you.
Sorry,
the difference between the people that you're... Wait, hold on. The people that you're making the point about, yeah, when you say illegal immigrants, more times they're people that had visas that have run out, or people that have either come here on false documentation or on false consensus.
Yeah, but how did they get a visa? They came here legally. They came through the correct channels, got a visa.
Yeah, they become an illegal immigrant when they don't leave after the visa runs out.
Then they overstayed and broke the law, right? Now you can go to court, you can fight that, right? You could be sent back, but the majority of the times is they're given a new visa, right? So that's not a big deal. That's not a fucking big deal. I don't have an issue with that. My point is illegal, and I have to keep reiterating this shit. Illegal immigration, right?
Yeah, but I'm explaining to you what an illegal immigrant is.
No. Let me finish, please. You keep banging on about economic migrants, right? And then nobody's talking about illegal.
When you say illegal immigrant, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say illegal?
What do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? What do I mean?
Oh my God! This is what I'm trying. This is what. Listen, I'm telling you to give your definition of what you when you say illegal.
Okay, so when you came here with no visa, when your country is not on a safe list, and you've came in here into this country, no papers, no nothing like that, you're illegal. You're illegal. So your ass should be deported ASAP. ASAP. You have no right to be here.
So you are talking about asylum seekers then?
No, we're not talking about
that's the way
asylum
asylum
seekers.
seekers come
No,
to
we're
the
not. No, you see, you keep doing that.
But that's
You
not-
keep
but this is-
switching it.
Cam,
You
this-
keep
because-
switching it.
no,
But then when
because-
other people do it to
I'll tell you why. Let me
you
tell you
bang
why.
on about,
Why do I keep
you're
saying that?
fucking
Let me
saying this
explain
and
to
you're
you.
saying that.
Cam,
Nah, you're
Cam,
full of
hold on,
shit.
man.
You're
Let me
full of
explain
shit
to you
because
why
you keep doing
I'm
that.
keep
You
saying
keep
that.
moving the goalpost there. You keep
I
moving
keep repeating it
the
on
goalpost there.
purposely.
Cam,
Let me
let-
tell
no,
you why I
sorry.
keep repeating the point on purpose here. Because when you're using your definition of illegal immigrant, you're speaking about the people that come the same migration routes as the asylum seekers take, or whatever. And the majority of people that claim asylum get their
No,
claims
you see,
approved.
the difference between the asylum seekers,
the people that get their
they come
people that
here
get their claims rejected
genuinely,
usually leave.
and there's Irish embassies in their country, so they go there before they come fucking here. So then they can get
I don't know about the
papers,
Irish law,
that they
yeah.
can be
The
Irish,
UK law is
not
different, though.
fucking come here illegally and then try to get it. Right?
Yeah, I
you
can't
came
tell you
here
about the Irish
illegally.
law.
So all
I
the
can
people
show
that
you
were
how it works in the
genuinely
UK,
doing
and
illegally,
I
you
reckon
just
it's going to be
skipped and
similar
you
to
didn't give a
Ireland.
fuck about. Fuck off,
Huh?
like.
No, listen, yeah, I'm saying to you, yeah, obviously, I can't tell you, I can check now, yeah, to see if it's the same law as the UK law or whatever, but I'm sure that it's similar because of the EU thing, and obviously the different 1951 refugee charters and blah, blah, blah. So if it is similar to the English law, where for you to claim asylum, you have to get on Irish soil or whatever, then that will be the reason why people are using those routes, right? Because you can't get a flight, a boat, or a train, or any other sort of routes that you can buy a ticket to come over with without a visa. So you can't show your passport.
No, that's a lie.
Your
That's a
documents
lie
at any-
because
you
they can
can't
jump
get
on a
that without
fucking
a
plane
visa.
and do exactly what you were
You
talking
can't get
about.
on
They
it.
can
Listen,
come here and knock the
the
home.
plane companies, Google it right now, yeah? Plane companies get fined if they allow people without
I
visas to jump
I
on their
know. Aer
flights.
Lingus were fucking fined for it. I know. Aer Lingus were massively fined for it. So it doesn't, do you know how much money they were fucking making, you lunatic? So that fine didn't make a dent to them, you lunatic. That was nothing. That was chump change to Aer Lingus. That's how much money they were making from this
Yo,
fucking
I said
racket.
that's what's happening, yeah? And you agreed with what's happening, and then now you're saying I'm a lunatic, but that's what's
No,
happening.
you're saying that why wouldn't they get a plane in? Or that's the only way they can come in is illegal because they can't come on a plane or a fucking train. They come on planes and fucking boats
So
and buses.
anytime
What are you
Aer Lingus
talking
allow
about?
people
They
to
come from
get a
Northern
visa
Ireland
without...
on a fucking train.
Alright, Cam.
They come
Let
straight
me ask you
down from
another
the north.
question
What are you
instead then,
talking
yeah?
about?
Let me ask you another question then, yeah? So did Aer Lingus get fined for allowing people without visas to jump on their planes?
They didn't check their papers. Once they got onto that flight, they had no
So
papers magically.
did they get fined for that?
Of course they got fined for it.
Right, so that's the point, right? So you ain't legally
Yeah, and I
allowed to let
told you
people...
the amount of fucking money that Aer Lingus makes out of it, that was nothing. They didn't even try fight it. They paid it like that because it was chump change, I told you. They made
Yeah, but the point still
billions.
stands, right?
They're
That it's
making
illegal for
billions.
them to allow people without a visa to jump on the plane. So the point still stands
Yeah,
of what
and
I was
I'm
saying.
telling you,
The
do you
majority of
think they
people...
give a fuck?
The majority
And
of
I'm
people
telling you, do you
that
think they
come...
give a fuck because the amount of money that they're making?
The majority of people that come over that via that route
Yeah, you're
are
not
more likely
listening.
asylum
You're not
seekers.
listening.
The people
You're
that...
not listening.
Yeah, because I'm trying
You're
to
not
explain the
listening.
point. I'm trying to explain the point to you. I'm trying to explain the point to you, Cam, but you got to listen to it as well. You got to listen as well, because I did listen to your point. But I'm trying to explain this point to you, right? That the people that you're classing as illegal immigrants here, those people are most likely people that had a visa and have not left at the end of their visa or whatever, or lost their job before the end of the visa and refused to go back over.
So if you had
So
a
those
visa,
people-
if you had a visa, when you step off that plane, you should have some documentation, right? Right?
Yeah, so people that have
no.
had a visa,
Right? If you applied for a visa, you're, as you just said there, now getting off that plane, bus, boat, you should have some documentation, right? Now, how do you get from having some documentation to then when you reach Ireland, you have none? How do you go from having some to none that we can't identify what country you came from, what country you come from.
Can you get a job? Listen, can you get a job? Can you get a job in Ireland without having any sort of documentation, like no national insurance number, no passport, or no
No, you'll be given
it.
You will be given a temporary PPS number.
We're not speaking about the same people, then, innit? Because I'm speaking about.
No, you're given a temporary PPS number until you're given a full one.
I'm speaking about people that had visas. And now their visa has run out, so they do have documentation. They do have a passport.
Yeah, but so if they had a visa, then they're already in the country, right?
Right,
so
and
again,
that's how they become illegal immigrants, because at the end of their visa, they've not left.
When I'm talking about when they're trying to get into the country,
you're saying
I've done so much research on what illegal that they've done illegally.
For someone that actually doesn't care about fucking illegal immigrants, to keep arguing with people online or whatever, that I know what I'm talking about in the people being illegal immigrants that have absconded with visas, because I didn't know shit about it until I had to read up about it every time I was having arguments with different people online about what an asylum seeker is, what a flipping illegal immigrant is, and all them different bits and pieces. Like, that's why I keep making the same point, because I know from the way that you're speaking that you're making the same point that people in the past have made when we've had these discussions or disagreements on panel before, when you're saying illegal or what usually when they're saying illegal immigrants, let me just say what they usually say. When they say illegal immigrants, they're more talking about people that have come without documentation and so and so that are trying to claim asylum, and those people are actual asylum seekers. So yes, there will be some genuine people, but there will be liars as well. Like, people lie, right? People try and cheat. So of course there will be people that are not genuine asylum seekers, and obviously as long as they make the process as far as they can and able to get through the backlog, like they've flipping held up the shit and made it, now there's people staying in hotels and tents and blah blah blah. If all those things were cleaned up properly, then there wouldn't be so much of a backlog, or it wouldn't be so noticeable to the average person, like, or anyone that lives in any of those sort of areas where any of these asylum hotels are, because they would have got through the claims and been able to make a decision on the people whether they deserve to get asylum or they don't.
Thing is, though,
can we agree then though, like, that we really don't need like economic migrants that don't speak a language, don't like a culture, don't like a country. So why would you be here? And then
who says that?
Into the bargain, I have to pay for that on my taxes. Yeah. So
Cam, who are we blaming in 2025? Who are we blaming for this, Cam? That's all I've come to try to find out.
Nines. I know we are even going with this shit. I know exactly who.
I'm just asking a question, yeah? Because even, let's just say for argument's sake, I'm in agreement with you, yeah? For the sake of the conversation, and very, I agree, yeah? Who are we blaming?
Everyone. Listen, I blame my government. I blame my motherfucking government.
No, Cam, everyone.
Everyone. They're the ones to blame for it.
Everyone.
So isn't by this point, do we not realize as the common people? Because I just heard you saying oh shit, I'm getting a call. I'll be back. But I was just hearing you talk about Aer Lingus or something, paying the fines and whatever, right? So everyone's making money from this. But I'll be
you're right. Yeah, so I'm saying here, do you know what it's like? Do you know what it's like? It's like, and no offense, Dave, in England, it's like being back under the English, right? That when the Irish sold out their own fucking people for that shekel, when they sold out their own people to the English for the shekel. Only this time, the bastard master is the EU. The bastard master is the EU. That's who it is. Sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to, but yeah, that's what it's like. That's what it's like again. Irish people selling out their own fucking people.
It's a 1951 refugees convention from World War II, and the Jewish people that kept on getting turned away of why that there's the asylum seeker laws that over the European countries. That's the
Listen.
never again, isn't it? So stuff like that happened in
Look at
World War
Poland.
II.
Look at
Never
Hungary,
happens again.
right? So you have a fucking dictator. You have a dictatorship, which is like, I fucking love how people bang on about the Nazis and shit like that. And they really have no clue, like, what the Nazis' plan was just before they knew they were going to lose World War II was the EU, right? And they do it now, like, without shedding a fucking bullet. It's funny as fuck, like, because it's stupid as fuck as well. They're dictating to the rest of Europe. We have no fucking choice in this matter.
So in the European
except
Union
Poland.
and Nazis.
I big up Poland because they don't give a flying fuck what the EU say. They will not take in any bullshit that the rest of us have to take in. And they'll pay the fine every year.
Yeah, but
so big up Poland.
Yeah, but they have just elected Donald Tusk, and he was the European Union leader at one point, wasn't he?
Who?
Donald Tusk. Am I getting the wrong person?
Yeah, he was.
No, yeah. What, your man in Poland? The president of Poland?
Yeah, I think they've just elected the former European Union leader, I think. Or am I getting mixed up?
No, you're way wrong on that because Poland have
the Polish PM is asking England to join the EU
on site illegals. They shoot them on site if they come in through their barbed wire fucking border. So no.
Hey Dave, let me ask you a question, brother.
It's so safe. So fucking safe. You can walk around at 10 o'clock at night, which you should be able to do in any city in fucking Europe. In any country you should be able to do without being attacked or being feared of a bunch of fuckers that want to grape you, whether you're a man or a woman. So yeah, Poland seems to be doing fucking great.
Ask me a question, yeah?
If you like Dubai. Is that Elliot? You got 2 accounts, bro. His other account must have been off. Yo, but Dave, let me ask you a question, cuz so you know that you were saying that like Brexit means that we're going to be able to get like a free trade deal with America now. Now we've got no free trade deal with America and ruined the free trade deal with the European Union. Like, is Brexit still a good thing, yeah? Beneficial for the country and the economy and all that.
Why do we have no trade deal with America? What do you mean? How's that possible?
Well, you have a trade. You have a tariff trade deal, not a free trade deal like you have with the European Union.
Right. Yeah. So what's the tariffs being imposed on us?
Well, there's tariffs. It was a place that. All right. So there was a whole continent that we're a part of that we was able to trade back and forth with. Tariff free, like no tariff.
Yeah, I'm saying what tariff? What's the tariff? What's the rate America's in?
Don't matter what the tariff. Even if it's like 0.5%, it's still a tariff.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So wait, let me ask you this then. Yeah, would you rather pay 0.5% more or have it like just get it for free?
I'd rather we have self-determination and potentially have some tariffs than have no tariffs and be dictated to by the European Union. But let's get it right. We've not even left the EU. This is the problem. We're still in the ECHR, so that's the problem. It's not true that we're still in the ECHR. Right. Okay.
That's not part. The ECHR ain't part of the European Union, though. That's like a separate body, isn't it? Like there's countries that are not even in the EU that are part of the ECHR.
But wait, we've just negotiated our deal with the Americans, right? The Europeans are yet to announce the outcome of their negotiation, and I presume it's going to be a lot worse. So that might be some benefit, right?
How is that a benefit? Because there was a free trade agreement, like a free trade.
Because if we were still in the EU,
and they don't pay tariffs. Wait, let me finish.
A higher rate.
Let me finish. We don't pay tariffs, or we pay no tariffs at all in the trade. The majority, you see, the biggest trading partner that we trade with, that was tariff free. Yeah, to find a new trading partner that's not as big, that we're going to trade less with, to pay a tariff with. Obviously, that's L.
When you say it was tariff free, we paid VAT though, didn't we?
What?
Well,
no, you don't pay tariffs on the trade, man.
Yeah, but
you pay VAT at the end of you pay VAT at your purchase, whatever you're purchasing, isn't it? Like, so that's not part of tariff. That's not part of whether it's part of a tariff or not, because you pay value-added tax on any purchases made in the United Kingdom.
Okay, but say we buy some cheese from Germany, right? And we pay a 20% tax to Germany. That's like a tariff, then, isn't it?
We don't pay a 20% tax to Germany. Right?
Are you sure?
That's the whole point of it. It was tariff free.
Yeah,
No,
but that doesn't include
It was
VAT.
tariff free.
That doesn't include VAT. So we're still paying 20% to German.
Bro, listen, that's not part of the tariffs, man. VAT
Well,
is
it
VAT.
No, it's not. No. It's not, because the Americans can claim back their VAT.
The Americans can claim back their VAT. We're not in fucking America. We're in England.
Big up, Belly. Let me charge my phone and I'll jump back on. But look, nice one. It was a good convo.
We don't even
right?
big up yourself, Cam.
Nice one.
Big up, man. Big up the far right Irish. Hey, so like I was saying, yeah, that your argument is not making any sense to me now, yeah, and it's like getting me a little bit wound up here, because you keep saying VAT is a excess tariff on top of a non-existing tariff that we never had to pay. Now, for the same products that we may be importing from the same place, there's an extra tariff that we have to pay. That's the problem. The extra tariff that we have to pay, not the VAT that we was already paying. The extra tariff that we now have to pay, the VAT was already calculated in the calculations of how much products my business was going to be able to buy from the European Union to supply whichever supplier or
I think it's worth it in the long run.
Facilitating.
But I think it's worth it in the long run to not be a part of the EU. That's the point. So whatever technicalities
what benefits are going to come in the long run? Well, because this is why it's not true, yeah? This is why it's not true, because in like 10,000 years, when you find like literally one benefit from leaving the EU, yeah, you're gonna say, "Oh, this is the benefit from it." Like when I show you point
benefit of leaving the EU is leaving the EU.
That's fucked up. Yeah,
that's the benefit of leaving the EU.
I've showed you like on multiple occasions different points of how leaving the EU has made the UK trade in a worse position.
Right.
Yeah. But we still don't know what the European Union's tariff deal is going to be with America. So that
doesn't fucking matter what the European Union's
but his point is that we had a free trade deal with Europe, but we don't got one with America.
With Europe. So
yeah.
America,
but we've never had a free trade deal with America, right?
Yeah, but that was one of the main points of Brexit, that we were going to be able to make a free trade deal, a tariff-free deal with United Snakes.
No. The point of Brexit was we then open ourselves up for business with the rest of the world.
But
there's more business to do with the rest of the world than the European Union.
Free trade. Yeah, but people weren't touting that. Well, we can.
It wasn't dependent. Yeah, but Veli, it wasn't dependent on free trade. It wasn't dependent on free trade. The argument was we now can open ourselves up to do business with the world. That was the argument. It wasn't on the basis of free trade. Obviously, there's business.
If that's the argument, then yeah. I remember the man was saying that we need like 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, or whatever. Which trade agreements have been put in place that are replacement of any of the trade agreements that we had with the European Union?
A replacement? What? A direct replacement?
Yeah, well, anything that replaces the trade that we was having with the European Union, isn't
it? Anything that replaces it, right? Well, we're still doing business, right? We're still operating. So obviously, there's going to be deals that have been done, and there will be deals that will be made. But we've not really we're not even left the European Union. That's the problem.
What hasn't happened that was part of the European Union that's not taking place? Because there's no free travel within Europe for any British citizen. You have to get a visa to work in Spain, yeah, which you never have to. Those are the things that were part of the European Union that we're no longer allowed to do. So without getting visas or paying any sort of tariffs. And now, if you buy a house in Spain, they put 100% tax on it because you're not part of the EU, and they want to stop fucking foreigners building houses and blah blah blah.
Yeah, a lot of your arguments are economical, aren't they? For me, it runs a bit deeper than that. It's about Britain having self-determination and being able to, shape its country as it wants to shape it. Not
everything in your life. You need to pay for. Tell me one thing in your life that's free.
That's how you see the world, isn't it? That's the way me and you differ. But I don't want the European Union implementing their ideology onto us. and leading us in the direction that they want to see us go ideologically. This is the problem. This is where this country's this whole this globalist free movement, fucking LGBTQ, fucking anyone can be anything. That's the whole 9 yards. I'm talking about the globalist agenda.
You was happy for Elon Musk to fucking donate to a party of your choice for that person to get into power or whatever. Elon Musk has a fucking multinational company and is part of the one fucking labeled as the richest man in the fucking world. He's part of the global elite, the globalist people that you're speaking about. He actually is head honcho of globalists.
Is he? Right, okay. I don't see how you.
So Elon Musk hasn't got factories in the majority of developed nations in the world, or selling Teslas or whatever.
So the direction of Britain, and how it's the pattern and how our society is shaped is dependent on Elon Musk.
But you haven't answered one question. You know that in this conversation you haven't answered one question. You've just said yeah, okay, and then just made a whole different statement.
Right. Okay. What was the question? What was
What do you want me to start? My first question, or?
I think I've answered every question, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, my first question was about the European. I tell you what, yeah, I'll move on to a whole new question or whatever. Like, what you said there sounded like you're anti-LGBTQ. Is that your new stance now, or
a new stance? What do you mean?
Well, because you was complaining that the other people of the country, some Muslims and so mistreat the LGBTQ community.
Well, there's different levels, isn't there? I don't think that children need to be indoctrinated into certain things, right? So transgenderism, LGBTQ, these types of things have been politicized. I think there's a level. I think we've gone past the point, and now it's gone too far. I don't then co-sign to Muslims' way of thinking that gay people can't exist. That's like, I can disagree with the politicization of gender and these types of things. And it does then not mean that I hate gay people or believe that they can't exist. Now, if you look at Islam, you look at how gays are treated in Muslim countries, they literally don't have the right to exist. I am firmly against that, yes. So I'm not in favor of the politicization of gender, but that also that doesn't mean that I don't believe that gay people can exist. There's gay people that are not for LGBTQ.
It's literally against the Bible. It's against the Bible for a man and a man to lay together, isn't it? Like, so if Christians are going to be real,
interpret they should, it that way, yeah. Some people could interpret it that way. But they could.
Well, so what does it say then if it don't?
But what's the relevance of that? What's the relevance of that? We live in societies, Western societies, that have been shaped, and they've been shaped by Christianity, right? We don't have a culture of throwing gay people off buildings. So I can believe that it's wrong.
They would have got stoned. They would have got killed. Then they got flipping marginalized, and now they're accepted.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. I don't believe I can disagree with two men being together. That does not mean that I want to see them have harm done to them. They're two separate things.
What about fucking Paul, the gay Muslim that debates in Speaker's Corner literally every Sunday? He's gay and a Muslim. I'm happy about being a Muslim and being gay.
Yeah, that would be what circumstantial evidence, right? I would say that
that's hard evidence, because like you're saying that Rob,
no, he lives in
Muslims
Britain.
Are against gays or whatever.
Would Paul exist in Saudi
Arabia? He's the poster child for flipping gay Muslims in the UK. Literally, remember? Right. Yeah, do you remember? When fucking we was in the park here. And Raspet was having a debate with fucking Paul and so and so, and Ali Dawah was like, "Well, but it's okay for him to be gay. It's not against the thing, Bob. It's like as long as he's a non-practicing." So
yeah, but that's because he lives in Britain.
That's the same style.
Because if he not really, if he lived in a Muslim-dominated country, he wouldn't be able to do that. Are you telling me that gay people? Are you telling me that gay people can be openly gay in
Them
Pakistan.
man are beating Bachabazis, cuz. Are you mad?
Right, okay.
They literally
Okay,
got
so
boys in dresses.
Veli is now making the argument that Muslim countries are safe places for homosexuals. Okay, brilliant. That's a great argument, bro. What I'm telling you is, in the Muslim world, what I'm telling you is, in the Muslim world, homosexuality is not accepted and it is not safe for people who are gay to be openly gay. Now, in Britain, of course, you can have a Paul because we live in Britain. But if he was in a Muslim country, he would be in harm. He would have harm come to him. Of course he would.
But I'm saying that they're saying there's gay Muslims in them flipping mad countries as well, cuz, man.
Right, okay. So
There's
you are
literally
making the
brothers
point. So you
in
are making that point.
Afghanistan. No, but you're saying that there ain't though. Like, and I'm saying that there is. You're saying that
Right,
these
so
men
you're
are getting
yeah. So you're saying that the majority of Muslim
So, like,
countries
but some
are
of them
safe places for homosexuals.
No, I never said that. That's your argument.
Oh, right, okay.
You want me to argue to say, well, whether they've like, I actually don't give a shit about LGBTQ or whatever. Like, they could just.
No,
do
but
what
I
they're
want to
doing,
talk about the majority, not like these
That was the
minuscule
argument,
cases that you're bringing forward. It don't really prove anything. I want to talk about the majority. How gays
Listen,
are treated in
Afghanistan's the
Western
closest to
countries,
Sharia.
and how
Like, there is-
gays are. Yeah.
Man, Afghanistan's the
okay.
closest to Sharia, bro. And they're bad there, fucking
Yeah.
brothers in fucking dresses, little boys and that, like lava. So
Right. So that means that you're making the argument that homosexuality is
Iran's
accepted
got
in
the
the
most
Muslim world.
tradies in the world.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because that's your argument that you're making. That homosexuality is accepted in the Muslim world. Cool. That's good to know, man. That's really not the reality, though, is it? That's not the case. But of course, I don't have to agree with homosexuality. It doesn't mean that I believe that it should be murdered. There's a difference.
But it says that in the Bible, though, that man's to get stoned if man they're sleeping with men.
Right. Okay.
No, it does. What do you mean? Okay, that's what it says, though.
Right. But I don't believe that I should be taking somebody's life or judging somebody in that way. So that's not really something I would advocate for, and I don't think most Christians would
Because
advocate
the man
for
them
that.
don't practice Christianity like they preached it.
Right.
We're supposed to be stoned.
And this is in the New Testament, yeah?
No, bro, listen, keep making this New Testament supersedes the Old Testament argument when it doesn't. Because Jesus literally says, I haven't come to change the law.
Right.
This Jesus said, all right, tell me where in the New Testament where Jesus says that this is the new law, this is the new covenant that I'm giving.
But what's the actual point, though?
That is the point. That you just tried to say that it's not it's not part of Christianity to murder.
No, I never said.
gays.
I never said that.
But it is, though.
I never said that. I never said that. I
If a
said
man
we
gets
can
stoned,
see.
with a man that's supposed to get stoned.
No, that's not what I said. You're misunderstanding me. We can see how gay people are treated in Western countries. We can see how gay people are treated in
But that's
Muslim
not because of
countries.
Christianity.
Right.
That's
Okay.
That's because of secular humanism, if anything.
Right. But we don't have Christians in the West throwing gay people off buildings. So there's obviously a differentiation there, isn't there? Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so
because they'll
why
go
aren't
to
they going
jail
to
because
jail in
it's
the?
different
So why aren't they going to jail? So why aren't they going to jail in the Middle East then?
Because in the Middle East, there ain't if your country's under Sharia, then there's not a separation between religion and state. In the UK, there's a separation between state and religion.
Yeah. So we've
the law
established that
supersedes
one.
The
we've
the
established
law
that
of the
one
land
is
in the UK supersedes the Bible law. Because it says in the Bible you're supposed to stone. You're supposed to stone your kid if they get lippy to you. It literally says that in the Bible. Yeah, people don't do that.
So we've established that one ideology is murderous.
That's not because of Christianity why people don't do that. It's because of secular humanism.
Yeah, but we've gone from Paul
separating.
We've gone from Pauline Speaker's Corner. We've gone from Pauline Speaker's Corner is a gay Muslim to now it is absolutely and completely legally acceptable to throw gay people off buildings in certain Muslim countries.
You said that.
What do
you trying to throw the remix in with like
not really, not really.
Yeah,
not
that's
really.
you trying to throw the remix in like you did the other day with the comparison of people donating to the racist lady to people donating to the guy that's a fucking murder suspect.
Why is that a remix?
I was just fucking not one don't correlate with the other.
What they do? People was triggered by them donating to the guy who killed the 17-year-old. So people donated to this woman to trigger black people.
Bro,
it might not fit your narrative.
Do you know what happened?
How does it not make sense?
Because there was a someone tried to.
Why
say
do you
that,
think
right,
Banksy's championing her?
Listen.
No, because Banksy triggered you by championing her.
Banksy's actually a racist, bro. What are you talking about?
No, but
he's happy he's happy for someone to racially abuse a 5-year-old child and celebrated it. Like, come on, man, behave yourself. He even said,
yeah, but he did it to trigger you, though, didn't it?
Bro. You remember, yeah? You remember? Oh, that's cool. We can do that to trigger me in it. Yeah? It's like, bro, if you want to like a racist to trigger someone, that's calm. Yeah, but like I was saying, he even said that he would masturbate over a picture of an adult when they was 5 years old or whatever, and they was not going to do nothing about it. Like, so you can hold up Banksy as the moral arbiter of everything right and how we should act or whatever. I don't think we should.
No, I just made the point. I just made the point that he was doing exactly what I said. By supporting that woman, he's going to trigger people like you. I don't know what you're talking about, moral arbiter. That's not even a thing in this conversation. He's clearly demonstrated what I said.
Will trigger people that don't like racists.
However you want to interpret it, that is the objective of certain people.
How does that correlate with the argument that you made the other day of people donating to the 17-year-old
to trigger people like you?
Donate so people donating to the 17-year-old was to trigger people like you then, yeah?
I don't know, but people were triggered by that. People were triggered by the guy who killed the 17-year-old.
Like me, then what did you mean by the people like me? What does that mean?
Yeah, let me explain. When the guy who killed the 17-year-old raised $500,000, a lot of people were triggered. So in turn, me no. Why would I have been triggered? I didn't even talk about it.
You said a lot of people were triggered, didn't it? So I was just asking that, was you like one of the people that was triggered or whatever?
No. Relevant to that is, I don't know. But what Banksy was doing was to get a reaction, and he got a reaction out of you and other people. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, but like, okay, that's cool for in Spaz world or whatever. But in logical world, it's like stupid, isn't it? Like you made a stream about a child getting racially abused to say that raw.
Yeah, it's morally wrong.
You love
of course, it's morally wrong. Yeah, of course it is.
So
it is morally wrong.
How is that even an argument then? Why would you even make that as an argument? Like, that actually makes it.
Because on the internet, people do things to get reactions out of other people, and these GoFundMe's have just took it to another level of white versus black, trying to piss each other off, scoring points. That's what's happening. Doesn't mean that everybody that's donated to these things are doing it for that cause, but some of them are, because they know the reaction that it's going to get, and that's what's going on. I've made this very clear. Neither of them should have been donated to. Both of them, I believe, did bad things. It's stupidness. But certain people are jumping on these things to score points over the internet.
Weird, man. I really support people abusing children or disabled children and all them sort of shits there, you know what I mean? Like, but if
yeah,
you
it's
want to
morally
do that
wrong.
Just to trigger someone or whatever, then it's your character, isn't it, man? Or your what's cool? Right, well, so what do you think about? What do you think about
it's
Banksy
morally
saying
wrong.
that he would
Obvious.
What would you say about Banksy? What do you think about Banksy saying that he'd have a Tommy tank over a 5-year-old film? Remember Fascist Film?
I'm not an authority on Banksy. I don't know the guy, so I don't know how you're trying to walk me down that path. That don't make sense.
I would have been able to play the video, but someone struck it. Yeah. I would have been able to play the video so you could hear it in his own words, but someone struck the video.
So what's your point here? Have I come on saying Banksy is some kind of moral character and he's a great guy, and I don't understand your point.
That was the argument that you made. You literally made that argument saying, but Banksy made a video to trigger you. And I was like, well, Banksy? Banksy's like fucking someone that supports people racially abusing children.
So because someone triggers somebody, it means you're saying they're a good person. Your chat is full of trolls.
What? The chat's full of trolls. What does that mean, though? What does that mean to the point that I'm making?
I mean, because you say that someone's done something to trigger someone, it doesn't mean you're saying they're a good person, right? A lot of people jumped on that thing to piss people off, and it's wrong. It is morally wrong.
That's just an excuse, man. A lot of people jumped on it because they support racism. That's why they jumped.
Some of them, I'm sure, did. Some of them, I'm sure, did.
Racist. Yeah, but man will use these other little side stupid reasons. It works for the people that support them, but for anyone that's like will question what you're saying, we won't accept that as an answer. Oh, I just done it to trigger people. Like, shut up, man. You're crazy. Like so you supported someone that racially abused a child to get someone else pissed off or whatever. Yeah. So, alright, cool story, bro. But why did you really support that fucking?
You're so entrenched in this stuff. It's hilarious, man. You're so entrenched. You just want it to be so bad. It's unbelievable. Someone just comes with like a little different thing, and you can't comprehend. It's like, fine.
What's different though? What's different about that then? What, racially abusing a child's nothing, yeah?
Betty, why do you keep drawing for these things? I don't understand. It's like
you guys are hypocrites with your fucking bullshit outrage that you lot pulled here. Because again, now when we're speaking about fucking Tommy Robinson's fucking made up documentaries about fucking this happening, that's happening, the girls or whatever, we need to care about the children. When we're talking about someone racially abusing a 5-year-old or whatever, it's like, oh, why'd you care about this shit?
What's made up? What's made up in regards? What's made up in regards to grooming gangs? What's made up in regards? You're triggered. You are triggered. You are triggered right now.
Documentaries Tommy Robinson's documentaries are factual or made up.
In regards to what? He's made many different documentaries. In regards to what? He's made multiple different documentaries, so you're gonna have to say which one. Have I cut out or is he cut out?
Nah, it's me that's cut out, man. I'm in a shit area still. Give me 2 seconds and
Are you saying that? Are you saying grooming gangs are made up?
If you can hear that. Don't keep me out. Yo. You can. Yo, Dave.
Hello.
Yo, you can hear me now, yeah?
I can hear you, yeah. So what documentary is made up?
It's still cutting out.
Can you hear me?
The one that he's in jail for.
Oh,
the one he's in jail for. It's a documentary that's made up.
Right, okay. So what, the all 6 witnesses was lying, yeah?
Well, obviously, that's why he got found guilty.
Obviously.
Reliable.
All right, yeah. So the judge just ignored all 6.
You can bring 20. Okay, cool. Having 20 people saying the same thing as you doesn't mean that you're telling the truth. Is that okay. Do you understand that, Dave?
I do understand that you seem to be very pro-establishment when it's not involving a black person.
Listen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know
and
what?
I would
I'm
say
saying that
all the black people that get sentenced disproportionately, according to you, no, it's justifiable. Same
Yeah, it's
judges,
cool, man. You
same
can say that still.
judiciary.
But
Yeah,
you have to produce evidence for that, though. Still on it, like again, and even
No,
the sentencing
you say that
council-
the judiciary
the
is
sentencing
racist, though,
council
don't you?
themselves. Yeah, but the sentencing council themselves have said that it's disproportionate. Them themselves.
Right, yeah,
again.
yeah.
So again, we don't have to use my feelings. We can use the facts, and the facts speak for themselves. So
So the judiciary is racist. The judiciary is racist.
Listen, Dave, listen, yeah. I can get 30,000 people to repeat the same thing that I'm gonna say. Does that mean that I'm telling the truth?
Right. But can I just state, is the judiciary racist?
You didn't even answer. You just said right. Was that yes or no?
Yeah, but obviously you believe that it was a fair and just ruling, right? I don't. So we're not going to agree on
I
that.
asked you a direct question. I literally asked you a direct question. If I get 30,000 people to repeat what I am saying, does that mean I'm telling the truth?
Depends. It depends. It depends.
So
if you
I
got
could be lying and still have 30,000 people repeat what I'm saying, right?
no, if 30,000 people know details that only they could know by being the witness to said thing, then I would say that there's more than likely they're telling the truth. I'd have to look at the evidence. No, but I'd have to look at the evidence, wouldn't I? Because if 30,000 people are saying something, I'd have to say, well, why? What's the motive? What's the reason? What evidence? You'd have to piece it together, right? I can't just say blindly.
Yeah, I could be a convincing storyteller.
Right. So why? Okay, you believe that Jamal was the victim, and that's fine. That's perfectly good. But fine. That's marvelous. You would though, because he's not white. You have a bias. That's the problem.
That's wrong. Though.
Now, when it comes to the judiciary, and a black person, you would say the judiciary is biased.
Yeah, okay, but that's not true at all. What you just said, yeah, that I wouldn't believe that someone that was white was mistreated or ill-treated, because that's actually not true. You have no evidence that you could provide that would even show that to be even true.
No, but what I'm saying is, when the judiciary or the establishment, the establishment come down against someone who is politically not on your side, you'll go for it. But if it's any other circumstance in regards to unfair sentencing to black people, you'd be against it.
That's not true. If Tommy Robinson was in the right, I'd actually be on his side. If what he was saying was true about what happened in the Jamal Hijazi case, and it was proven to be factual, records went with what he was saying, I would actually be on his side. I'm on the side of what is factual and what's true, what you can prove.
So why did the teacher say what they said?
Like the other.
Why did the teacher say what they said? The teacher that he interviewed at his home. They didn't. So who is like a teaching assistant guy. He's not even a teacher. Yeah. So why did he lie?
Everything.
Why though? Why? What was his motive?
Look, he was trying to impress Tom Robinson. Look, he was like a brown-nosing fat dickhead. Like just like,
so we've got.
I can't tell you.
Right.
I can't tell you how much I got paid, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. Like, what the fuck? What kind of pussy would do that? I'm gonna fuck up my payment, but I'm just gonna tell you because it's a fucking Tommy Robinson. Like, he's an idiot.
So we've got 8. So we've got 8 witnesses. Mm-hmm. So children at the school, staff, and you're just gonna ignore all, or they're all just lying, right? What did it go? But that doesn't. They're going against the grain. That doesn't make sense.
I'll tell you what you can do. Yeah, bring one of the teacher's statements from the school that says Tommy No, listen. Bring one of the teacher's statements from the school, or even from Tommy Robinson's documentary that says that it was Jamal Hijazi carried out any of the actions that Tommy Robinson got found liable for.
Right, but to offhand dismiss the Asian guy
listen,
because you believe he's brown nosing. That's a bit weird.
No. Stop. This is getting on my nerves now, bro. Stop saying her, okay, and then moving on and not answering the question, not giving no reasoning for for the point that I'm making, and then just making another point and expecting an answer. Answer the point.
No, but I think you've got a racial bias against one of the witnesses. You called him a brown nose. That's mad. You don't know that, man.
Because he's got his nose up Tom Robinson's ass. That's why it's brown.
Right.
Not because he's Indian.
Okay. Right. So because he potentially told the truth, it means that he's the enemy, right?
Bro, he was brown nosing Tom Robinson, you donut. You just literally, bro. How much straw mans are you trying to build in an argument? Number one, you're not answering any questions. Number two, you're just making stuff up as you go along. Yeah, like what's going on here, bro? In this conversation,
I'm not making anything up. You got 7 different people who have said Jamal was a bully.
You literally just said, yeah, that I said that my man is a brown nose because he's Indian, and you know that. You literally know.
I didn't say it because he's Indian. I said because you called him a brown nose.
No, but that's
I said you have a racial bias. I said you have a racial bias.
Tommy Robinson's ass, man. So I've got a racial bias against Indians now as well, yeah? So I've got a racial bias against Indians, yeah?
No. Any non-white person who speaks favorably to Tommy Robinson, they must be less than.
Oh yeah, and I've said that, yeah, that any person that's not white,
well, you've discredited this guy. You don't even know him,
or speaks. What do you mean? Because what he said isn't true. It wasn't proven in court. He didn't go to court and get cross-examined. Bro, do you think? Hey, bro. Do you know what's funny? Yeah, listen. You know what?
I think the judge was corrupt. I think he was corrupt.
Yeah. What's comedy gold, yeah, is that if I would love the people that was daring to make them claims, like any of the adults that was daring to make them claims on the hidden camera, to dare to go to court and get cross-examined on the points that they're making and have to actually prove any of the stuff that they're saying, they would get made to look fucking muggy because they're chatting shit. That's why they never went court. That's why. Listen, when you're chatting shit, yeah, on the thing, Bob, you're not gonna, and you're
for what reason?
A professional
for
or
what
whatever.
Reason?
You're not gonna go to court to make this fucking newspaper thing. Like, obviously, you think this guy wants this documentary to keep getting viewed? Like, that
for
might
what
be fucking
reason,
up his employment shit.
Why was the why did they all lie? Yeah, for what reason? Why did they all lie? All these different people. Why did they lie?
All right, so no one made, the only people that made the claims that Tom Robinson got found liable for was the children in the school. So the children said that one of them said they hit him with a hockey stick, yeah, and she had to go through therapy and go doctors or whatever, yeah. So the doctor said that they've not prescribed her any prescription for any sort of injuries to do with the hockey stick thing. There was no notes in the medical school book that shows that this injury happened or took place, and then also the therapist also said that when the girl was receiving therapy, it was for a different incident. So why the fuck would a doctor, a therapist, and the school lie to protect Jamal Hijazi?
Right. So why would they lie?
Listen, stop doing no. Stop doing that. Stop saying right. Answer the question. I literally just made a long list of points, and you just said right.
Yeah, because I heard your point. We don't agree. What do you mean answer? What to answer? We don't agree.
That's the point.
You keep saying answer.
Tell me why you don't agree.
I said that the kids are not lying.
Right means you agree. If you say right, that means that I'm right.
Say you don't believe the kids. I do. We're not going to agree on that. I don't believe the judge or the people that you're bringing forward. I don't believe them.
Why would the fucking doctor lie? Why would a doctor lie? A medical doctor. Why would a doctor lie about Charlie's injuries?
Because it's in their interest.
What's in the doctor's interest to lie for Jamal Hijazi and not tell the truth?
Because of the propaganda that came with it, how it was manipulated, how it was pushed around the world, everything that came along with it. It's a part of a narrative, isn't it?
So the doctor lied.
And Tommy Robinson going against that narrative is bad.
The doctor lied to save Jamal Hijazi, yeah? Or to save face.
Yeah. Of course, the establishment want to push a certain narrative.
Why didn't the teachers put the accident thing in the school accident book? Because every time I've got children in school, in college, yeah. If there's a hair drops out of their head,
because he was an immigrant and they did not want to highlight his behavior, because they would have been called racist. That's why.
So they didn't put the injury down in the school injury book because they didn't want to get called racist.
Yes, because he's an immigrant and they made allowances for him.
But that's like a weak answer, man. Like,
Not really. They covered it up. He was violent. He was a bully, and they hid it.
Do you know how much? Do you know how much defamations, lawsuits, and all that sort of things that school would be going through if the reason that they covered it up is just to say that they're not racist or whatever? They covered up. Listen, you're saying they covered up an actual physical assault. If a child purposely hit another child,
it goes on all
with
the
a hockey
time,
stick,
Veli.
they can
It goes on
actually,
all the time.
they can get nicked for that. Like, you can get nicked. Like, that's past just the school. You could have faced criminal charges for that.
You know, man who comes in your chat. You know, man in his comments chat. Don't want to think, but he said this on YouTube, innit? His daughter was being racially abused at school. Teachers didn't do fuck all about it. It goes on. It happens.
Yeah, but you said racially abused. His daughter wasn't hit with a hockey stick, and they didn't fucking put it in the report book. They didn't listen.
I don't know whether she was physically assaulted or not.
They didn't not put it in the accident book. Like, I'm telling you right now, yeah. There's no parent in the chat, yeah, that will be far and few between, yeah, because obviously it can happen, yeah, that their child had an accident in school and they wasn't notified by the school of that accident, or they wasn't sent with a note of things that happened.
It happens.
Yeah, it does happen. But
if we go back to the 60s or the 70s,
that's not what happened.
If we go back to the 60s or the 70s, and let's say that it was a black kid and he was hit and he was violently attacked and he was in the basis, and in the process of it, he was racially abused, would the school acknowledge it?
That was strip searched in school. There was a black kid that was strip searched in school that doesn't even smoke because they pretended that one of the teachers lied and said they smelled weed on them or whatever.
No, Veli, the point that I'm making is
wrong or whatever or whatnot. The point is though, that if there's any correlation with any of these things happening, like you getting hit with a hockey stick in the school, there's one of the things is going to be in place, right? So the doctor's going to have some sort of registration of the prescription that they provided you for the injury that you was receiving. Like, there's going to be some medical record for that, because that's digital. That has to stay on the records of the thing, but isn't it? That's like NHS recording so and so. Your own private patients have their own records and all that different things, what they've been prescribed and different visits they've had. Like, so there's no reason for it's actually against the doctors. It's against the doctors. It's more beneficial for the doctor to tell the truth in that situation than to lie. He can lose his job. He can lose his fucking medical practice certificate.
No, I think it serves the purpose of the establishment it does. Right, so let me just break this down, right? So I'm saying he's lying because it's in his favour to lie. That's what I'm saying, right? So I've answered your question. When Jamal was thrown on the floor and had water poured in his face, that shit went everywhere. And it fitted a certain narrative. That narrative got pushed far and wide. And then when someone came along and went against that narrative, they wanted to shut that shit down because it served their purpose. Now, if you believe the judiciary and you believe the establishment isn't corrupt, that's up to you. But you're selective when it comes to that. Because you'll tell us that the judiciary is racist.
You keep trying to gaslight the thing.
Nothing.
Yeah? Listen,
no gaslighting.
This is how you're trying to gaslight the thing.
I'm telling you it's corruption.
Every time you're trying to say, you keep trying to say, that any agreements with anything that's happened in the courtroom means that you're like an establishment store or whatever, and you've never called out the establishment.
I'm saying
you're
selective.
Because
you're selective.
Listen,
on one hand, the judiciary is corrupt. On the other hand, it's trustworthy.
Let me tell you why you're reaching, bro. Because, like you're saying, how much things have to be corrupt for this to work out for you? The doctor has to be corrupt. The school and the school teacher has to be corrupt, and the therapist that the little girl was seeing has to be all corrupt for this story to be true. Like, which one's most likely? The girl's lying, or all of them are corrupt?
Do you know why it's very believable though, Veli? Do you know how many girls have been abused up and down this country, and social services, police, a whole array of people knew it was happening and they covered it up, Veli? We're talking about rape of children. And you think that they can't lie about whether this kid was violent to other kids or not? Come on, man, wake up. What are you talking about?
Listen, you're talking about.
We're talking about police.
What you're saying that
social services,
no, bro. Listen,
teachers.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that a doctor
and Veli thinks they can't lie about
and
this.
a therapist is lying about a
yeah,
kid hitting another kid.
100%.
Bro, you're not talking about grooming right now. You know, you're talking about a doctor, a therapist,
100%,
and a school.
Yes, 100%. Yeah,
covering up a kid hitting another kid, which something that happens every day in every school.
100% they did. And these people, doctors, not really, because these doctors have covered up worse, Veli. They've known that there's been abuse going on in this country, wide level.
And this one girl's telling the truth. Like it's more probable that the girl's lying and all these people are telling the truth. Like there's 3 different separate entities that have no links with each other. The doctor has nothing to do with the school. Like anytime you get an injury and you go and see your personal doctor and it's happened in the school, they never contact your school or have any sort of dealings with your school. So why the fuck would the doctor, the therapist that's nothing to do with the doctor and the school all have the same story? Like, bro, we didn't get no notification or anything about. But that's the point that I'm making, right? That all these 3 people have to be corrupt for Charlie to be telling the truth about the hockey stick incident. They have to be corrupt. Because why would all 3 of them lie about a child getting hurt in school?
Right.
And you know what's gaslighting? Yeah? It's like spazzes in the chat are saying things like, you don't understand or so and so. I'm like, brother, how dumb do you have to be to think that the doctors, the fucking school, and this fucking therapist are all colluding against fucking Tommy Robinson? Fuck it, how much of a sycophant are you?
I think
like, they don't even know who Tommy Robinson is.
This isn't about Tommy Robinson. This isn't about Tommy Robinson, though. It's about Tommy Robinson for you. It's about Bailey, and it's about those kids who suffered a massive injustice and had the entire system go against us because it fitted a fucking narrative. That's what this is about.
Not because what they did was wrong. But
I guarantee the schools up and down this country. Veli, I guarantee there's schools up and down this country who are covering up violent acts from kids who have newly come to this country because they're giving them the benefit of that because they believe, they don't culturally know how to behave. I guarantee you that's going on in schools up and down this country. I put my life on it, that they are covering up the most amount of shit that's going on at the hands of kids who have just come here. And they're doing it because they don't know no better or so on and such forth.
Up and down the schools nationwide, yeah? So
100%,
up and down this country
100%.
nationwide, schools are actively covering up things that are happening at the hands of
100%,
immigrant children
100%.
or refugee children.
If they can cover up the mass rape of young white girls in this country at the hands of Pakistani Muslim men, they can cover that up as well. It's not hard to believe.
Yeah, but then there's really no evidence that goes with that, is there? It's just like Tommy Robinson's documentary, and he got found liable in court for the claims that we're arguing about right now.
There's no evidence of grooming.
One of the things that's liable.
Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you.
I'm gonna go I'm only going to speak about things that's been proven to be true or false, innit? Like people have been done for grooming, innit? So I can't say that grooming gangs are false. There's fucking white grooming gangs also. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I noticed that you man don't want to talk about them.
Do you understand
my argument? Used to say they don't even exist.
I've never said that. That'd be a stupid thing to say. Do you understand my argument, though? If the police, social workers, teachers can turn a blind eye to that level of abuse, they can turn a blind eye to this kid being a bully in school. So it's not hard to imagine. But anyway.
Yeah. Bad things happen and people lie. I'm not saying that's not true. But I'm saying in this occasion, the people that's lying are the people that was claiming to be assaulted by the young man that was proven to be false. All 3 of the claims against the kid was proven to be false.
Yeah, by the judge,
the one with with in the best place for it, right? In the fucking court of law.
No, the judiciary is corrupt. Come on, man. What's going on around here? No, the establishment hate Tommy Robinson. They want him gone.
Mad, isn't it?
Why does Tommy Robinson never get a trial? Why does he never get a jury?
Why would he plead guilty? He did. He got a trial in a civil case. Yeah, you're in front of like a fucking judge and that.
No, I
That's
know
what
that,
happens.
but I'm saying in
Like, if
general,
it's a civil
why does he
case,
never get a jury? It's always in front of a judge. Obviously, we're not that you
it's a
can't have a
civil case.
jury, but
He pled
yeah, I
guilty
know
to the
that, Veli.
charges
I'm
as
on about
well.
other
Don't
things.
that mean
I'm on
nothing
about
to
other
you?
things.
Yeah, but for that
Right.
though, doesn't that mean that like he pled guilty and was found liable in the contempt case? Don't that mean that at least in the 3 points, listen, in the 3 points that he's made that was found to be
You're
contempt,
being unfair.
why not just erase those points from the documentary and say that you disagree with the fucking judgment and you're fucking on the road still doing your thing? But man don't even want to do that. But like when you want to include lies, how can we tell what's the truth?
Right. Okay. So because he pleaded guilty, it proves that he's not telling the truth, yeah?
What proved that he was not telling the truth, first of all, was that he got found to be in contempt. So he was told not to repeat the lies and repeated the lies in a documentary and played it in fucking Trafalgar Square.
Good.
But it's
The
not the
truth
fucking
needed
truth,
to be
though,
out
is it?
there, man.
If it's
According
not the
to
truth,
you, yeah.
if it was
According
the
to
truth,
you, yeah.
Nah, according to the judge, it wasn't the truth.
Yeah, the
According
judge, I
to the
think the
British
judge is
justice
corrupt.
system, it wasn't the
I think
truth.
and I think the justice system's corrupt as well, yeah. See, people are saying about why plead guilty, but you're being unfair and you're being biased, because if this was somebody that you knew, and we all know, people, even if they haven't done the thing and they're going to get done, they go guilty because they're going to get less of a sentence. It doesn't really mean anything. You
Nah,
wouldn't
but if
apply
you've
that
got
same logic to your own life. So people are being disingenuous.
You would apply it to the
If you
times
knew
when you're
somebody
actually
and
not
they went
guilty,
guilty 'cause
and
they
you've got
didn't want to-
evidence. No, you've got evidence to show that you're actually not guilty, which is like the testimonials of the children, which ended up being shit. Like that's why he ended up going jail, because in the first place the kids were telling like fucking playground lies, teenage level lies, man. That fucking every child would tell. Listen, if you've got teenage kids here and they're in a group or whatever, and then there's someone in their school that they dislike here or whatever, or someone that's popular, some kids will lie for that popular kid or whatever. They'll do that.
Right. Okay. Bottom line is we're just not going to agree on this, innit? If you guys obviously have made your mind up regardless, so it doesn't really make a difference.
Well, what new evidence has been provided to show that he's not fucking he is true, he is not guilty then? There
New
isn't
evidence. Right, yeah. But
listen, the old
again,
evidence
we're
meant that he
not
was
gonna
found
agree.
guilty. So there ain't no new evidence that you can provide to show that what you were saying is true about the kid, innit?
Right. Okay.
That's really annoying, isn't it? So, man, just
Well, it's
say,
not annoying.
right,
We
okay.
just don't see. We're just not going to agree on this. Like I believe, as I've said, and I've laid forward my argument, and we're never going to agree. So what's the point? You do have a bias when it comes to Tommy Robinson, though. There is a bias.
No, I don't. If Tommy Robinson's in the right, I would say he's in the
You
right.
don't, bro. You definitely don't see Tommy Robinson as a favorable person to you or your community, right? You see him as being a racist.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, there you go then. So you have a bias.
He's been racist, isn't it? He's been racist. But he's been
You have
has
a
he been
bias,
racist
so-
though? Wait, hold on. Has he been racist? Is he a
what,
former
in gen-
BNP member? What are you talking
Oh,
about?
right,
Cause like I don't know any black person, yeah, that would know someone that was a fucking BNP member or a former BNP member and not think that, bro, you might be racist.
Right, right.
Like there's definitely more probability of you being racist than not.
Yeah, but that wasn't my point, whether he is or isn't, or believe him to be or not. I'm just saying you have an opinion of him, and you generally are not going to be favourable to him in any case.
That's not true. Anytime he's telling the truth, I would say he's telling the truth.
Right.
If it's proven to be true, I would say that it's true.
So what are these other documentaries? Because you mentioned documentaries, like, do you know what I mean? So what are these other documentaries that aren't factual?
I don't really know. Has
Or is it-
anyone you
is
see
it
like
just
the
that one?
documentaries that he made? Alright, so the documentaries that he made about like the Grape of Britain and all them other documentaries there or whatever, have any of those people that was accused, have they been sent to jail?
I'm not sure, but that is ultimately the problem that we face in this country, right? People have got away with these crimes. That's really that's the point
Brother,
of
you
the
man are spazzes,
documentaries,
bro.
innit?
There isn't no one on YouTube that's my fucking brethren, bro. What are you talking about, man?
Who
Watching
said that?
YouTube idiots. I'm like, BMP Chrissy Morris is your virgin. Oh, Chrissy Morris is not my virgin, bro. Chat to man on YouTube, bro. Like I said, I'll rather people that disagree with me jump on the panel rather than anyone that agrees with me. It makes the conversation worth having.
But yeah, I think that's the point in the documentary, isn't it? These people are still walking the streets and they've carried out these horrendous crimes. So yeah.
But if there's so much evidence against them, why have none of them, like we say, like not one person from any of these documentaries that's been made has been arrested?
See, the point you're making there doesn't make sense because we factually know that there has been hundreds of thousands of girls abused and not many have been brought to justice. That's the entire point. That's why we keep campaigning about this. Now, if you're making the point that that's not true, that this amount of girls haven't been abused, then yeah, okay, you can make that point. But this is why it's funny when you guys do this straw man tactic of trying to lay out what the other person's argument is. That's what a straw man is, right? When you're making an argument that I'm not even making. Like, I've not even made a point. I've not said nothing on it. And you're saying, well, if you're saying that all this abuse up and down the country isn't happening, then blah, 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 blah. Even though there's fucking an ICSA report that shows that there is fucking children getting abused up and down the country or whatever, then like, yeah. So it's not surprising that he's highlighting people in these documentaries who haven't been arrested then, right? Because we do know that there are people out there that have committed this level of abuse and are still walking the streets.
So why is no one from Tommy Robinson's things where they've got actual evidence, testimonials, and the person there that was abused speaking about their abuser openly? Why have none of these people been arrested?
They have. Oh, why have they not been arrested? Because unfortunately, we know that the police have failed so many people. This is the point. The police haven't done their job. This is evident. But that's the thing. That just leads me back to, like, you have an extreme bias against him because you're not even questioning the people in the documentaries. You're throwing that out there. So I'm like,
one sec. That's it off.
Oh, he's not belligerent, is he?
Yeah. No, that was I'm not even sure if that was should have still, man. I shouldn't even let that one up. Wow. So that's the point, though. That's another point as well, right? So Chrissy Morris is a former BNP member, yeah. So he's got to be a racist, right? But what about Tom Robinson? He's a former BNP member himself. Pictured in front of a BNP flag at the meetings and all that.
Would you say that Chrissy Morris is
one rule for one and one rule for another, or? Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, raw. I have no issues with saying that, raw. If you and Chrissy Morris, yeah, it's not been proven that he was a BNP member yet or whatever. Anyway, yeah. But boom, if my man has been pictured inside the fucking BNP meeting next to the BNP flag, yeah, that's more proof than anyone has been able to provide for Chrissy Morris. Like, I would say that he's definitely suspect for claiming to be a left winger and having ties or links to anything like the BNP or whatever. Like, and again, like I'm saying, lefties can be racist as well. Yeah, so don't get that twisted. You can be on the left and be a racist, innit? Like, so it's not so black and white like that. There's a little bit of grey here and there. But anyway, if man's BNP or former BNP and that makes him racist, why doesn't that apply for Tom Robinson?
Right. Yeah, but there's no point in anything. You've obviously made your mind up where that's concerned, and it's not really something to.
I just asked for your opinion, innit? I just asked for your opinion, innit? So it doesn't matter whether I agree with your opinion or not, innit? Like, so I asked for your opinion. I didn't ask for just a right. You know.
You get it for you, bud.
Yeah, but bro, listen, you're not even. I'll tell you what, yeah. I've got like another 10 minutes or whatever, yeah? Because like right now I'm in the fucking car park chatting shit instead of fucking training or whatever, innit, yeah? But I'll put my fucking charger on for 10 minutes, yeah? And every fucking point that you make that you're expecting an answer to, I'm just gonna say, yeah, right.
I don't know. I'm not interested in Chrissy Morris. I didn't make that point. I don't fucking know. Why are you pulling me into that? I didn't make the point. Oh, you sit with Chrissy Morris. So I didn't make that point, did I? So I don't really care. I don't give shit about Chrissy Morris, and I'm not concerned whether you believe Tommy Robinson is racist. All I'm saying is you might have a bias, and you might generally fall on the side of criticism when it comes to Tommy Robinson, and you wouldn't tend to be favourable to him in any regard. That was my argument.
Yeah, that's not true.
And you said
that's
no,
not true,
that's not the case.
I've already said to you that's not true. Like 10,000 times, innit? Like if that was true or whatever, like I would have never bothered watching or letting you play any of these documentaries or whatever, because I was just going to disagree with what was happening. I actually didn't have an opinion or make a point about any of the documentaries apart from the one where he's been found guilty of. So even that is like you're being kind of sycophantic, where you're saying, you just disagree with everything Tommy says, but then when I ask you for the evidence of that, you're not going to be able to provide that. And then also,
I did.
Not truth,
well, I feel like I did.
I've been fair.
Well, I feel like I did because we've established you think he's a racist.
Well, because he said racist thing and he's a former BNP member, bro.
Then that means you don't have a favourable opinion towards him.
Oh my god! Right, this is stupid.
Well, why is that? Why?
Okay, so my opinion towards Tommy Robinson is doesn't matter when it comes to whether someone's telling the truth or not, whether someone's talking facts or not. Yeah. So if the point we're speaking about is an actual liable case that man's lost in court and now in jail for right now, yeah, and actually purging the contempt, like removing the documentary from his fingerboard to get time off or whatever, and obviously understands that if you do repeat that after, you can still go to jail for contempt in it because you're going against the judge's orders and blah blah blah. Yeah, so if the
judiciary is corrupt.
The only point that's being argued here is points that can actually be proven with the final hearing has been heard, innit? Like, so man's been found liable. The transcript's there for us to go through. When you read through, if you read through the transcripts yourself, yeah, and see the fucking evidence that's brought, I actually don't understand how you even believe that this is true. It's like, are you serious? Like, have you read the court documents?
No, I don't need to.
Exactly, bro. Why would you not read the court documents of the evidence that the people provided out of their own mouths of the scenario that you're expecting to be truthful or not?
Because I spoke to the boy, the mum, Bailey's mum, and I believe what she said. I believe the people that came forward, and I believe the school covered it up because he is an immigrant and they didn't want to think it. That's it.
True. So that's basically like me saying, because my mum said Jesus is true, that means Jesus is definitely real.
100%.
What does that mean? So
never question your mother. What's wrong with you? What do you mean? So what?
If your mum, exactly, that's the point. That your mum, of course your mum's gonna fucking back it for you because it's your mum. It's like, brother, you literally just said to me, I believe what Tommy said because the kid's mum said so. Are you serious? Like, you can't be serious, bruv. Come on, bruv. For real, you're really saying that that's a valid point that you're making to me. That really, yeah, I believe it's true because I spoke to the kid's mum. Like, what?
Yeah, but look, no. Through this entire conversation, I've laid out why I believe it to be so. I've made my points. I've said I do believe there's a culture within inside of schools where they will cover up certain things being carried out by kids who have newly come to this country because they believe ultimately it's maybe racist to highlight these things, or they don't understand the way things are. So I can see very well how that school would have covered this up, and I can see how there was an interest in keeping this narrative going. When that video went out there into the world with that water being poured on that kid, everyone was like, right, we've got a case of racism. This is massive. Everyone jumped on it. They put it out there. It fit the narrative. And then Tom Robinson came along, went against that narrative, and the judiciary did what they do, and they
Dave,
Pushed him.
do you think it was a case of racism? All right, Dave, do you think it was a case of racism?
What, pouring the water on his face?
Yeah.
What was the evidence for it being racist?
No, I'm saying, do you think, I'm asking you for your opinion, do you think that proves that it was a case of racism?
Well, with my limited, literally going on the basis of just watching the video, I won't be able to determine whether it was racist or not, right? I heard no racist thing being said.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so in your opinion, you can give your opinion now, yeah? You don't have to be factual or not. This is your opinion. In your opinion, would that be enough for you to say, like, this was a racist attack?
No. You need more evidence than that.
So, if you read through the court papers, you will see that the judge said that there's not enough evidence to show that this was a racist attack, and they don't believe it was a racist attack, and they're not calling it a racist attack, and all that sort of stuff. They're like, so do you agree with that point that the judge made there? Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't go on to say so the judge. No, I'd go on to say so the people that was there, and no witnesses came forward for Jamal that they said he was racist.
Saying, I'm giving you the statement. Yeah, it's not word for word. Yeah, but I'm giving you the judge's statement now, innit? Yeah, or whatever. And I'm asking you if you agree with what the judge says there, innit?
Yeah, I've just answered you. I said no. I will go on the basis that Jamal had no witnesses come forward. That's why I believe it not to be racist, because no one there even witnessed it, said it was racist.
Brother, I'm not telling you nothing about what Jamal said, yeah? I'm telling you what the judge actually said in the case, innit? Yeah?
I'm not interested in the judge. I'm not interested in the judge.
Yeah, but that's the most important part though, right? Because it's his judgment that determines whether Tommy Robinson would be flipping found liable.
Yeah. I'm not taking anything. Right? I'm not taking anything from the judge. I'm deliberating my answer through other means.
The only reason you're not accepting it is because Tommy Robinson was found guilty, right? Like, so because if this case was in reverse though, and this judge and the judge was able to find that Tommy Robinson was right and they was telling the truth about Jamal and blah blah blah, this, that, and the other, then you would agree with what the judge was saying. You'd be promoting. Wait, hold on. You'd be reading through the court papers, printing it out, and having shows in it with flipping doing 10 million fucking TikTok videos with that as a background, talking about, oh yeah, again, Tommy Robinson proved right in court, that Jamal kid was lying.
That's speculation.
It must be doing takia. You know what the Muslims are like. You know what I'm saying?
That's speculation, though. That's speculation. Let's deal with what we know. Let's deal with what we know, innit? Let's just deal with what we know. That's the speculation. But there was an aim, and the fact that, it wasn't racist and the world said it was, tells you that there was an agenda to push a certain narrative.
No, but when it went to court, they found that it wasn't, though. So that's the whole point, right? That with the actual in the court case, yeah, the he said, she said, whose friends is flipping more popular than who or whatever. None of that matters. How much you're able to provide evidence to show what you're saying is the truth, that's the thing that matters. Charlie wasn't able to provide any evidence that correlates with her being attacked in the PE session with the hockey stick. The judge even said about one of the kids that came to give evidence in that your evidence was incredible, not in the good sense. Yeah, like incredibly shit, because he said, yes, the attack happened, but everyone in the class was facing the other way when he hit the fucking girl with the hockey stick, but I saw it.
How many Muslims?
Report it. There's no fucking...
Yeah.
How many Muslims?
How many Muslims do you
build a prayer mat?
No, that you think actually cared whether it was true or not, and they would have just gone against Tommy Robinson regardless.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Right.
What do you reckon?
Yeah. Right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
What? I don't understand. What? I don't get it.
That's the point. That's the point, right? That's the point. When you just say, if you took the time to make a point that you're expecting me to make another point in reply to you, right? And I just tell you, yeah, right.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I can live with that.
It's not really a fucking answer, though, is it? Don't make much for the conversation, does it?
What you mean by conversation? Me and you are never going to agree
and say, "Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's." Bro, it don't. That's the point of the conversation, right? We're speaking on topics that we disagree on. That's the point of the fucking panel.
Exactly, and I'm not going to agree with you, am I? Because I see things differently to you.
That's the point of the panel, though, bro.
I've made every single
we
point.
have people that disagree, so we can hash it out. If the best thing really is if we're able to provide evidence that correlates with what we're saying, then like that actually shows what we're saying is actually factual. While it's strange that for someone that's a supporter of the guy that's found guilty or whatever, you've not downloaded none of the transcripts from none of the court cases.
But I've made my points to why I don't think it's true, right?
Says.
Yeah, but I've made my points to why I don't believe it's true. You've not taken any of them on board.
Your point was that
you're saying about me not answering your questions. You're saying about me. Well, I was obviously taking the piss one, but they think you're talking about me not answering any questions. I've made all the points I can make why I don't believe it to be true, and you've obviously not going to take any of them in. So we'll never agree because you're not good enough in what you're saying.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Like but it's been proven with the kids' school records, the girls not being able to provide a fucking sick note.
That's the point in the documentary.
Doctors or any. That's really that shows that like there's got to be a lot of people wanting to work against Tom Robinson for this to be true, man.
That was the point in the documentary, though, right? That the school covered it up. So you making the argument that the school is like a reputable and believable thing here, then the point of the documentary is that no, they actually covered this type thing up, and that's the point. It was a conspiracy.
You're saying,
of course, there's a conspiracy with different agencies to cover this up. Yes, that's the point.
But this is before Tommy Robinson got involved. Yeah, so the doctors, the school, the therapist, all of them was against the kids from before Tommy Robinson got involved. Like, because that's how this conspiracy is going to have to work, right?
Yeah,
because
of course
they're going to have to have lied about what happened before Tom Robinson got involved for it to have even got to the stage of everything that happened, right?
Yeah, because they don't want to highlight the fact.
All the stories that Tom Robinson was speaking about was previous to Tom Robinson being even involved in it.
They are covering up the crimes of immigrants all across this country because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that comes with certain types of immigration. So yes, they hid it, they covered it up, and that is my point. That's what I'm saying to you. You're not going to accept that.
They're trying to cover up crimes that Muslims are participating in, yeah?
No, immigrants. I said immigrants.
Immigrants. Just immigrants.
Yeah.
No,
of course.
Do you know what it was, yeah? It's where you said like a specific type of like that's what I thought that might have been like.
Well, if you broke down immigration, broke down immigration from where everybody comes from, certain different groups will commit more crimes than other groups. So let's say we take 100,000 people from country A, 100,000 people from country B, and then 50% of the people from country A commit these crimes, and then only 10% commit crimes from B, then obviously bringing in people from certain parts comes with certain things, and they don't want to acknowledge that fact. So they are covering up and hiding people's crimes because they don't want to admit or acknowledge the fact that they are having an adverse effect on this country.
So they're covering up immigrant crimes of immigrants.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
So where did they have numbers of different groups being overrepresented in different crimes then? How have they got them numbers then if they're covering it up?
How have they got them? They've only just released them, right? So we're to the Jamal thing. We're going back a lot of years, aren't we, Veli? Jamal's not now, mate. Jamal was how many years ago, fella?
Yeah, that's years ago.
Yeah, so now they've only
Them
just
kids
started
are
to
adults
release.
now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
Even the
is,
youngest
back
kids
then
that
there was a
their
call.
names are redacted are
Back
probably
then,
adults now.
for a long time, there's been a culture of hiding these certain crimes. The grooming gangs was getting hid because they didn't want to acknowledge the fact that there's something seriously wrong with a certain community in this country who are going out and sexually abusing other communities. It's widespread. It's going on. So yes, I believe the school covered it up, and I believe the doctor covered it up because this kid was an immigrant, and they didn't want the optics of that, and they wanted to ultimately hide the behaviors of this individual, and they did it on the basis of him being an immigrant. That's my argument. You believe it or not, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's different to what the evidence was able to be provided, right? Because
I understand what you're saying, but I don't acknowledge the evidence.
All right, but there's no evidence from the school that was able to show that Jamal Hijazi was one of these problem kids that was attacking and harassing the other children. Furthermore, didn't Bailey get expelled from the school for that said incident? Is that not why he was expelled from the school, Dave?
That wouldn't surprise me.
That's before any of this. So what you're saying, like, right? If one kid in the school keeps beating up other children or whatever, you don't think that they're not going to get expelled after a little while, isn't it? Like, they get suspended twice, and then you're expelled, isn't it?
I think they definitely are making allowances for children who have just come here, yeah, for sure. I do. I genuinely do. I think they're covering up certain things.
Listen, that happens to kids of immigrant backgrounds also, right? And then they have to go to places
not every
like
case is the same. Yeah,
and so
not every of course. Not every school is going to be the same, but I'm not saying this is 100% across the board. I'm just saying there are some schools that won't know how to deal with this, and they'll be scared of punishing or thinking because they are scared of being called racist.
Yeah, but in this case though, that's not the scenario that happened, right? Because it's Bailey that was expelled from school for attacking Jamal, not Jamal that was expelled from school or even given detention for attacking Bailey or any of the other children that claimed to be attacked by Jamal to lead up to the Bailey incident.
Yeah, that's because the school was obviously being more lenient on him.
It was. Bro, do you see how much people have to be in a conspiracy for this to work out?
I don't think it's conspiracy. I think it's going on.
To be kids chatting shit. Like, kids lie, bro. Teenagers chat shit. Like, teenagers fucking like us.
So you think Jamal was an angel,
like, but you're saying like the doctors, the fucking police, the flipping judge, the school.
Yeah.
Everyone has to be in this conspiracy for this to be right, rather than the kids were chatting shit. Even though
that's why
none of the evidence that was able to be provided from any reputable source went in the kids' favor.
But that's why I tried to give you the example of the grooming gangs. We've seen whole police departments know that mass rape is going on, and they did nothing. This is the police force, Veli. So you think a doctor or a teacher can't? Yeah, but bro, come on. It's like we're talking about. I don't understand why you don't understand that. Like, I'm giving you widespread corruption, Veli, and you're shocked about this level of corruption.
With the grooming gangs, but with the grooming gangs, for you to find out about the corruption, they ended up being, or for the corruption to be made public for people to say, look, it's definitely this and that and the other, there ended up being a report for it, right? Like the ICSA report and all that.
Yeah, and in time, other things are going to come to light. Of course, it's just a process.
And there was different reports that was leading up to that as well, right? Like separate inquiries happened leading up to that report there, the ICSA report.
Yeah, but I don't understand how you can't understand my comparison.
Done their own report and all that.
Yeah, after a lot of time, after about 30 years, It took a hell of a long time for this to actually get out there. And Tom Robson was one of the people why it did get out there. But what I'm saying to you is that the police force can engage in such corruption and turn a blind eye to this level of abuse, including teachers, doctors, social workers. They was all aware that this level of abuse was going on, and they ignored it. Why did they ignore it? Maybe it was because they believed it was race. They would be called racist. Who knows? But to think that a school could cover up something like that is not unimaginable when we know what's happened in regards to children being raped.
People not snitching on fucking nonces and fucking rapists or whatever.
No, the police already knew that. It's not about snitching. It's not about snitching. The police already knew, and they didn't do anything.
Them men are nonsense, bro. They don't get. Listen, not in any sort of connection, like in any sort of working class community. Like, well, and let me talk about the communities that I come from. Like, then, yeah, in the communities, the working class communities that I come from or whatever, people don't look up to rapists and pedophiles and all them sort of things.
Not in our communities, they don't. No, not in our communities, they don't.
Yeah, well, English people are in the working class community that I live in, because I live in England.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But unfortunately, there are certain communities in this country where the people who are running these areas are pedophiles, and they are engaging in exploitation of children. It's not something that goes on where I live, but it is something that goes on. But all I'm saying is, if the establishment can cover up something as big as that, they can cover up the thing with Jamal. That's the point I'm making. But like I said, we're not going to agree. I'll debate with you all day, bro. I got no problem with that. But you obviously believe the evidence. I don't.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that, like, if the evidence showed otherwise, then that's the point that I was making. The evidence shows that this thing happened.
But that's speculation, though, isn't it? Because you don't know how I would have reacted to that.
No, but that's true. That's true, though, because there's never been a point where you've got there isn't, bro. There hasn't been a point where anyone's been able to provide any sort of fucking actual documentation for something going one way and it's going the other way, where I won't accept it. Like, right, if you can provide the evidence that shows that it's going the other way, like, I'll actually accept what you're saying, innit? Like, there's been times when people have showed evidence and I've had to say, all right, cool, you're right then, or whatever. So I haven't got an issue with that. If you provide evidence that shows it was the opposite way around, if the court case went the other way and it proved that Jamal was lying, he was a bully, and flipping, he did hit the girl with a stick, he did do the stuff with a knife or whatever, then I'll be making an argument on the other way, because the evidence shows that it was the other way around, but it doesn't show that.
Yeah, but at the core of this argument,
what's funny though, is that a lot of people because I'm not getting time to read the chat or whatever in it, because I've got it on split screen, and it's kind of small in it. Like, I can just about see half what you're saying on one bit, and then the bottom half on the other piece. Anyway, but like a lot of people that are probably agreeing with the justice system is corrupt, was literally making an argument yesterday before I looked myself into the report, that there's a report from the police that shows that it wasn't the far right people involved in the riots in Southport and all that sort of stuff there. Yeah, so it's strange that people would do this. Like, that's why it's like people are extremely hypocritical with their arguments or whatever, right? Because like right now they're trying to probably type in hard in the chat about how corrupt the police are. It's all corruption, so and so, and then on the other side,
yeah, but that's the argument that I've been making to you.
There isn't no corruption when it comes to them pointing out the far right thing or whatever. My argument stays the same. Is that the evidence? Like, I believe that there's institutional racism in the police. The evidence shows that there's institutional racism within the police. Case closed. Do you get me? Like, I believe it's true. The evidence is there in the Casey report. Louise Casey is actually doing a review of the grooming gangs reviews, the ICSA report and others right now, to try and hold people to task or whatever. Any findings that she finds that shows that people was dodgy or whatever, that some of the people are going to try to run up in the chat with in the future, because the report hasn't been finished yet, it's being finalized and so and so, yeah, like, it's going to be,
you men are going to be super hypocrites, because when I was playing the fucking same Louise Casey, making all these arguments that shows why institutional racism, sexism, homophobia, and all these other different things that they said was going on within the police was true, like, the people them didn't want to accept it. Like, people was willing to accept different parts. Like, okay, the sexism is true, the so-and-so is true, but the institutional racism, I don't accept that. It's like, man, them are hypocrites out here, cuz.
Yeah, but you believe the judiciary is biased against black people, right? And I believe it's biased against Tommy Robinson.
Why?
So
because
it's proven, and I believe it's proven with Tommy Robinson.
Exactly, because the evidence shows that. So you can have a feeling, your feeling might not be true or not. When the evidence shows that it is true, then now it's a fact, right? Because the evidence is there to go along with the feeling.
The mad thing about all of this is, though, contempt of court is not really that big of a charge, is it? It's not like the crime of the century type thing. It's
No,
like,
you can go to jail for contempt, though. What do you think? If
you
lie for
can, but
someone in
not
court,
many
that's
people
contempt,
do.
goes.
No, that's perjury.
Yeah, people do go jail for it. People do go. Yeah, people do. Like, right. So what it was, yeah, is that if you're not willing to provide evidence that you've been ordered to provide or whatever, that's the contempt, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Then you could get put in a cell until you're willing. Say it was, I think it was Art of Law Channel was saying, if you're not willing, say you said you've got bank statements in whatever case, they'll put you in the cell until you actually give the bank statements over, in it, because you say, I'm not providing the bank statements. So, all right, you're contempt of court, you're gonna go in the cell. Or if there's another contempt, like you've been given a court order and you've repeatedly broke the order, then they'll send you to jail for that court order. What you're in contempt.
Yeah, but not many. I don't necessarily think there's been anybody that's done this amount of time for contempt. I don't believe. Especially not in solitary confinement. So yeah, we're arguing over something. He's
Well, he's
not
not in
lying.
solitary confinement. It's for his own protection.
Yeah, but he's not voluntarily
Because
chose to
his
be
legal
there.
team, yeah, but his legal team said that it's beneficial if Tom Robinson is protected because of his issue with the Muslims in jail. He had issues with them previously, right?
Where did you see that?
In the court case.
In the court case.
In the Tom Robinson court case.
The governor clearly put out a letter, right, saying that they have put him in solitary confinement, and because they believe that it's the thingy for him. It's not on his say so.
No, but his legal team said that he needs to be under protection for his own safety.
Right. But getting back to the point though, you shouldn't really be doing 9 months in solitary confinement for contempt of court. It is a bit excessive. Obviously,
No, but
you
he's not
seem
in
to think this
solitary
is
confinement.
Right.
It's because it's for his protection. So he's able to
Regardless,
socialize and has more time outside of his cell than actual inmates that are on normal bang up or whatever.
So you think 18 months is a justifiable sentence for contempt of court?
I've been saying to you, man, from time, yeah. See, this is why you, man, are pagans as well, yeah. Because I've been saying to you, man, from time, the sentencing guidelines need reforming, needs looking at so and so, so and so. You, man, was arguing on the opposite side of it for years, yeah, with fucking Jupiter and Wendy and so and so, so and so. Now today in 2025, when Tom Robinson, man, why the fuck do we need gang? Why do we need re-sentences to be looked at? Why do we need any so and so, so and so? Let the police do their job. Let the law do their job.
Was that my argument?
That was your team's argument still. That was your team's argument. Yeah, man. You used to be on the team, bro. You're before the GDO, yeah?
Right.
Before the GDO got established, yeah, it was Dave, Wendy, and Jupiter out there on the panels, fucking putting in work. Not as far right as Ralph and them, man. There, Yeah,
But you
right
can't.
enough.
But you can't say I've actually made any of these arguments though, because it is me and you talking right now, right? You're not talking.
You never made.
I was gonna say
never made none of these arguments. Still,
I don't think I've ever really had those conversations.
With the police thing, you've always sort of been at up of the police and the so and so. But from time I've been talking about the sentencing guideline need reforming. They need to fucking. How the fuck is it okay for these nonces to be getting these small times and then people of different crimes, what they're saying is like a scourge on
and I
society,
agree with that.
Getting mad.
I've made those arguments
and
myself.
all them sort of shits there. I've been saying that from time still. And differently, like I'm saying, yeah, if what Tommy Robinson was saying about that Jamal thing happened to be actually factual, I would have no issue saying, yes, my man's right about that. That documentary is true and it's factual. But it wasn't though. So I have to say that it's not.
Yeah, but you just keep making the same point now. I understand. Like, we will not agree on this. Like, it's like, obviously you see that as like this conversation can continue, but like I've made every single point I can make how I don't believe it to be true, right? Obviously you believe it's true, I don't. You're not really taking my points on board. I've not taken yours on board. So, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've taken your points on board. I've listened to what you're saying, but I'm saying that all the hearsay is not strong enough with actual evidence from like the doctors, from the school, from the therapist, and then the school children giving their evidence in court and then contradicting each other in their stories about how the kid had a knife at the top of the road or whatever, and then the other one about the bullying or of the little brother or the little other sibling or whatnot. They contradicted each other in their stories within the court. But because you guys ain't downloaded the flipping court papers, you ain't even seen that. Like, you wouldn't even, I swear down, if you read the court papers, you wouldn't make half the arguments you're making for this. You would just agree, yes, okay, Mama's guilty of contempt. I could still support Tommy, but flipping, yes, all right, the contempt is the contempt, innit? Like, there's no way around it, bro. Man's been found guilty like twice. It's literally not even worth arguing on the opposite side. It's worth just accepting that and still fucking, if you want to carry on supporting anyway, you can still support, innit?
That's jokes. Okay, but no, I just well, me and you see things very differently, that's for sure.
Yeah, because I like to be dealing with like fucking facts and all them sort of things there, innit? Not just like what I believe. Right. So you just believe Tommy's true. So no matter what evidence is provided in front of you.
No, you can't believe that a school. You can't believe. No, but you think it's you think it's impossible that a school would cover up these types of things, and I'm telling you, it's going on all over this.
I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible that.
You think it's impossible that the doctor would?
I think it's impossible
that the doctor would.
I think it's impossible that it's all these different institutions that have no links and no correlations would just be lying about flipping just to keep this one fucking kid out of trouble. Why they don't even know?
And that's why I used the grooming gangs as an example. Listen, why did all those institutions do it then?
Listen, the doctor doesn't even know that this kid even exists. Like, if you're talking about the grooming things or whatever, the people that were covering up at least have links to the people that they're covering up for. These people don't even have links to the people that they're allegedly covering up for. Like, the doctor has nothing to do with Jamal. Only the school teacher does. The flipping the girl's therapist has more reason to be on the girl's side than anyone. It's like her actual personal therapist that's trying to help her. Why would she lie about the girl?
To protect the narrative.
Oh, damn, bruv. To protect the narrative. So you're going to put your fucking own job at stake. Your own flipping...
Yeah, 100%. Why do you think police officers covered up fucking mass race sexual abuse?
Them things there is not going to be keeping your job safe, right? Because if it comes out that these things do happen,
then obviously your job is gone. You're more likely
We get
going to jail.
institutional corruption all the time, Veli. It's not hard to believe, friend. It's not hard to believe at all. The fact you think that this is an impossibility is strange to me.
All right, Dave, say less, man. Let's wrap it up here, man.
Right, nice one. Take care.
Big up yourself, though, man, yeah. Link up on Monday, bro. Yeah, big up, man. Big up the people them in the chat, man. That's worth bigging up here. The rest of you, man, can suck your mother. Wait. I got something for you, man.
Go suck your mother.
Yo, yeah, man. We're mad show, man. Come on. Slap the like button, share the stream and all them things there. Yeah.
I've never done anything to anybody.
You hear me? I've never done anything to anybody. You hear me? Yeah. Alright. Let me roll out with a tune, man. Sometimes you have to box up a boy, you see? Mad. Alright. One sec. Yo, Gender.
Now I'm gonna show man, always at division, so I don't owe man, the levels have risen. Now I'm like Gohan, don't be trying to come around me like you Conan. With the elites and you man are like Zohan. I'm a grime director, EMC like Hannibal Lecter. Leave the gal pin on the injector. Gen Kid run the sector, man a bad man, I got bare bad man around me. There's it storming, Navy ceiling, camouflage and jump out like ninja. 10 little men jump out on Benja. I got the guy every town, I run in the town, the gal running me down, and everybody knows that I am the reason the flow so, but don't spy. Jeez. Mudting JJ on the ones and twos. All the man gender around Mike OGs. We're OGs. Everybody knows we're OGs. Oh, yeah. Everybody knows we're OGs. And on top of that, we're OGs. Come again. I said we're OGs. Everybody knows we're OGs. Everybody knows we're OGs. And on top of that, we're OGs. Ever go again? Daughter, I feel again. They're bringing up the level one. You can't go again. I want this thing before, now I'm it again. My dude burnt out, and I'm gonna spit again. Right now, I'm gonna spit again. Hurricane bars, every bar get flip again. Everybody know we're gonna get every town and run in the town with the extended clip again. Hold some of that. Hold some of that too. I'm a triple OG, rude boy. Who are you stating? Ain't my you. I'm busy in the game. I'm eating what a shameful hot. Feel so chilly with the shades on the wall. Can I rave? I'm illest and I rave, but I'm still on the road. Getting money, getting paid, getting money, getting paper. Yo, City was a bad man, City was a G. City was a bad man, City was a G. City knew Black, City said he knew B. I didn't know him, neither did he. Going around telling man didn't know G. Didn't know Gender, didn't know D. Didn't know Despa, didn't know Ruger, didn't know Stormer or NE.
Go suck your mother.